Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here for tonight's important debate. I've got Jonathan from Word of the Wild YouTube channel and Dr. Ken Hovind, also known as Dr. Dino. I've got these gentlemen here to debate the topic, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Everybody's favorite topic, and this debate will be one to remember, that's for sure. So tonight's format is going to be the usual, formal, semi-formal. We're going to have 12-minute opening statements. We will have Jonathan start us off there. Then we're going to have 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, then an open discussion. We're going to keep it free-flowing and organic, focusing on one topic at a time, keeping it as equally timed as possible. Then we're going to have 5-minute closing statements, and then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A, so please make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I don't miss them. So let's get right into it, though. Let's kind of get to know the debaters for tonight, break the ice before we jump into the opening statements. Why don't we start with you, Jonathan Finley, as this is your first time debating on this platform. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and just tell us a little bit about who you are and a little bit about your channel and even why you find this topic so important.
Hey, I appreciate being here. This is really fun. This is one of my very first debates I had. I had one on modern day debate on the flat earth. I had a flat earther on my channel a while back to debate them. And I'm just trying to get into the debate world because I feel like I have a unique approach to a lot of these issues, especially around theology and God stuff and stuff like that. But I was first, I'll give a little bit of my testimony. I was, raised in a Christian home growing up, and all my parents were awesome people. My dad was pastor. He's been a pastor for like 30 years. I'm associated with a lot of the higher up Calvary Chapel people, still good friends with all of them. I was a pastor for about 10 years doing youth stuff, music, all that graphic design and all that stuff. And then I eventually start, I remember one day I was praying and I asked the Lord to show me the truth, because I remember being very confused and frustrated by the Bible and not understanding it and being endlessly just stressed out about it. And I just prayed, Lord, show me the truth. Show me whatever you want from me, just show it to me. And it wasn't long after that I ran into some people on YouTube that had a little bit different theologies than me. And I remember just being like crushed by it. Like, oh my gosh, I got to change my thing. And, it was actually, the first thing was like a pre-trib, post-trib thing. And I changed my view on that. And I went like mid-trib or whatever it was. I don't even remember now. But, and then from then, I just started changing my views about things, and I kind of slipped down that slippery slope that they all warned me about, but I still slipped down it. And now I'm kind of, I don't even know what I identify as, but I still love the Bible. I read it a lot. I try not to, though, because I just get frustrated, but I love listening about it. I love learning about it. I'm a big fan of like the Bible Project, and in this time of my life, I'm looking for the most radical interpretations of the Bible. I'm looking for something that really changes the fundamental structures of whatever system we're in or the world. And, so I stumbled into things like, Genesis with the Bible Project. It's not like they're saying, the authors aren't trying to get you to believe that this is a literal thing. The author's trying to tell you this is a story about God's temple, which is the earth. Like other gods have their temples, but God has his temple, which is the whole earth. That's why it's inaugurated in a 7-day stretch. And, instead of in the pagan gods' temples, they have altars that you worship. They have idols. In God's temple, all humanity is his idols, and we're to reflect his image. And there's things in there, like that have implications of the environment
I
issues.
just wanted to jump in real quick. I just wanted to make sure you were of the understanding that this was just like introductory words.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not the opening statement.
Okay.
I think it just hit me. I was like, wait a minute. I think you might think this is the opening statement. So,
oh, sorry. My bad.
Hey, no worries. Let's stop it there. I think that's a good introduction. People know who you are, where to find you. I've got your channel link in the description box. So I appreciate that, Jonathan, and I appreciate you being here for tonight's important debate. So before we get into your opening statement, though, let's hand it over to Kent now for his introductory words. Dr. Dino, how you been? A little bit about you. What's going on over at Dow?
Well, thank you for having me. My name's Kent Hovind. I was raised in a home of engineers and teachers up in Illinois. Ended up becoming an ordained Baptist preacher in 1974. I taught high school science for 15 years, science and mathematics. Started a ministry called Creation Science Evangelism in 1989. Traveled all over the world speaking on science and the Bible, defending the Bible as being scientifically accurate. I believe the Bible is exactly correct as written. God preserved it. I believe even stronger than that in the King James. That's where it's preserved. So I defend the Bible against all comers. I think God made everything like he said he did in 6 days. And that people used to live to be 900 years old, like the Bible says. And the whole world's only about 6,000 years old. And dinosaurs lived with man. And we have a theme park, museum, and science center in Lenox, Alabama. Good luck finding that in population 35, straight north of Pensacola. We have visitors from all over the world come see our dinosaur adventureland. Come on down.
All right, I appreciate that introduction there, Kent. So as I indicated earlier, the format for tonight is going to be, well, we're going to start off with 12-minute opening statements. So let's hand it back to you, Jonathan. You've got up to 12 minutes. Gentlemen, whatever you don't use in terms of the opening statements and the rebuttals, we'll just throw into the audience Q&A. So Jonathan, whenever you're ready, now this is your opening statement, and you've got 12 minutes.
Okay, now I know what I'm doing. Okay, so kind of where I was left off when I was cheating there. The interpretation that I grew up with was the Kent Hovind thing. I used to be a big Kent Hovind acolyte. You know, I listened to all of it. I never like bought the DVDs or whatever because it was all on YouTube. But the view that it had to be like, if you don't believe that it's a literal thing, that it literally happened, it just seemed to be kind of like a little weak. Like it doesn't really do anything for the world. But the view that, like when I heard that this is trying to tell me that I am a part of the earth and that I'm supposed to be a God-bearing image in the world and that the whole world is his temple, these things really touched me and really affected me in a deep level. But then in the same stroke, it kind of showed me that it doesn't have to be a supernatural thing. It just has to be a worldview, a metaphorical substrate that I can apply to my life. And I can at the same time, kind of do the compromise thing and have science and all of it. I want to have my cake and eat it too. And I think I've done that. When I was formulating my opening thing, I wanted to open with that. Okay. I love the Bible. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. And Jesus is never endingly fascinating to me and inspiring. And I want the whole world to know the radical message that the Bible has to offer. And I don't think it's as small and as confined as like a literal interpretation. I think it's much more powerful than that. But then I also wanted to kind of go through some of the points because I've been watching all these debates, and Kent opens up with pretty much the same thing every time. I think he starts with, nobody has ever seen an animal produce another animal or whatever it is. And I mean, of course that's true, right? Of course that's true. But I mean, and then he also will say later in the debate, like, if it went into court, then nobody would, they wouldn't accept that kind of evidence because you can't prove that fossils had children and you can't prove that they have children that are different. But it's true that my children are different than me. So they are. I mean, that seems to be pretty rational. There are enough stars for everyone to own 11 trillion, and then all of them could fit in this singularity smaller than a dot on a page. I've heard this a lot, but I've also heard, I've listened to a lot of the flat Earth debates, and they'll say crazy things like this too. Like if you're at the equator and you're moving at a tangential speed of 1,000 miles an hour, I mean, it sounds crazy, right? I mean, I'm sitting here in this little camper trailer. I don't feel like I'm moving really fast. It sounds crazy, but just because it's hard to understand and sounds crazy doesn't mean it's not true, right? I mean, the same thing with the stars thing. I don't understand it, but the professionals understand it. Where did time and space come from? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. But again, because there's a lot of things that, like, if a flat earther came to me and said, "Well, what makes gravity?" I don't know, but a professional would know. There's still other things like the simplest cell is more complicated than the space shuttle. And I again, I get it. It just makes sense, right? Like naturally, just impulsively, a lot of these things are like, well, of course, a simple cell is so complicated. But I think one of the things that convinced me, and I thought was a good kind of rhetorical evidence, was we can observe cells being created. They replicate. They're a natural phenomenon. Space shuttles, we can watch humans make them. So there's evidence that cells make themselves. They're a naturally occurring thing. Space shuttles, the evidence is that they can be made. And I was convinced by that. I know that it's not particularly convincing to a lot of people, but it's convincing to me. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals spontaneously organize themselves into the first living cells. Again, we don't know a lot of things. Like I said earlier, we don't know what makes gravity. We know it has something to do with mass and Higgs field and stuff, but that doesn't mean that the science is wrong, and it doesn't mean that we won't learn more, and it doesn't mean that the scientists don't know what they're talking about. And this is kind of the tact I'm going to be taking. It might be a little cheap, but it's all I got. Like the flat Earth thing seems to me to be the same as the young Earth thing. It's things appeal to our human intuition very easily, right? Yeah, a cow can jump, but given enough time, it can jump over the moon. Well, of course, that's not true, but that's an analogy, and it's a little bit of a trick. It's like what the flat earthers say that's convincing is gravity can hold down the oceans, this vast, heavy oceans of the whole Earth, but then a butterfly can just float gently. It's not crushed to the ground under this massive weight of gravity. These things really appeal to our genuine, our just general intuitions, or natural human things, but that doesn't mean they're not that's the truth, right? It just means it's more complicated than I understand. It's more complicated than most of us understand, just like everything else. But we trust that the scientists know what they're doing, and we're just at their mercy. And I think I won't go much further, but that's kind of be my tact tonight. Is I think that Christianity in general, and this God belief thing, I think it's got bigger fish to fry than the sciences and the people that trust the experts. I think they should go and do the Jesus thing. The thing that I've heard people say Jesus do. Talk, go and speak truth to the power. The people that are keeping the poor people poor, making the rich people rich. They're all this oppression happening all over the world, the environmental catastrophe. And we need to rally around these things, the things that Jesus wasn't doing the environmental thing, but he was looking out in a world corrupted by the religious powers, the powers that are oppressing the poor and the needy, and the racism and all these things. We as Christians need to focus on those things. We need to really master those things, and all these other things that's not our zone, right? I think the Bible is talking about bigger and better and more wonderful and important things than believing that these things literally happened. It has bigger implications. I think it's wholly anachronistic to impose a scientific mind on these ancient, wonderful books. I think it does them a disservice. It does them violence. And I think it doesn't help the world. And I think it might even be a trick from the devil, that these books, if you don't believe them literally, That's what you should do, is believe these things literally and not actually live them out into the world, a more radical implication. That's kind of what I feel like the Lord has brought me to a place, and I hope that other people can understand that and see that this is all in good faith. I want to see the church rally together and do great things in the world, and I don't think that this attack on the sciences is going to do us any good. And I'll concede my time there.
All right, I appreciate that opening statement, Jonathan. That's a few minutes there that we can throw into either the discussion portion, depending on how that's going, or the audience Q&A. So that being said, why don't we now hand it over to Dr. Dino. You have your 12-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Well, the title tonight is there reasonable evidence for evolution? My take on it is, well, it depends what you mean by evolution, depends what you mean by reasonable. Oh, hang on. 186, enter. Okay. Reasonable is having sound judgment, fair and sensible. Is it sound judgment to believe in evolution? According to the rules of logic, is it reasonable? Okay. Antonyms, the opposite of reasonable, is illogical, invalid, irrational, non-rational, nonsensical, etc. Okay. And when you're discussing evolution, as Jonathan said, I use the same thing every time because I'm right. Okay? I've said 2 + 2 is 4 for a long time. I'm going to keep saying it because it's right. Truth doesn't change. God made the world. I don't need to change that. He made the world, whether you like it or not. And animals produce after their kind, whether you like it or not. So, yes, I don't need to change as long as I'm right. Okay. There are 6 different meanings to this word evolution. There is cosmic evolution, chemical evolution, stellar evolution, the stars would have to form. Organic evolution, life would have to start. Where was life? How did life begin? The universe came into existence 14 billion years ago. This is what they teach in the textbooks, which I have in that bookcase back there. Okay. It started like an infinitely dense point. I think this is extremely stupid for somebody to believe all the matter in the universe fit into a dot that was extremely dense point. You couldn't squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than a period on a page. I tell people, stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe all the material in the universe fit in a dot. The Big Bang theory is not reasonable. And that's the first step of evolution. I apologize, we're in the middle of a thunderstorm if you hear banging on the metal roof with our church building here. Sorry about that. Okay. It says, as the earth cooled down, it became a hot rocky crust and it formed a hard rocky crust on the outside. Earth was a molten for a period of around 4.5 billion years. Oh, okay. Early Earth was a hot molten ball. This is what the kids have to face. 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth formed. This is, of course, not at all what the Bible says, and I think this is stupid what they're teaching here. How did the Earth form? By the Human Origin Project. How did the Earth form? Stop sticking your head in the sand. It's not reasonable to believe we came from a dot, and it's not reasonable to believe the oceans are billions of years old, and the Earth started off as a hot ball of rock. So, it says, after things cooled down, simple organic molecules began to form under a blanket of hydrogen. Oh, okay. All evidence suggests the Earth was inhospitable for life for the first 700 million years because it was too hot. Origin of life on Earth. How did life get started? Yeah, that's part of evolution. How did life get started? Have they made life in the laboratory? Absolutely not. And if a bunch of scientists did make life, that wouldn't prove anything except it takes intelligence to make life. But so far, even all of our intelligent scientists can't do it. The simplest cell is more complicated than the space shuttle. Okay? One cell in your body, you got about 100 trillion of them. Okay? I don't think it's reasonable to believe they happen by chance. Reasonable, having sound judgment, fair and sensible. I think you should stop sticking your head in the sand and admit it's not reasonable to say everything came from a dot of nothing exploding for no reason. It's not reasonable to believe life came into existence from non-living material. Let's all put our head in the sand together. That's what the atheists do. Oh, well, everybody agrees it happened that way. I don't care if everybody in the world agrees except Kent Hovind. I'm going to stick by the truth. It's not reasonable. You don't have to go to a fully accredited sand university either to figure that out, okay? Organic evolution. We'll talk about this some other time. So it's not reasonable to believe we came from soup. That's what evolution teaches. And Jonathan, I'm sad that you gave up a logical, literal belief in the Bible to believe something so illogical as to believe you came from soup, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. Even This guy said, I despise people who believe something without evidence. Yeah, there ought to be evidence for it. The earth was a hot ball of molten rock. The hot molten ball cooled down and formed a rocky crust. 4.1 billion years ago, the crust cooled, creating a solid surface with a rocky terrain, and then clouds formed, and it rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. We came from primordial soup. Primordial soup. This is what the books teach, and this is what frustrates me. This is not reasonable. It's not science. It's not common sense. It's not true. Now, I am not asking everybody to teach at taxpayer expense that God made the world in 6 days in the public schools. I think the public schools, if they should exist at all, should totally avoid the topic of origins. You can't teach either one without getting somebody upset, so avoid it. Just talk about science. Evolution's not part of science. If life arose in deep sea hydrothermal vents, life had to be created. Concentration of organic compounds in the prebiotic ocean. Yeah, we all came from the prebiotic soup. This is in textbook after textbook. It's taught. Have they made life in the laboratory? No. Stop sticking your head in the sand. So it's not reasonable to believe that part of evolution, the origin of life. Organic evolution is not reasonable. No matter how made up your mind is, it's not reasonable. Bible says God created the heaven and the earth. And God created all the winged fowl after their kind. 20 times in the first 7 chapters, God said they would bring forth after their kind. I believe the Bible when it says God made man in his own image. And God saw everything they made, and it was very good. I believe that. Now, again, I'm not asking everybody to pay for that to be taught, so the burden of proof is not on me, which is why the title of the debate is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Absolutely not. The Bible says clearly that God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Let's see. And we got a lot of, the Bible teaches this over and over. Let's see. Let me get to the one I wanted to get to here. One moment here. Got 18 different topics I'd like to cover. Here we go. Slide number 48. Alt-DV 48, enter. Intelligent people can locate clay in the earth, mine it, and shape it into millions of things. That's what the whole pottery industry is about. We've got huge layers of clay here in our gravel pit in Lenox, Alabama. It is perfectly reasonable to say that intelligent people can take clay out of the ground and shape it into things, like a coffee cup. Perfectly reasonable. I think intelligent people can locate iron ore in the earth and dig it out. We have a lot of iron ore here on our property at Dinosaur Adventureland. I think intelligent people can take the iron ore and smelt it down and make steel. And intelligent people can take the steel and roll it into sheets. Then they can stamp it into parts for your car, hood, fenders, doors, etc. Intelligent people, and some not so intelligent, can take all the parts and assemble it into a car. That does not prove that the iron ore can make a car by itself, nor can the clay make a coffee cup by itself. God can take dust out of the ground and make a man. That's what the Bible says. I believe that totally by faith. But that's also the only reasonable way we can explain it. The complexity of the human body is mind-boggling. You have all kinds of systems in your body. You have a vascular system, the heart, the veins and arteries and capillaries. It's incredible. You have a digestive system, a skeletal system, an endocrine system, a balance system, integumentary system. 1 square inch of skin on a human body is more complex than the city of Chicago. That's a poor example. More complex than... You have a respiratory system, a nervous system that is mind-boggling. The nervous system of one body is more complicated than the wiring system of the whole city of New Orleans. Each of these systems is mind-boggling in its complexity, but to make it more amazing, they all work together, and they can grow with the body. As the baby's born, all these systems have to grow to keep up with it and work together at the same time. And they can heal themselves when you get hurt. If you wish to believe it all happened by chance, believe whatever you'd like. But that's not reasonable. Evolution is a religion. Jonathan, you gave up a logical, reasonable religion for an illogical religion. Evolution is not reasonable. Evidence supporting evolution, biological evolution, there is no evidence. They talk about the fossil record. This frustrates me. There's no such thing as a fossil record. It was Darwin, above all others, who first marshaled convincing evidence for biological evolution. He did no such thing. There still to this day is no evidence for evolution. 1799, they started arranging the rocks and made up what's called today the geologic column. Perhaps the most persuasive fossil evidence for evolution is the consistency and sequence of fossils. Oh, really? They talk about all these different periods, the Devonian, etc. Scientists use index fossils to determine the age of the rock layers. Read that carefully. How do they tell the age of the layers? By the fossils they found in it. These index fossils is a big thing in the textbooks. You got to spend a lot of time learning all of them. Index fossils. Yes, the trilobite is an index fossil for the Cambrian era. Look, there is no geologic column. That's the Bible to the atheist, though. The geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world except the textbooks. If you take a jar of sand, gravel, mud, and rock, water, and shake it up, it'll separate into layers. We do it all the time. Here's a demo at Dinosaur Adventureland. Always same order: gravel, sand, clay. Never an exception. I'll do that on the tour with you guys tomorrow. Always happens that way. They tell the kids in school the top layer is younger. Stop. How can the top layer be younger? Where did it come from? Outer space? No. All the layers are the same age. The geologic column, does it exist? No. Now, it's a fact the Earth has many layers of sedimentary rock. That's a fact. I taught earth science 15 years, traveled to all 50 states and 30-some countries, 37, I think. I've studied in the Grand Canyon, top, bottom. You know, when I flew down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, it was the same date and age as it was when I was at the top. I didn't age them. I aged a couple of minutes, but I didn't age millions of years. It's a fact the Earth has layers. It is not a fact that they form slowly over millions of years. Creationist says these layers are nearly all of them from Noah's flood. But the atheists are always trying to erase that line. Geologic column is the Bible for the evolutionist.
1 minute.
It can only be found one place in the world, and that is in the textbooks. If it existed to be 100 miles thick, it does not exist. It's a lie. If there were a column of sediments, this book says, unfortunately, no such column exists. So before you talk about fossils, no fossil would count as evidence in a court of law. The geologic column doesn't exist anywhere. It's made up. It's fantasy land. That's their Bible, though. You watch them refer to it over and over. All this geology stuff is about the age of the layers is pure baloney. Tell them I said so. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I appreciate the opening statements from Jonathan and Dr. Dino. That concludes the opening statements, and now we're moving into the uninterrupted rebuttals. We've got 8 minutes for the rebuttals. Before I hand it over to Jonathan, any after shows tonight, just tag me, let me know, and I will give them a shout out. Looks like we have one after show over on Logical Plausible Probables channel, and it is going to kick off as soon as this epic debate ends. So, Jonathan, let's hand it over to you, and you have 8 minutes for a rebuttal. Go ahead.
So again, like the thing, you couldn't squeeze this cup of water into a dot. Like I mean, I get it, right? It just makes sense, but you're portraying it in like a really, in the worst light possible, right? I mean, the flat Earth people do the same thing. Like you don't feel like you're moving 1,000 miles. Do you think you're on a spinning ball going around the universe a trillion billion miles an hour? I mean, it's the same kind of thing. Like you're making it sound crazy because it is kind of crazy, right? But doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's crazy, right? And I don't understand it, and again, it's not. I understand it's not. It feels like it's not reasonable to believe these things because it sounds crazy, but it seems to me to be ultimately it's just the most reasonable thing to trust the experts. I think to be consistent in any way, I trust them with everything else. I trust that the people building planes know what they're doing. I trust the people who do everything else know what they're doing. But, looking internally when I was a young earther, I just didn't trust them on that one thing. It seems to be inconsistent. This thing about they didn't make life in the lab or they did make life in the lab, that's one of those things like, I don't even know why we would offer up any evidence like that. Because if you say, well, show me if they can make life in the lab. And then maybe they do. And then you go, oh, well, then that just proves that it takes intelligence. You just kind of move the goalpost, right? I don't know why that even comes up because nothing would be convincing. The Sand University thing, I like that. That's funny. That's new. That's new material coming from your boy Kent Hovind right there. He's evolving, adapting. We came from soup. I mean, the Bible says that we came from dirt. I like that. I mean, I like that a lot. I mean, Adama, I want to get a tattoo right here that says Adama in Hebrew because it means from the earth. Adama means from the earth. I love it. It's beautiful. I mean, the Bible is awesome. We're a part of the earth. We're a creature on God's earth, right? When he says it's not science, that just reminds me again of the flat earthers. They think that gravity is not science, and they want to redefine science. They say that if you don't, if you can't isolate the variable, then it's not science, right? Like you say that, okay, well, we're going to construct an experiment. So we have a hypothesis. If gravity does this, then we'll see this. And he goes, no, stop, because you have to prove gravity first. But we're like, but that's part, I mean, I don't understand the scientific method, but I know that they're wrong because the experts believe that gravity is true and that one experiment with the tension rod and the balls spin, I mean, again, it's crazy. It sounds crazy, but the scientists know what they're doing. And I don't want to try to redefine science. I'll let the experts tell me what science is. And we're just at their, we're at their mercy, unfortunately. Using the Bible to prove that the earth is young or flat. I don't like that. I think that, again, the Bible's got bigger things to deal with. It seems to me like taking these verses and saying, this says that the earth is flat, or this says that it's unreasonable to believe that the earth is young or old or whatever. It's like taking Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech and making it about making sure that we all have a happy, good life, we get the right parking spot, like Joel Osteen stuff. That's the level of like violence being done to the scriptures that I feel like is being done to it when we're trying to use these awesome, holy, wonderful, powerful scriptures and making them about this. It makes me a little bit sad. The body's complex. But it's made out of naturally occurring things, right? I mean, we all turn back into dirt when we die. Again, I get it. It's very complex. It's extremely complex. It's mind-blowingly complex. I've always wondered though, like, why it seems like if God made humans just like at the like like we like to think on the whatever the fourth day or the second day or whatever, why wouldn't humans be like a video game avatar? Like inside of this, there's just nothing. It's just code or something. Like, how like video game characters can like glitch through walls and there's nothing inside. Like you go up on a wall and the camera kind of pans inside their head and there's nothing in there. That seems like that proves that it's like a created thing. But this body that, eats and poops and sweats and is, I mean, bodies are gross and they're like naturally occurring gross, but also beautiful and wonderful thing. So that seems to be like an Osteen thing. It's not doing the Bible justice. The fossil record, and also like the geologic column thing. It's astounding to me. He's brought this up every single time, and I think I've formulated a pretty good response to this, and I don't think anybody else has come up with something like this. So we would all accept if you go to like Mesopotamia or like the Near East, and there's like a city, right? And if you dig down, like Jerusalem, okay, you dig down below Jerusalem, there's old Jerusalem. Or like Seattle. I'm like kind of by Seattle. Underneath Seattle is old Seattle. I mean, this one's older than this one, right? And they do this all the time in ancient times. The city would get raised by a volcano or the bad guys over there, and then they'd build on top of it. And then they'd build on top of that one. And before you know it, you got this big dome kind of thing. And there's the older ones down here and the new ones. I mean, the earth is like that. It's the same thing. A forest grows, it all dies, and then there's dirt, and then more trees, and then, there's stuff like that. I mean, seems to make sort of sense. I'm offering up some science, but I'm not really, qualified to do it. But I mean, I'm just going to offer that up. Take it for what it is. You shake up a bottle filled with rocks and stuff, and they always organize. So therefore, the flood did it. I mean, that seems to me to the same thing when a flat earther says they take a basketball and they spray a hose on it, like when the water just runs off. I mean, it makes sense. They're like, what? How could the earth hold all the water when it just run off down? I mean, and look, I can do this experiment. I have a basketball, I pour water and it just falls off, and I spin it and it flies off everywhere. And then they conclude it's impossible. Gravity doesn't hold the earth down, and gravity's fake, and the earth is not
1
flat.
minute.
I mean, these are just, it seems to me to be the same kind of thing. I don't understand it, but I know that just because it's crazy to me doesn't mean it's not true. Picking things out of textbooks and things, again, the flat earthers do that. They take NASA quotes, they'll take military literature quotes, and they'll make them say things that of course they don't mean. Of course the military doesn't think the earth is flat. Of course NASA documents, they don't think it's flat, but they can make it seem like they think it's flat. But you don't accept that. I don't accept that. But it seems to be doing the same kind of thing. So the end.
All right, just on time. I appreciate that 8-minute rebuttal there. Jonathan, we are now moving into Kent's uninterrupted 8-minute rebuttal. So Dr. Dino, whenever you're ready, you have 8 minutes on the clock and the floor is yours. Kent, I think you're... Mike.
There we go. I have to mute myself during our thunderstorm here. Sorry about that. Okay.
That's okay.
According to evolution, it should get better automatically, but I can't wait millions of years. You ought to be worried about the majority. They're often wrong. Even Mark Twain, when you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect. Stop and think. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody's doing it. Right is right, even if you're the only one doing it. And majority may be wrong. And you kept saying over in your thing to follow the experts, okay? For many years, the majority of the public school teachers believed in prayer in schools. Were they right? No, they don't believe in prayer in schools. Do you follow the majority? The majority of people followed Adolf Hitler, in Germany anyway. The majority does not make anything sense as far as right or wrong. Majority followed Stalin. You should read Gulag Archipelago and see the stuff they did to the people they put in the prison camps in Russia. They would cram them into the cell where every yard had 3 people, every square yard, and leave them there for days. Starve them, no water, no sleep, can't lay down. So just the fact that the majority believes something doesn't mean it's right. Now, you kept trying to equate young Earth with flat Earth. Jonathan, that is absolutely not true. I believe the Earth is round. It is a sphere. It spins around 1,037.6 miles per hour at the equator, depending on your altitude. It is tilted over 23.5 degrees, and it circles the sun once a year. 365.2422 days it takes to go around, depending on what you use as your starting point. So I understand. And the gravity of the Earth is in the center of the Earth. So water is attracted to the center, not down this way. The dumb flat earthers think, oh, you pour water on a ball, it runs down. Well, yeah, on a ball, because the gravity is below the ball, but Earth is the gravity in the center. I am not a flat earther. The Earth is round. Kansas is flat, but the rest of it is round, okay? Part of Texas is flat too. So stop equating young Earth to flat Earth. That's not true. Evolution might be equated with flat Earth. They're both just as dumb. Nobody's ever seen any animal or plant produce anything other than its kind. It just doesn't happen. You can believe that if you wish, but it's not science. So if you're following the majority, the broad way leads to the pit. The narrow way leads to the kingdom of heaven. I think you ought to get on that. And you made a snide comment there about taking half the quote. Jonathan, I take that as an insult. I'd like you to show me where I don't give the quote and the reference and give the exact meaning. The books clearly teach the Earth began as a hot ball of rock. I showed you many quotes. Read it for yourself. The books clearly teach the whole universe, everything fit into a dot smaller than a period on a page. That's what they teach. And it is absolutely true. You cannot squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than a period. You're sure not going to squeeze the whole Pacific Ocean into the dot, or the whole Earth, or all the planets, or all the stars. There's a whole lot of stars out there, lots of them. So, and there is no fossil record, and there is no geologic column. Show it to me. You said old Seattle is under new Seattle. Well, yeah, they moved existing dirt and materials and bricks and stones in there. So the age of the bricks would all be the same age. If the whole Earth was created at the same time, whether it's 6,000 years ago or 6 trillion years ago, every speck of dirt would be the same age. If you move it on top of another, that doesn't change the age of it. It changes the age it was placed there. So is the geologic column only telling when it was placed, but the material is actually still the same age? Well, then all the carbon dating and potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208, lead 206, all of that's useless because all the material is the same age. They moved it around. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? Moving material in to build a new Seattle on top of the old Seattle does not make it a different age. The material is the same age. Jonathan, fatally flawed argument. I think you need to rethink one more time what you've been taught. Let's see. I'm not a flat earther. Okay. Let's see. I wanted to get to, in my 8 minutes here. Okay, 245. There. Macroevolution. The title of the debate is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Evolution, macroevolution is where you change from one kind of animal to another. Large-scale evolution. There is no evidence for this at all, ever. Macroevolution processes take place in populations and the genotypes, really. I don't think it takes place at all. The geneticists and biologists all accept evolution. Well, I don't care. They all accepted Adolf Hitler as leader of Germany, too. A bunch of Americans were dumb enough to vote for Biden. Can you believe that? Doesn't mean it's true. And as I mentioned, Jonathan, you are right. I accept the fact cows can jump. No question. I think with a little training, you get them to jump higher. Therefore, I accept the fact that cows, if you give them enough time, could jump over the moon. See, this is what macroevolution is. We see variations within the kind. We don't see it go beyond that. They've now got 339 breeds of dogs, from little bitty ones to great big ones, and they're always a dog. They've been trying to get bigger and bigger dogs like the Mastiff. Do you think they'll ever get a dog as big as an elephant? There are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. There are limits to these changes. Guys, don't stick your head in the sand. God said they will bring forth after their kind, and that's all that's ever happened. I got a bunch of examples. There we go, right here, right there at it. 260, Alt-DV, 260. I accept the fact that there are many different types of corn. There are 200 varieties of wheat. I accept that. Most have been cultivated by man. Most would not survive in the wild. Farmers have taken care of their wheat and selected the grains to get it to grow in sandy soil or muddy soil or hot climate or cold climate. This is what horticulture and farming is all about. There's 200 varieties of wheat that had a common ancestor called wheat. There are 400 varieties of potatoes. They might have had a common ancestor called a potato. 339 breeds of dogs might have had a common ancestor called a dog. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. It's clear, it's reasonable to believe there are limits to what we see. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. It's very reasonable to believe that. So Darwin wrote a book and called it Origin of Species. Nobody's ever given a solid definition of what a species is. They pick at the word kind. I'm not asking mine be taught. They're asking theirs be taught. Microevolution is variations within those kinds. Now that one happens. We see billions of examples of microevolution. But they take these examples of variations, like there are 60 varieties of ducks, okay? 64 varieties of herons, all right? I agree. It's 4,000 varieties of potatoes, okay? Does that prove potatoes and herons are related?
1 minute.
But they put them on the chart and draw lines between them, showing the potato and the whale have a common ancestor. And they make these trees of life, which are absolute insanity. I think it's evil to teach this to kids. It is not reasonable to think a human and a mosquito have a common ancestor. You can trust the experts if you want, Jonathan. You're going to regret that judgment day. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, for your 8-minute rebuttal. Time is flying by. Great debate so far. Thank you, Jonathan and Kent. We are now moving into the open discussion portion of the debate. The topic for tonight, again, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? So, guys, let's make sure we are focusing on the topic of the debate tonight. And as we always do, we like to make sure these discussions are cordial, respectful, and focusing on one topic at a time. So since Kent just ended with his rebuttal, Jonathan, I want to hand it over to you to kind of start us off in this discussion portion. And gentlemen, the floor is yours.
maybe I'd like to kind of talk about like the reasonable thing. Like I think it's reasonable to be consistent in your epistemology, right? And I feel like I trust the experts on everything else I don't understand. So and I don't understand why I don't fly off the earth because it's spinning really fast. So why do you think it's when I think about a young earther, it seems like they trust the scientists with everything else except that one thing. So that seems to be more unreasonable, don't you think?
What was the question? I don't follow you there.
So when I'm looking at all the beliefs I hold, I trust the experts with everything, even if I don't understand it. I don't understand how the earth spins 1,000 miles an hour and I don't feel it, don't fly off the earth. I don't understand much of that stuff to any level. I trust them with everything else, all the experts in every situation. But then, like when I was a young earther, I same thing. I trust all the experts on everything else except for that one thing. That seems to be more unreasonable than to just trust them blindly.
All right, if a fish is in a river and the fish is holding perfectly still, but the river is going 20 miles an hour, the fish doesn't feel the movement. The whole river is moving and he's just sitting there calmly going along, go with the flow. We are standing on a planet that has an atmosphere about 60 miles thick. As we spin, the atmosphere goes with us, so you don't feel it. We're right. Yes, we are spinning. I'm in Lenox, Alabama, 31 degrees above the equator. We're turning 886 miles an hour toward the east, but the air is going with us, so you don't feel it. It's very reasonable. Scientists understand this, have understood this for a long time. Gravity is attracted toward the middle. The air is held toward the middle. You don't fly off the earth. Gravity is holding you in. Centrifugal force of the spin of the earth is probably making you a hair lighter, not probably very measurable, but yes. But the gravity is holding me down a little over 200 pounds, a few pounds too many, but probably centrifugal force throwing me out. I could explain all that, but trust the experts. That's a dangerous thing. Dangerous attitude to have. Trust but verify might be smarter. If all the people said, hey, let's all go jump off this cliff. No. If everybody says, hey, let's all do something that is obviously anti-scripture, well, no, you're not going to do that. So you need to have a better standard, I think, Jonathan, than just the majority. I have a standard that doesn't change.
Yeah, and I agree with you that it is kind of scary because we could run into this like kind of Orwellian world where science takes over and just makes up stuff that we have to believe. But you and I both accept the experts on everything else, except you don't trust them or accept what they say about the age of the earth. And I know that you have reasons to do that, but that seems to be inconsistent, right? Because you don't understand, and I don't understand a lot of physics. I don't understand how spaceships work and how phones work. They're very complicated, but we trust them. And I don't understand how evolution works, and it doesn't make sense. It sounds crazy, but I just feels like I have to blindly trust them just for the sake of consistency. Don't you? Right?
Well, which experts? A bunch of experts vote Republican, a bunch of other experts vote Democrat, a bunch of other ones are independent. Which experts are you going to trust? I mean, you're going to trust the experts in a Muslim country where they say you got to pray toward the east or toward Mecca 3 times a day and put your head on the ground till you get a raisin head on there, a dot on your head. They're the experts. They tell the people, hey, you got to pray because, Muhammad was a prophet. That's what they tell them. So would you trust those experts? Which experts are you going to pick? I'll tell you what. Pick me. I'm an expert. The earth is 6,000 years old. God made it, and the Bible's true. How's that? Case closed. Go ahead.
Well, I just think there's scientific experts, and then there's people who are authorities on religions. But that seems like a totally different thing, like a theological authority as opposed to a scientific expert seems to be different.
Well, all through history, we have a lot of examples where science has been wrong. I'm trying to find it here. I've got too many slides here. They have, for years, they taught a big rock falls faster than a little rock. Aristotle, I believe, said that. Take a 10-pound rock and a 1-pound rock, the 10-pound rock falls faster. They taught that for 2,000 years. Galileo came along and said, wait a minute. I don't think so. I think they all fall the same speed. And he tested it, and sure enough, all rocks, all weights fall the same speed if you discount air resistance. So the experts were wrong. They used to teach if you're sick, all the doctors taught, if you're sick, take out your blood. You got bad blood. You'll get better if you take your blood out. That's how George Washington died. The experts were wrong. I love science. I'm not against science at all. I love the modern inventions we have, the microphones and the cell phones and the stuff like that. Ballpoint pen, boy, that's a great idea. So, but be careful about just committing to just, well, the experts say. You'll find a lot of scientists believe the earth is not billions of years old. A lot of them do. But in Russia, in communist countries, I bet in North Korea, you'll find everybody supports the communist government. All the experts say communism is good, because if you don't say that, you end up dead. So yeah, be careful with that. I think you got a really bad philosophy on life here, just to trust the experts. Trust but verify.
I understand it. I just think we don't really have another choice. But I would also say the people who believe the earth is flat say the same things. They're like, don't trust the experts because, and they'll bring up like, well, you know, what's his name? Newton said this thing, and then he was wrong because Einstein came and said that's not true, and it's all wrong because they're both wrong. You know, they'll do the same kind of thing. Science is wrong sometimes, therefore you can never trust it. But that, I mean, you would argue against that the same way I would, and I would just point out that their misunderstanding of science is wrong sometimes doesn't mean it's always wrong. It's the same kind of thing to me. Like they know, it seems like they know what they're talking about, even though it doesn't make sense, like on the ground level for people like, you know, me, I guess.
Well, there are many things. I don't think it's possible to have all the knowledge of every area in one person's brain. I don't understand all about computers. I use one every day. I think it's amazing what they've done with computers, but I'm no expert on that. I've got people on my staff. I call them. Hey, how do you make this work? You know, they come over and they hit the button and make it work. So some people are specialists in mechanics. They're good with cars. Okay, let them do their job. Some are good plumbers. Some are good electricians. I understand your point, but it's not just trust. When I have an electrician come here to do something, my dad was an electrical engineer. I've built 9 houses, well, more than that now. I love electrical work. I'm not the expert in it, but I'm, you know, 5th grade level compared to some the kindergarten level. But so I listen to their, you know, what they say, and okay, I want to understand. Sometimes you got to give up and say, I'm sorry, I trust you, just do it. Okay, I understand that sometimes that is all you can do. But to do that on this, which goes against what you've done, Jonathan, you've trusted some experts that you think are experts that have gone directly against what Jesus said, directly against what the Bible says. You have given up God's word because of some experts. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. You gave that up. The Bible says in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. You gave that up. In 10 Commandments, it says in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth and the sea and everything in them. Was God lying? Because what you've done, Jonathan, whether you realize it or not, you are calling God a liar. You're saying this book is not only inaccurate, it's lying. It says God made everything in 6 days. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned. You think, if evolution is true, lots of things died to bring man into the world. The Bible teaches man brought death into the world. Evolution says death brought man into the world. Evolution is a religion of suffering and death. If one animal evolves a little better than the rest of them got to die. They are the inferior species now. That's Adolf Hitler 101. I think you made a serious mistake.
Yeah, let me get in on this Bible thing. I love the Bible, and I would never want somebody to think that I'm trying to compromise on it or whatever. But I've just learned over the years that
I think Jonathan, I think you're trying to compromise. Go ahead.
You're probably right. I mean, I like to just cherry pick it or whatever. But I've just learned over the years that when I think, okay, the Bible might mean this or this or this or this, then an expert comes along who's devoted their life to reading the Bible and understanding it, that they'll say, well, no, it probably means this. And I'll go, oh, well, I never thought of that. Or, it just seems like there's even experts on the Bible that I'm just kind of beholden to. And I would rather trust the experts in the people that are that know what they're doing with their reading the Bible than than me try to guess or whatever. Because even when Jesus says, or whoever says, in the beginning God created, like in in the New Testament, the beginning was this or whatever, I bet you I could find a Bible scholar that you would that you would accept as somebody who loves God, that would have a different interpretation. Well, Jesus actually meant this other thing, and he's not trying to say that you need to take Genesis literally. It means something else, and it's kind of the same thing with that example I brought up earlier with the Martin Luther King speech. That's a very radical speech about injustice and suffering and racism, and to bring it down to a level of like, it just about your personal happiness or something, which never happens. But that seems to be the same thing. Jesus in the New Testament probably has some really radical thing, life altering, world crushing thing, and then it seems like, well, it actually just means like this lower thing of make sure that you believe that it literally was like this or this. Seems to be that kind of thing.
I don't know if that was a question in there or not, but Donnie, are we
no,
off
not
track?
really.
Are we off track here? We're supposed to be on quick Q&A.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to jump in here. So we talked about the experts, majority opinion. We talked about epistemology. We talked about what it means to be reasonable in terms of evidence. We got a wild, lively chat, and people. We've got a lot of questions actually for the Q&A portion, Jonathan. Of people simply asking you what is your favorite line of evidence for evolution, or even your best line of evidence for evolution. Why don't we exhaust the topic? Spend the last few minutes here in the discussion now, kind of focusing on a couple lines of evidence that we can engage, Jonathan. So maybe, I know it's tough to just pick one if you think there's a body of evidence, but maybe we'll just have you pick one or two.
Well, how about the column thing? Because I think that's an interesting one, right? So you think that there's no geologic column and that they're all the same age. And I get what you're saying. I've actually thought that same thing. I remember thinking that, like, where's all this material coming from? Like, is there like some giant hole over there and it's filling up? But I think it is the same thing as like a city, right? I mean, I get that you're saying that old Seattle's the same as new Seattle, but if you took a piece of metal from old Seattle and a piece of metal from new Seattle, wouldn't there be some method to determine this piece of metal was made earlier than the new piece of metal?
Well, there would be a difference of when the metal was formed, but the iron ore was the same age. If all the iron ore formed at the same time,
right? But that's what they're doing, right? They're saying
right.
these layers of earth was a ancient forest, and it was created, earlier than that.
If I said this coffee cup was made 4 years ago, and I get another coffee cup that's made 500 years ago, okay, they're both made of clay. The clay was all made at the same time. It was fashioned into a cup at a different time, and New Seattle was fashioned at a different time than Old Seattle, but the material they built from has to all be the same age. How can the layers not be the same age? Is the top layer coming from outer space? Where's it coming from?
In the way that you're phrasing it, like, of course, it's like all the same age, like whether it's 6,000 or 6 billion, right? But there seems like there's ways to tell this old Seattle thing was made this long ago and this new Seattle was made this long ago. So isn't there ways to tell this old forest was made this long ago and this newer forest up here was made this long ago, right? Aren't there ways to tell when they were made, as opposed to like the fundamental particles were created, like, by God or whatever?
Well, that's my point. Yes, we can tell they were made at different times, but the particles are all the same age. The geologic column is teaching the kids that the particles of dirt are all different ages.
I don't think that's what they're saying. They're just saying that this layer, is filled with these, like, it's like ancient forests and ancient, shallow oceans. Everything dies and falls to the bottom and creates layers of stuff. And they could tell, well, all these stuff died around this time ago, right? And then stuff died on top of it. And there's ways to tell how old they are, not like when they were first created, but like when they died, or it's different than like when they were created. It's like the Seattle thing. They can tell that old Jerusalem was this old because it was these adobe bricks were made longer ago than these adobe bricks, not because they're like particles are different. ages on a geological cosmic timescale, but when they were made, right?
No, see, they're missing the whole point. The geologic column is telling the kids the material is different ages. If I took a bunch of cards, spread them out across the table, and then stacked them all up in a stack, is the top card younger, or was it placed on the stack last? Well, yeah, it was placed on the stack last, but they're all the same age. And if you take dirt and move it from here to here on top of this one, it's still the same dirt, it's still the same age. My point is, the geologic column does not exist like they teach it in the textbook. And they'll admit it once in a while. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. They made up the whole thing. It's baloney. So as far as testing them, the way they tell the age of those layers is by the fossils they find in them. And the way they tell the age of the fossils is by which layer it came from. Complete circular reasoning. I covered that last night on my Whack an Atheist program on Dinosaur Adventureland YouTube channel.
So, but I mean, so again, let me go back to the Seattle thing. Like,
Sure.
Isn't there a way to tell that they're different ages? So whatever method they used to tell that old Seattle is different than new Seattle and old Jerusalem is different than new Jerusalem is the same methods they can use to determine the bottom layer of some whatever geological stuff is older than the next one up.
You're still not getting it. This coffee cup, let's make a number up and say it was made 4 years ago, okay? I could go to an antique store and find some pottery made 200 years ago. I agree, this was made after that one was made. But the clay, both made from clay, came out of the dirt, and the clay would all have to have formed either at the Big Bang, when they say, or when the earth cooled down. The clay would all be the same age. It was fashioned into a coffee cup at a different time, and New Seattle was fashioned into New Seattle after, so was New Jerusalem after Old Jerusalem. But the material is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion.
Okay, but is there a way to date Old Jerusalem and have it come out older than New Jerusalem?
Yes, you would find out the city was built out of the material. It was fashioned in, there's probably a way to tell that this pottery was put into this form after the other one was.
So if you take that method and apply it to the earth sediments, it would do the same thing. This layer's older than this one, right?
No.
But you just admitted that the old Jerusalem's older than the new Jerusalem. Like there's ways to tell that, so why can't they just use that same method?
They're telling when it was fashioned. They might have used a different method of firing the pottery 4 years ago than they did 200 years ago. Maybe they've improved the methods of creating pottery. Maybe they've improved the methods of building cities where they now have different tensile strength in the steel or something. And you could look at the steel and say the hardness of this steel compared to the old Seattle. But the steel is the same age. It's when it was fashioned. I don't know how you're not getting it.
No, I get it. It's the same. Like the atoms are like the same age, right? I get it. But they were fashioned. They were made at different times. Just like at the bottom, at a different geological column. This forest was made before this forest.
But when they carbon date things, they're testing the atoms. So they should all give the same number.
But are they testing the atoms, or are they doing like the same kind of thing as like when they date old Seattle or new Seattle and Jerusalem and stuff like that?
Well, on my video number 7, question answer in my seminar series, you can get the whole thing for $50. I go a lot through carbon dating. I'm going to redo that in the next couple of days on my YouTube channel, Dinosaur Adventureland. And yes, we'll be talking about carbon dating. But the geologic column does not exist, and they date it's circular reasoning. They date the fossils by the layers and the layers by the fossils. And they admit it, circular reasoning. I've got a bunch of quotes on that if you want to see it, but I covered that last night in my Whack an Atheist program I did. So I think we need to go to another question, Donnie, unless you got beating this dead horse here.
Yeah, let me jump in. So, Jonathan, now we've kind of discussed the geological column. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Maybe one final kind of line of evidence that you might think is convincing. Jonathan, let's say there's someone on the fence, and you were trying to convince them of, say, universal common ancestry, right? All plants and animals related through common ancestry. What line of evidence would you point to, right? Would it be homology, transitional forms, nested hierarchies? You know, let's choose one and then engage that one further.
I mean, I literally would just say the same thing. Like, I trust the experts just like we all trust the experts, and we don't want to like nitpick. I trust them on everything else except this one thing, just like the flat earthers do that. And I don't think we would agree with that, but maybe we don't want to talk about that. What about this? I would say I have chickens, and I was processing them, murdering them the other day, and I noticed that, one of, like, they have fingers right in their wings, and one of them has like a little claw that you don't see. Maybe I point to that. That's interesting. Aaron Raw over there, he's got emus. And if you look under their little feathers, they got little tiny, little gross, little, hands under there, little chicken wings. Like, it seems like, and then you go to the zoo and you watch an emu and you hear the sound they make, it'd be like something that you'd think is a dinosaur. They got dinosaur legs. It just, I don't know. There's something about it. I think they might be onto something like that.
We have emus also. We had 3 of them. One was kind of unfriendly, so he ended up on Thanksgiving dinner table. So now we have 2.
Did you really eat that thing?
I did not eat it yet. I would, yeah. And they have little tiny wings. You're right. They're pretty useless. That would be, but even if they used to be a functional wing, which is unlikely, that would be losing something, not gaining something. That is the exact opposite of what evolution needs. You got to gain a whole bunch of stuff to have a wing that would fly. So the fact that the emu wing has little claws on it, maybe they use them for something. I don't know. A lot of animals have little claws they use, like the snakes. Snakes have little claws that they use for mating. They can't talk and say, "Scoot over, honey." So they use the little claws to move each other around. So that's got nothing to do with walking on land, though. So I think even if we don't fully understand what the purpose of something is, there's things on my car. There's buttons on the car. I don't know what they're for. I don't need to know all of them. I got enough. I can start the car and drive it. Okay, that's plenty.
With the emu thing, like, when you say, okay, what's the evidence for evolution? Well, it has to change things. But then when we look at, like, oh, well, maybe the ancient ancestor of emu was something like a raptor that had long arms, right? Like a whatever, velociraptor, and then those arms got shrinkier and shrinkier and shrinkier. That seems to be pretty good. I mean, evolution can lose things and gain things and change things. It doesn't have to always be like a gain, right? I mean,
but see,
like
that's imagination. We've never seen that happen. Science deals with what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We've never seen an emu produce a non-emu. If you want to imagine that a raptor turned into an emu, that's fine, but now you've gone into imagination and you left science way behind. The topic of the debate is there reasonable evidence for evolution? What on earth was the evidence presented to you to make you leave being a Calvary Chapel pastor and become an atheist or an evolutionist? What was the evidence they gave you?
I'm not an atheist, and I don't like these titles or whatever. I just want to have it all, right? I want to accept all the science and be consistent with my blind trust in the experts, and have the title of other things. Like, I want to be a Christian. I want to follow Jesus. I want to know the way of Jesus and experience all that life has. But I mean, the evidence was just a long string of things, like that maybe the Bible has more. It's not about a literal thing. It's bigger than that. It's better and stronger. And so it's kind of a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing.
I guess I took on your logo the A in faith. It looks like the same A the atheists use all the time. So I thought.
Oh no, that's an anarchy thing. I'm kind of an anarchist. I don't even know what anarchy means, but I think it's kind of edgy or whatever.
Okay. All the evidence I've ever seen presented for evolution has been proven wrong. They taught back in the 1830s or 40s that the baby growing in the mother has gill slits. They're still teaching this. That was proven wrong in 1874. Embryological evidence for evolution, Aaron Nelson, Leon or whatever his name is, Leroy, Aaron Nelson, he's still using it. Proven wrong in 1874. Those are not gill slits, but they still teach it. This is evidence that they present to the kids that causes them to believe this dumb theory, and it's wrong. It's a lie. Satan is a liar. He lied to Eve and Adam. He lied to Cain and Abel. He lied all through history, and he's lying about the gill slits on the embryo. So I'd like to know, what evidence did they show you? Is there any reasonable evidence to make you believe that the raptor turned to a chicken, or that you are related to a mosquito? Well, let me start there. Do you believe, given billions of years, you are related to a mosquito?
I just believe what the experts tell me blindly. But let me also answer the question that I wish you would have asked. So the thing with the analogy you just made with the gill slits or whatever. I mean, if a flat earther came up to you and said, Newton said gravity was like this, and then Einstein and said, well, it's not really like that, it's like this other thing, what would you tell them? Is gravity wrong, or did they just refine the theory a little bit?
Well, science deals with things we can observe, study, and test, and it's always wise to question that. I bet the people who make candles couldn't even think about electric lights. Well, it'd put them out of business, wouldn't it? And the atheists like their atheism, and they like evolution theory because it gets rid of God's word. It gets rid of the 10 Commandments. They'll say, you know, thou shalt not commit adultery. Well, maybe they like to commit adultery, so they'll say, oh, the book's not true. Maybe they rejected this book for other reasons, which is what the Bible says they're going to do at the end of time, because they love their sin. Men love darkness rather than light because their deeds are evil. I don't think there's any scientific evidence that any animal has ever produced a different kind of animal. I've been looking for it for years. I've asked atheists all over the place, where's the evidence of any animal changing?
Hold on a second. Can if a flat earther came up to you and said, Newton said that gravity was like this, and then Einstein came along and said, no, that's not really right, it's like this, and then the flat earthers would say, therefore gravity is wrong, right? What would you tell them?
Well, I'd say let's test it. Let's go outside and drop you off a cliff and see if you fall.
But you wouldn't agree with them that just because science changed a little bit and somebody came along and like modified it, that it's all wrong, right? I mean, science changes all the time, but
Sure.
you would not agree with the flat earther that because Einstein changed things a little bit, that it means it's wrong. It just means that's just how science worked, right?
Well, science works. You discover new things like, wow, that's pretty cool. And I think I'm all in favor of it. Somebody might come up with a new way of making coffee cups. Well, great, yay. Right after World War II, or right about there, they invented plastic. Whoa, who'd have thunk it? You can take oil products and turn them into plastic and use it to hold water. I think it's a great idea. I use it all the time. So I'm in favor of science, but there is no evidence that any animal has ever produced a different kind of animal. They believe it very strongly, but it's not science.
But before you move on, it seems like the thing with the flat earthers with Newton and Einstein is the same as like the embryo thing. Like they're not gill slits, right? They're gill, or they called them something else now, right? I mean, just because they called it one thing earlier and then they kind of modified it, they're like, well, they're not really gill slits, but in fish those things turn into gills, and in humans they turn into your neck or whatever. Just because they changed it a little bit doesn't mean they're like always wrong, right? Just with like the Einstein and Newton thing, it just means that it changes and gets better. Don't you think that that's like the same thing?
I have never said science is always wrong. I love science. But when they are wrong, they should admit it. They're wrong. These are never gill slits. They're little folds of skin that develop into bones in the ear and glands in the throat. I'll show you. There it is right there, an actual photograph of a baby growing inside the mother. They never have anything to do with breathing. Why are they still teaching this, that they're gills? They're not gills. They're nothing like gills. I got folds of skin right here in my elbow when I fold my arm. I can't breathe through them. The skin wrinkles up. Oh, so what? Wrinkles up a little more than it used to 20 years ago, too. But we definitely do have the same basic structures. They're saying, Ben Wagner, I debated him, said he's still teaching. He teaches biology in Arkansas at college, an accredited university, and he's still teaching the baby has gill slits. Professor Dave is still teaching it. I told him, Dave, this was proven wrong in 1874. Stop. But this is the justification for abortion. They like the idea, let's eliminate babies that we don't want. They commit adultery or commit fornication, get pregnant. Well, let's kill the evidence. Well, why don't you kill the fornicator instead? Let the baby live. So they keep it in the textbooks. That's the only way to justify abortion, because some idiots would like to reduce the human population to 500 million.
What? Wait, I don't know how you went from the gill slits thing to abortion. That's
why
how'd you do that?
Keep it in the books. They want the mother to believe, oh, you're not killing a human, you're killing a fish.
Oh, okay. Well, I agree with you that it's like a dehumanizing thing, right? They say it's not a human, it's a fetus, right? It's like you dehumanize something before you can kill it. I agree with you on that, but I don't think they've got some like evil intentions behind the thing. I mean, they're just doing their jobs, don't you think?
Okay, let me jump in here. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ken.
No. I'm ready for the next question. We're beating around the bush here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Jonathan, we can either jump into closing statements now, as we do have a ton of great audience questions, unless you wanted to ask one final question in favor of, I guess your affirmative tonight. One final line of evidence you wanted to engage for the last minute or two, but it's up to you.
Yeah, let me ask one more thing. Okay, the cows jumping over the moon thing, again, it's just a brilliant analogy, and I think that it's really clever. But I don't see how it's any different than if the flat earther said gravity can hold down all the vast oceans, but then a little blade of grass and a flower and a butterfly, it doesn't crush them to the ground with this massive force, right? Like they're portraying it in this crazy light to make their point sound provocative, but they're obviously wrong with yours. And it seems to me like yours is kind of the same kind of thing. It's portraying it like, make it sound like crazy mouth, right? Cows can jump over they can jump, but they can't jump over the moon, right? Gravity can hold down the vast oceans, but it can't hold a tiny flower, therefore it's not real. How are those seem to be the same? How are those different?
I have been resisting gravity all my life. Sometimes it gets harder to get up in the morning. You want to just lay there. And gravity, I learned about gravity early in life. You fall off something and hit the ground and it hurts. And oh, wow, gravity. So the flat earthers, why you keep equating it to that, I don't understand. I'm not a flat earther, never have been, never will be, okay? The earth is round and it spins. But I want to get off on that, how flowers grow against gravity. I can go up against gravity and stand out here, watch this. Went against gravity right there. But see what they're doing, they're taking examples of variation. You said earlier, your kids are different than you. I agree, so are mine. But they're still human. They're still the same kind. So they take examples of the different varieties of humans. We got black ones and white ones and yellow ones and, different color skin colors and tall ones and short ones and curly hair and straight hair and blue eyes and brown eyes. And okay, there's a lot of varieties of humans out there, a lot of them. But
I'm not talking about the variety thing. I'm talking about like the analogy itself.
Okay, that's why.
The analogy of gravity can hold down the oceans, but it can't pull down flowers. Would you agree that's a bad analogy? You probably would, right? And I'm saying your analogy is equally as kind of deceptive in a way. Just because you can construct an analogy that kind of works on like a kind of like a intuitional way doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean gravity's wrong. It doesn't mean evolution's wrong. It just means it's not intuitive, right?
Well, I would not equate evolution with gravity. Gravity's been well tested. We can observe it. We can study it. We can test it. You can go drop something off and time it. Do that with show me an animal producing a different kind of animal. They got lines on the chart. So right here, humans are connected to monkeys on this chart. Where's the evidence of any monkey ever producing a non-monkey baby? There's none. This is all imagination. This is different than me going out and dropping a rock and testing it. I can see gravity. The science is what we observe. Where's the scientific evidence that humans and monkeys are related? Why would anybody believe that?
You really should watch some flat Earth debates. I mean, because they would say, I know you're not. I'm not really either. I got to stop. But they would say the same thing. They would say, well, you drop a rock. We don't know that that's gravity. That could be buoyancy. That could be density. They just deny all of it because it doesn't fit their thing. And then they come up with analogies. But you would agree with me that their analogies are false and they're not exempling their thing, the scientific evidence correctly. They're making it sound crazy. And I'm saying that what your analogies just seem to be the same thing. They're portraying it in a crazy light to make it sound crazy. But just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it is crazy. It just means it's crazy.
I understand. Now, the cow jumping over the moon is an example. We could train cows to jump higher if we worked them out, get them a coach and get them in the gym, lifting weights or whatever cows do. I don't know. But we could get them to jump higher. But we could not get one to jump over the moon. Okay. Farmers have been getting varieties of potatoes. They'll never get one as big as New York City, and they'll never turn it into an airplane or a whale. The charts, though, show potatoes and whales having a common ancestor. That's where the analogy is dead on. It doesn't matter how many farmers, all the farmers in the history of the world that have planted corn always got corn. No exceptions. You might get big corn or little corn, but you're going to get corn. And humans, when they make babies, always make humans. No exceptions. None. But they got the chart right here in the textbook showing humans and monkeys related. That's not science. That's a religious belief. That's SpongeBob imagination. So my analogy is good about the cow. Yes, you can get cows to jump higher, but you're going to be limited. Someday you'll reach a limit. And I bet it's probably less than 10 feet. Certainly not going to get one to jump to the moon. And you can get humans that make big babies and little babies and, yeah, there's a variety of humans and a variety of potatoes and a variety of corn and a variety of dogs, but they're limited to exactly what God said would happen. They bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. And science is what we can see and observe and test and study. I could do it. We've done it here many times. We crossbreed our chickens. They make baby chickens without exception. And our chickens show no interest whatsoever in mating with the pine trees. None. But the textbooks show the pine tree and the chicken related. I think that's stupid.
I think it sounds just as crazy, but I think it also, if I said to you, the earth, if you go out there and look, it looks flat and I don't feel like I'm moving, right?
Okay,
that seems to be the same thing. Like, it sounds crazy that we're all related to dirt and rocks, but just because it's crazy and intuitive doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that it's complicated.
Well, yeah, I don't know why you're stuck on the flat earth thing. I bet an ant on a 20-foot beach ball it looks flat to an ant on a beach ball, but it's not. Okay.
And I agree with you, but I did that. The flat earth thing, it seems to be the same as the young earth thing.
That's where you're wrong. How about if I said flat earth is the same as evolution? How's that?
Well, yeah, but the consensus of the experts don't agree with the flat or the thing, right? But you accept the round earth from the experts, but you don't accept the old earth from the experts. And it seems to be like, because
I already told you, Jonathan, I'm the expert. It's young.
Okay, I'll submit.
Okay, let's Ken, if you wanted a quick final word in terms of the discussion, then we're going to go into some.
How about this one, Jonathan? Here's the expert. God said he made it in 6 days, all of it. Heaven and earth, stars, everything. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6. Bible says Eve is the mother of all living. I believe that. There's the expert. I think the expert is right there. God created the heaven and the earth. Hebrews. In the beginning, God made the heaven and the earth. Jesus made all things made by him. Jesus created all things in heaven and earth, Colossians chapter 1. There's the expert right there. And you are calling him a liar. I think you will regret that one day. I would encourage you to rethink it. Go ahead.
All right, let's end it there. Jonathan, there may be a couple things you want to respond to in terms of those points, but what we'll do is have concluding statements. So we'll have 5 minutes where both debaters, Jonathan and Kent, you guys can kind of wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points, and address anything that you feel might have been left hanging. So Jonathan, let's hand it over to you. You have 5 minutes of uninterrupted time for your concluding statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ken, for taking the time. I appreciate it, and I've had a grand old time, and I love being here. I mean, with the Bible, I love it so much, but I think it's dangerous for me to try to speculate on what it means, and I just keep going back to when I hear the experts talk about it. It helps me. And again, I do that with everything else. Like, I'm an electrician and I don't try to do plumbing. I go and ask the plumbers, or I let them do it. Right. I don't try to do things by myself. And like N.T. Wright, he's a New Testament scholar. He says the same kind of thing. Like, we can all drive cars, but when it breaks down, we go to the experts, right? We can all read the Bible, but it's kind of dangerous because we can kind of get the thing like, okay, we got to love neighbor, love God. But then when it gets down to the nitty gritty of it, we have to go to the experts and let them help us. Let wise, godly people tell us what these things mean. and not try to just make it up, because it seems to be incredibly dangerous. I mean, that's what cults have been doing for thousands of years, right? They'll take, like I saw that show that happened recently, Midnight Mass. They took the Bible and made it sound like the Eucharist has something to do with vampires. Like we're eating God's flesh and drinking his blood, and it all made sense. They picked and chose. This is what we like to do. We like to take the Bible and make it say whatever we want. But I want to let the experts do their thing and help us and use our God-given wisdom and rationality and things like this. So when the experts are telling me and saying these things are not literal things, these are old, ancient, beautiful sagas and parables, and we love parables in the Bible. And why can't Genesis be just another gorgeous, beautiful, fantastically powerful parable? It doesn't have to be a literal thing. We can just go with the parable thing. And I think that that's actually better. It actually makes, it's going to help. It's helped me see my place in the world. It's brought me life, and it's brought me, closer to godliness, I think. And it has a more of an impact on the world instead of us looking like we're attacking science. I think if Christianity just let the experts do their thing and we focused on justice, mercy, important things like that, not letting the experts do that stuff, and we'll just focus on this and not making the Bible say what we want it to say, but letting the wise academics help us to understand it. Because when we bring our own preconceived notions to it, a scientific whatever, I think we're just doing violence to the Bible. We got to get back into for the first century, Near East thing. I think that we're going to find that that's much more helpful, much more beautiful, much more potent, and it's going to allow us to be more effective for the gospel, more effective for this image-bearing journey that God wants to use through us, his creatures, his dirt, life-breathed creations. The end.
All right, I appreciate that concluding statement there, Jonathan. Now we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you also have a concluding statement. You've got 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Jonathan, if I found a fly in my water, I would pick out the fly. I'm not against water because I picked the fly out. I'm against flies in my water, okay? I'm not against science, but when scientists teach something that's wrong, I pick that out and I swallow the rest. I love science. I taught it 15 years. I'll debate any scientist you know. There is no evidence of any animal or plant ever producing offspring other than its kind. But to draw lines on paper in the charts that they use in school, I think is criminal. I think they should be fired for claiming that they are related to a mosquito. The expert said, he answered and said to them, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Jesus said the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. And sure enough, if you add up the dates in the Bible, that's what you're going to get. Do you believe that? Same thing in Mark 10:6. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. Do you believe that, Jonathan? I believe that. He's the expert. Jesus said the beginning was when he made Adam and Eve. He's the one who did it. Who else would know better? Bible says by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. Did God make a world with death and suffering? Like evolution says, they leave God out, but they say the world's always had death and suffering. The strongest survive. The lion eats the baby zebra and loves it. The baby zebra don't love it, but the lion loves it. That's not what God made. God made a perfect world, and man has wrecked it. It's our sin that destroyed it. The Bible says sin brought death into the world. That's what the expert said. I believe that. The Bible says by man came death. In Adam all die. The reason there's death and suffering on this planet is because of man's sin. God's going to fix it one day. The Bible says nothing died until man sinned. I believe that. In the 10 Commandments, God wrote on a rock with his finger, in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. You don't need any experts to help you understand that, I hope. It says he made everything in 6 days. He said it again in Exodus 31. It's a sign between me and the children of Israel. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. It's not a parable. It didn't need to be interpreted. He said it a bunch of times. In 6 days, in 6 days, in 6 days. I mean, it couldn't. And the Bible says Adam was the first man. You don't need any help interpreting that. I believe that. Do you believe that? Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. Do you think she's the mother of all the living people on the planet? The Spirit said in the last days, in the latter times, some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to experts. That's what you've done, Jonathan. You gave up the truth and swallowed a lie. If there's a fly in the water, pick the fly out. The rest of the water might be fine. If there's science has got something wrong, and this is what the science is supposed to do. They're all been doing something one way, and somebody says, hey, why don't we build an internal combustion engine instead of hook a horse on the front? Oh, good idea. But if it'd gone by peer review, everybody would say, oh, no, you only got to have a horse on the front of your wagon. No, it won't work any other way. That's what peer reviewed would have done, would have kept us in a horse and buggy. I like new ideas. I think all the experts used to teach, hey, the Bible's true. Teach it in schools. Pray in school, kids. I prayed in school when I was in public school as a kid. What happened? The experts change all the time. You can't go by that. I'm sorry that you fell for that, and I'm sorry they caused you to doubt your faith, but Jesus was right. The creation of Adam was the beginning. Nothing died till Adam sinned. You add up the dates that are right there in Genesis 5. Get one of my charts here. Bible says Adam lived to be 900 years old, 930. I believe that. There's a lot of evidence that man used to live a lot longer. And before the flood came, the people are living to be in the 900s. After the flood, it dropped off to 400, 200, 100. That's what the Bible says. I believe that. And so I think Jesus, the expert who did it, said Adam and Eve was the beginning. Nothing died till he sinned. Expert said God wrote on a rock with his finger, in 6 days, I made heaven and earth. I believe that. I think the Bible says in 2 Peter, at the end of time, scoffers would be ignorant of the creation and the flood. The flood, the shuffling up of the continents and the moving around of all that water, that's what made all those layers. You can put mud in a jar and put water and shake it up, and it'll settle into layers in 30 seconds. The flood made those layers, not millions of years. They're all the same age. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting those layers. How on earth can you get a petrified tree connecting all the layers if they're different ages? Dead trees only stand around, 4 or 5 years, not millions. Watch my video number 4, Lies in the Textbooks, where I cover holes and show the pictures of the polystrata fossils. I don't have them ready here tonight, but anyway, thank you so much. We need questions from the audience now. But Jonathan, I'd like to see you get back serving the right Lord and reading the right Bible and get back to being a Calvary Chapel. Well, if you keep reading your Bible, you can be a Baptist pastor. Then you get it to the top. But Calvary Chapel is pretty good. Okay, they're close.
All right, I appreciate the concluding statement, Kent, and also Jonathan. You guys made for a fantastic debate, very entertaining, engaging, and we've had a great chat the entire time. So over 230 people enjoying this epic debate. And let's get into some questions. Let's get into some audience questions. And as we always do on this channel, we've got a nice mix of questions for both Jonathan and Dr. Dino. Whoever the question is for, let's give them the last word in order that we can move along smoothly. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning and just go in order. Just go in order for the most part, unless there's some questions here that are not really relevant to the topic. So this first one comes in from Chris Peacock, and the question is for Dr. Dino. So he asks, if everyone was vegetarian before the flood, why was Abel a shepherd?
Who's that for?
It looks like it's for you, Kent. Everyone was a vegetarian before the flood.
Well, the Bible clearly teaches in Genesis chapter 1 that everything was vegetarian, that God gave them the plants and fruit and vegetables to eat. It wasn't until after the flood, Genesis 9, when animals became afraid of man and meat began, and God said to Noah, it's okay to eat meat, but don't eat the blood. Okay, that was in Genesis chapter 9. But there's a lot of reasons to raise sheep. You raise sheep for milk. You raise sheep for their wool, to make clothes and make tents and make practical things out of them. Doesn't mean you have to eat them. So I guess I don't understand the dilemma the person's having there.
All right, I appreciate the response there, Kent. Jonathan, did you have anything to add, or did you want to move on to your question?
I would like to add something pretty quickly. I just read a really a nice article. It was the best article I've ever heard on that Cain and Abel story, and it's on radicaldiscipleship.net. Those are some of my friends that do this thing, and it's this beautiful thing about how Abel is like a shepherd, and it's and Cain is the other thing, right? And Abel represents the poor and the shepherds that are on the fringes of town, and Cain represents the city dwellers and the empire and things like this. And you know, there's great quotes in this about I'm more than ever of the opinion that a decent human existence is possible today only on the fringes of society, where they run the risk of starving or being stoned to death. In these circumstances, a sense of humor is a great help. That's a bad quote from this article, but it's just kind of the point of like, there's really awesome radical interpretations of these things other than the literal ones. And I want to take the most radical interpretation possible.
Thank you for the response, Jonathan. Kent, question was for you. You get the last word.
No, you can go on to the next one.
Okay, I appreciate it. So this one comes in from Cover to Cover Book Reviews. This one's for you, Jonathan. He asks, since you don't understand the so-called science of evolution, would you say it is your religious belief?
I saw this one come through the chat, and I don't know what to say. This kind of conversation that we like to have on these debates about whose beliefs are religious or whatever. I don't know what to say. I mean, I would gladly take the title of just like, I blindly follow the experts, because I think we all do. And if you want to call that religious, I mean, that's fine, but I don't think it's completely accurate. But all of us blindly accept the experts on everything else. And it's the flat earthers that don't accept them on that one thing. And then it's the young earthers that don't accept them on the other thing. So that seems to be inconsistent. So that's why I just blindly follow them, because I don't think there's another choice other than me making something up, but I'm very liable to be wrong. So if that's religious, then I'll take it.
All right. I appreciate that response there, Jonathan. Dr. Hovind, anything you wanted to add to that one?
Well, yes, science means knowledge. What do we know? That comes from the Latin word "seer," to know. What do we know? We know cows produce cows. We know that. We can see it happen. We do not know cows are related to mosquitoes. We don't know that. You may believe that if you want. So I love science. I'm not against it. It's a fact. There are layers to the earth. Everybody can see them. Sedimentary layers laid down by water. I agree. There are two interpretations of that. One of them's wrong. Maybe both are wrong, but certainly one's wrong. Evolutionists, though, want to erase that line and make their interpretation part of the fact. And evolution is not science. Evolution should not be included in science. It's the fly in the water that needs to be picked out so kids can drink the pure water.
All right. I appreciate the response. Kent, Jonathan, question was for you. You get the last word.
Again, with this, like, you know, we never see evolution or like ducks produce whatever. It seems to be the same thing as like, of course, that makes sense on an intuition, but the same thing with, I don't feel like I'm moving 1,000 miles an hour. I don't feel like the Earth is going around the universe a bazillion miles an hour. I don't feel like we're a spinning ball flowing through a vacuum of space. You know, just because it doesn't make sense intuitionally doesn't mean that the scientists are wrong or it's some big conspiracy. It just means it's complicated and that, you know, things are more hard to understand than we'd like to think.
Okay, thank you for both your responses on that one. So this one comes in from Jackson Rowe, your best buddy here, Kent. So he has a question for you, and he says, I got it up on screen. He says, so there's nowhere the Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, etc. exist anywhere on planet Earth.
Absolutely correct, Jackson. You are getting it. You're finally understanding. There's no such thing as a Cambrian era or Jurassic or Triassic or Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian. It doesn't exist anywhere on Earth except in the textbooks. This guy said in the Scopes monkey trial back in 1920s, the lowest layers are obviously the oldest. No, they're not. If the older layers are at the bottom and the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Outer space? The whole geologic column is a lie. It doesn't exist anywhere. It's all made up. You spent a bunch of time and energy learning a bunch of hard names, and it's useless information. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And over to you, Jonathan, for your response.
If like, okay, old Seattle, new Seattle. If the scientists said we've dated old Seattle this date and new Seattle this date, Kent would be very happy to accept that. We've dated old Jerusalem this date and new Jerusalem this date. But then when they take those same methods and apply it to the different layers, then all of a sudden we have a problem. I just don't understand. I feel like they know what they're doing, and I'm not prepared to challenge the scientists on their methods because I accept them everywhere else.
All right, Kent, you get the final word. It was your question.
Jackson, if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? How can the layers be different ages? Explain that, Jackson. Next time we have a debate, I want to hear that answer. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it, Kent. Next question comes in the form of a super chat from Virum Argumentum, $20 super chat. I appreciate the support. This one's for you, Jonathan. So he asks, doesn't Word of the Wild know that the Flat Earth Society is not a religious group and that many of them are atheists and agnostics? And he ends his question by saying they even had a president, Daniel Shenton, who was an agnostic evolutionist. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's disturbing. It was disturbing to me that it still is. It should be disturbing to all of us listening that most of the young earthers are all theists and they think that the earth is flat and it's in a dome because Genesis says this. And I mean, I don't know. Is it a religious group? Well, of course. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that even matters, but they're most of them are theists. If you listen to any debate with the flat earther, they're pretty much all theists, and they agree with everything that pretty much that Mr. Hovind says and other young earthers. But I think that if you just had to, take another step and understand the methods that they're using, the epistemology that they're using to overthrow gravity and all the other sciences, you might see similarities with a young earth epistemology. They seem to me to be the exact same thing.
All right. Thank you for the response. Dr. Hovind, anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, I think two fleas might be arguing on top of the dog. Do dogs really exist? Because they're just so little and he's so big, they can't understand it. And I think we're so tiny compared to the size of the earth, and it looks flat from time. But there's all kinds of ways to prove it's wrong. I don't want to get into that. I haven't tried to trap me in. I'm busy with the creation evolution topic. That's all I can handle. I think the flat earth is dumb. It's not true. Okay, the earth is a ball. It's round. And I love science, and I'm glad to explain it to you if you'd like. But I think that whole thing is dumb, and I think evolution is just as dumb. It doesn't happen. They believe it. It's a religion. They believe dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. I would bet Jackson Rowe believes he's related to a mosquito. I think Professor Dave does. I think that you're welcome to believe that. My point is, it's not science. It's not science. So it ought to be excluded. Pick the fly out of the water. It doesn't belong there. I'm not against science. I'm against flies in my water. I'm against lies in my science textbook. That's all.
I appreciate it, Kent. And Jonathan, quick final word.
I mean, again, like Kent and I would both team up against the flat earth, but the same arguments that Kent and I would use against a flat earther would be the same arguments that I would use against young earth. They seem to be the same thing. And I just think it's, Kent says it's not science. The flat earthers don't think it's science either. And if they came to you or to you, Donnie, and said, gravity isn't science, you would think that it is, and the same reasons that you would give why gravity is science is the same reason why evolution is science.
All right, I appreciate it. Next question comes in from SpongeBob Imagination, and he's got a question for you, Jonathan. He asks, do you accept the resurrection of Jesus, even though experts say that resurrections are impossible?
I'm just forced to, just for the sake of consistency. And I mean, the whole like, Jesus seminar thing. I mean, they've got really good ways of going about this. I mean, maybe the resurrection means something else. It means something bigger. It means something like, Jesus' the way of Jesus will continue on and affect in the world, and it's alive through us. I mean, that sounds like really lame and stuff, but I mean, I just don't. I feel like I'm just completely at odds with the experts, and I've just got to submit blindly to them, just like we all do in every other thing. So I'm not going to venture out and pretend to be an expert in something that I'm not. I feel like it'd be inconsistent.
All right, thank you for the response. And over to you, Dr. Dino, if you had anything you wanted to add.
Well, my understanding is that X is a has-been and a spurt is a drip under pressure. I think if that's what you're following, you're mistaken. So, Jonathan, if I understand your response, you do not believe Jesus rose from the dead. Is that your response?
Well, again, I would probably take like the kind of the cop-out way and say yes, but not in a literal way, in some other way, and some expert could probably explain what that means, right? I just don't know what to say. So yes, but also not in the same way you would think, probably. I know it's lame, but what do you want me to do? I'm lost here.
All right, guys, you guys are keeping this fun. So we still got over 250 people in the chat, but time is flying by. I want to respect the time of the debaters for tonight. So we're going to start winding it down with maybe one or two final questions here. We had a ton of questions come in. So this one comes in from World Tanks. He says, at Standing for Truth, question for Jonathan. How exactly do the layers, in brackets, he puts the geological column, form? What happens that there comes a new layer?
It's really confusing. Okay, I get it, and I've thought the same thing that Kent says. Like, aren't they all the same age? And if I shuffle a card, they're all the same age. But again, like, it's kind of like we just got to think really big. Like, you know, I saw this video a while ago about like these layers of chalk that we find. We're all like creatures at some point. Like, they're called like chalkophores or something. I don't get it. But there's a bazillion million of them that were alive for 1,000 trillion years, and they all fell down to the ocean over a bazillion years and died and created this layer. Or like there was a vast ocean that where Europe is now, and there was creatures that lived there for 1 trillion years, and they all died and their bodies went to the bottom, and then plants grew and went to the bottom and formed this layer that it's like gasoline now, or natural gas, or whatever it is now. I mean, these are how things form, like just like the cities. Okay, you build a city, it gets ruined, you build one on top. You know, you bring in stuff from other places and you build it on top. I get that it's like the same age or whatever, like back in time, but they're built at different times, just like the cities. I mean, that's as far as I know, but you know, take it for what it is.
Thank you, Jonathan. Over to you, Dr. Dino, for your response.
If I took a jar of water, like my picture here, or a jar of out of our gravel pit. I live in the middle of a gravel pit, okay? Gravel, sand, clay. Stick it in a jar, add water, shake it up. It always settles out. Gravel, sand, clay. Jonathan, is the top layer younger?
No, I agree with you. I mean, it in that situation, yeah, they're the same age or whatever, right? But I mean, I think again, your analogy is the same wrong as if I dump water on a basketball. How would you explain that to a flat earther? You would say you're wrong because of this and this and this and this, and the experts say this and this and this and this, right? I mean, there are some places in the geologic column or whatever you want to call it where they were formed by floods, and I think the experts can tell the difference between ones that are formed by floods and ones that weren't. Right? Like a city, New Jerusalem, Old Seattle, New Seattle, were not formed by a flood. They were formed by over long periods of time. And the experts can tell the difference. The end.
Okay.
All right. Let's I got one last question here, and I apologize if we could not get to your questions, guys, but as I said, time flies by and we're almost at the 2-hour mark here. It's been a fantastic debate. So this is the last question we are going to get to, and it's a question for both. So we'll get both of your inputs on this one. And it comes in from Jesus is Coming. He says, Standing for Truth, question for both. For the debaters, did God make food for us or evolution? Or I guess did evolution also make food? Which is more likely to be the cause? Whoever wants to start. We can start with you, Jonathan, if you want.
I'm confused by that question. Did God make food for us or evolution? I mean, I would like to think yes. I think that God is the author of evolution, so I think they can both be true. It's like, did Dad make food or did the grocery store? I mean, I bought the food. I think I can have my cake and eat it too. I think I can compromise with that a little bit.
All right, I appreciate the response, Jonathan. Over to you, Ken.
I think God made an amazing system where the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk, and I can drink it and get the blonde hair, because all the same molecules have to be recycled through everything. It's just stunning. The digestive system, the growth of all the plants, how we all use the oxygen and the carbon dioxide. Animals breathe in, use up some of the oxygen. When they breathe it out, the plants breathe it in, and they use up some of the CO2 and put more oxygen back in. We reciprocate the gases back and forth. I think that's an amazing design. I don't have any problem saying, what a mighty God I serve. I don't have a problem looking at the human body saying, wow, God, I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. I'm not going to give credit to evolution for any of that. Evolution is stupid. It didn't happen. There's no evidence for it. God made it. I give him the glory.
All right, we got a response from the both of you on that one. I appreciate it. And that wraps things up. I mean,
That's
there's
it.
the debate.
Oh,
There's the
man.
Q&A. Yeah, you know what? This is fun. We could do this all night, I'm sure. But we got to end it somewhere. Jonathan and Kent, thank you for making a fun, entertaining, and engaging debate. We still got 250 people in the chat, and we got an after show on Logical Plausible Probables channel. It sounds like it's going to kick off right after this debate ends. But as we always do, guys, I want to thank you both for giving us your time for this awesome debate. And let's have some final thoughts, final words before we shut it down. Jonathan, let's start with you. This is your first time on the platform. Again, thank you so much. And yeah, final thoughts, final words.
Thanks again. I really appreciate it. I appreciate Kent coming on. I'm glad to see him in good health. I get, like, I just think that it's just completely inconsistent. And if you, I just can't get it out of my head. Like, the young Earth thing is the same as the flat Earth thing. The same epistemology, same analogies, same tactics, right? And Kent would disagree with them, but then kind of special pick his own things and think they're a little bit different. But to me, they're the same. I don't know what to tell you. And then bonus thing, I think that kind of epistemology, looking at that kind of theology, looking at the Bible is worse. It doesn't have that, like, sting. Like, it doesn't have that fiery polemic that I've been reading from other people. It has massive implications for the world, and we need to get that out there. It has environmental implications, it has governmental implications, it has political implications, it has implications for all of our lives. It and to make it this little thing is a shrinking. It's a diminishing of the power of the God's scriptures. And I think we need to think bigger. We need to let the experts do other things. They can be the experts of science. We can be the experts of justice and mercy and getting out there and speaking truth to power and doing the Jesus thing in the world, feeding the poor, sticking it to the man, punching up, not punching down. You know, that's what the Bible should be about. It shouldn't be about taking it all literally. That seems to be a diminishing and doing violence to it, and it just doesn't do it for me. The end.
Okay, well, thank you for those final words and final thoughts. And again, Jonathan, thanks for doing this debate. Dr. Dino, over to you. Final thoughts, final words, and thank you for doing this as well.
Well, thank you for having me. The Bible says it's appointed unto man once to die. You believe that, Jonathan? I'm sure you do. You're going to die one day. Then what? After this, the judgment, the Bible says. 2 Peter tells us God's not willing that any should perish. He wants everybody to come to heaven. Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. That's what Jesus told us to do. I always ask people in my seminar, what on earth are you doing for heaven's sake? Are you feeding the poor, Jonathan, with your money, or you want everybody else to be forced to feed them with their money? That's the Democrat way. Yeah, they get these grandiose ideas. We all ought to do this, and you got to pay for it. No, go do it yourself, okay? I feed the poor. I work hard. Anyway, so God says in the beginning, he created everything, and we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. Whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. I accepted that offer 53 years ago, gave my heart to the Lord February 9th, 1969. It became my Savior. Whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. I got it. I'm going to heaven. God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. This is what it says. You don't need to make up an interpretation over that one. He that believeth on him is not condemned. God is not willing that any should perish. Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I believe that. That's much more important than feeding the poor. If you feed the poor and they die and go to hell, I don't think that's as important as sharing the gospel with them like you used to do, Jonathan. I think he said, what must I do to be saved? Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and thou shalt be saved. I want to dedicate my life to spreading the truth. God made the world. He did it in 6 days. He came and died for us on the cross. He resurrected, literally, bodily resurrected. I believe that. And he's alive forevermore today. So that's my take on it. I think everybody ought to get saved. If you want to talk to me, 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3. I take calls all day long. I shut it off when I go to sleep. So if I don't answer, tough. Call tomorrow. 855-BIG-DINO. We'll get to you. Come visit our Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. It's free. It's amazing. You're going to love it. How do you guys like the Science Center today? Yeah, that's cool. Huh? All right. Jonathan, come on down. We'll give you a tour, get you converted, okay?
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Dr. Dino and Jonathan, for those final words and final thoughts. I appreciate it. Dr. Dino, we're going to let you get some sleep. And before I forget, after show on Logical, Plausible, Probables channel. He puts a comment here and a super chat, so I appreciate it. So, guys, head on over there. And again, fantastic debate. I'm going to let the debaters get out of here and do our closing music, and then I'm going to come back just for 2 minutes, just myself, and go over some of the epic debates we have over the next month. So, everybody, blessings. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks again, Kent and Jonathan. And Standing for Truth is out. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and tonight is the night you have all been waiting for. I have two very experienced debaters with me tonight. I've got Tom Jump and Dr. Kent Hovind here with me to debate the important topic, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Between both of these seasoned debaters, Kent and Tom Jump, I believe we are looking at something close to about 600 debates these gentlemen have participated in. And therefore, I am sure this is going to be a debate to remember. Gentlemen, let's kind of break the ice, get to know each other a little bit before we start this much anticipated battle. Tom, it's been a little while since you have been here. I think the last time you were here was maybe 6 to 8 months ago, debating Bill Morgan, which was a ton of fun. So how you been? What's going on? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
I'm doing good. I recently cured my major depression. So I'm feeling significantly better, very melancholy all the time now. It's a very interesting feeling. I run a YouTube channel, youtube.com/tjump, where I crush creationism and God debates all the time. It's very fun. Occasional flat earther, those are fun. I sell bathtubs. I have a engraved bathtub from Standing For Truth. He's got one of mine in his abode. It's great. He's got the gold laden one. It's perfect. I've debated Kent 3 or 4 times. We've known each other for quite a while now. I do this full time. It's my job. Please give me money. Thank you. I'm starting an atheist church, working on trying to create a church that actually helps people. Our goal is to decrease the cost of living for as many people as much as possible, as opposed to what most churches do. And by doing this, we're going to get an apartment building. And since it's tax-free, we will offer rent at a lower price and hopefully replace the very corrupt businesses of America, which take money from poor people for no reason, with good companies that actually help people. That is the goal of the atheist church. So I will leave it there.
Well, I appreciate that introduction there, T-Jump. How about that? One of these days I'll say that word right. So I appreciate it. And yeah, that bathtub you sent me, it's doing fantastic. So I appreciate that introduction. Thank you for being here. And Dr. Dino in the house. How you been, brother? What's going on? A little bit about yourself and how's everything at Dal?
Well, my name's Kent Hovind. I love the Lord, been a Christian 53 years, and want to get everybody else converted into his family. God's been very good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. And we're building a creation ministry in Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventureland. We get visitors from all over the world. It's all free. Come on down. We have a science center, 12,000 square feet of cool science experiments you can do. We have 20 cabins. People stay for free. And after a couple of days, we give them a hammer and put them to work. The whole place has been built that way. It's been amazing. We have 140 acres and 16 lakes for fishing, and we love it here out in Lenox, Alabama. Population 35. So come on down and see our place. And I do a YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, and on Dinosaur Adventureland, run about on a bunch of other platforms too. I believe the Bible is true and evolution is stupid and dangerous.
All right, I appreciate that introduction, Dr. Hovind. Again, gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time for this heroic debate. So I'm going to go over the format real quick for the audience sake. We are going to be having a formal professional debate tonight. We're going to be starting with 10-minute opening statements and then a 6-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to have roughly a 30-minute open discussion where Kent and Tom Jump are discussing the topic, focusing on one topic at a time and keeping it as equally timed as possible. Then we are going to have 5-minute closing statements. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So please make sure you are tagging me at Standing For Truth with your questions, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, that being said, let's get right into the fun. T-Jump, we're going to hand it over to you, my good man, for your 10-minute opening statement.
Awesome. So to get started, we're asking, is evolution a good scientific hypothesis? And to know that, we need to know what a good scientific hypothesis is. And in science, what the goal of science is to provide a method to differentiate imagination from reality. When we see something, it may just be a figment of our imagination, or it may be something that's actually there. Or when we come up with any idea, like a god or whatever, it maybe it really exists, or maybe it's a figment of our imagination. We need some way to differentiate between the two. And the way science does this is novel, testable predictions. That means predicting the future, stuff we don't know yet. And if there's a theory that can predict the future about things we don't know, that's a very good reason to believe that theory is correct. And the other ones that can't are probably just imaginary. Evolution has been able to do this better than pretty much everything else combined. No other theories have ever been able to successfully do this, especially not religious theories. So evolution is significantly better than all of the others. For example, one of the best examples of evolution is endogenous retroviruses. Endogenous retroviruses are viruses that inject themselves into the placental or early reproductive cells and inject DNA that will then be passed on to all of the offspring that are had by whatever this organism is. And we can find patterns in all of the different species. There are tens and tens of thousands of these, and we can find that they're in the exact same location in multiple species. So if you have a 3 billion long base pair of DNA, and in that 3 billion long base pair, there is a segment of 50 or so that is in the exact same position across species. The only ways this could happen would be one, random chance. So if the retrovirus decided to inject itself at the exact same point in all the different species randomly, or they come from a common ancestor where the retrovirus injected itself into the common ancestor, and then as it reproduced and evolved into different species, the pattern in the DNA was copied, as all DNA is, and it shared the same position in all these different species. Now, if it was just random chance, the probability of a retrovirus injecting itself into the exact same position in multiple species, all in different reproductive organs, is ridiculously low. It's crazy. It's significantly more than a tornado building an airplane. It's a tornado building a multiverse. It's not going to happen. So the more plausible explanation here is that evolution actually took place, and a retrovirus injected the placenta of a early organism, and that early organism continued to reproduce and evolve into multiple different species, and each of those species share the retrovirus. Now, it gets more complicated than this because there's a lot more than one retrovirus. There are tens of thousands of these, and so the probabilities explode exponentially. So this is not plausible to have happened by chance. And if a designer did it, the designer is a moron, because many of these retroviruses have no or a degrading function to them. So if you deliberately put him in all these species, he's an idiot. So that theory is a bad explanation. More importantly, this was predicted by evolution. We expected to see these in evolution. We would not expect these to see these in the design hypothesis. Therefore, the design hypothesis does not make this prediction. Evolution does make this prediction. That is only one of many. Others would be biogeography, predicted by evolution correctly. Many. This is just a class of thousands of predictions that have been found. Fossil distribution, Tiktaalik being a great one. They predicted to find a transitional fossil between water species and land species in a specific location within a 1 kilometer range, and they found it exactly in that specific location, in that specific geographical strata, which is a fantastic prediction made by evolution. Again, there's been 0 predictions that I know of ever made by creation at all. So it's kind of winning by a significant margin here. Direct observation, we can directly observe both micro and macro evolution in lab. So we can literally see it. That's a pretty big thing that was predicted by evolution and rejected by every other hypothesis, specifically creationism. And so the fact that we've literally seen it has kind of debunked the creationism hypothesis completely. Not a good start for creationism. Autonomy, we can see homologous structures in different creatures. That was also predicted by evolution, which was confirmed with the microbiological data on DNA. So all of these are testable predictions that have been confirmed by evolution. Evolution happens on both large and small scales that we can directly observe. And there's many different embryological and anatomical different lines of evidence that we can look at the different growth trees of the embryology and compare them between species to see the similarities of how they evolved. The evidence is quite numerous. So I would conclude that yes, evolution is a very good scientific hypothesis that makes tons of novel testable predictions that have been confirmed and observed in a lab and in the environment, and no such testable predictions have been made for any other hypotheses, and so evolution wins. I'll conclude there.
All right, I appreciate that opening statement there. T-Jump, with a few minutes to spare, and as always, we can toss that into either the discussion or the audience Q&A. So what we're going to do now is hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have your 10-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, excuse me just a moment here. Let me get up to where I wanted to. Okay. I would have to agree with Tom on at least one thing. Science is things we can observe, study, test, demonstrate, etc. That comes from the Latin word "seer," which means to know. What do we know? We know cows produce cows. We do not know cows came from an amoeba over millions of years, which is what he believes. We know dogs produce dogs. That's science. What he just shared with us is a religion, hypothesis that maybe if we give it millions of years, it would change to something else. No farmer in the history of the world has ever seen any plant or animal produce anything that anybody would consider a different kind. Now, the definition of species, we went over that several debates here on this program. Nobody's ever got a firm definition of species either, but I don't know what exactly a kind is. The Bible says they can bring forth after their kind, so I think most 4-year-olds would tell you. But from all we observe with science is cows produce cows, no exceptions. Some people try to limit the definition of science to the natural world. The operation of the world may be understood by scientific discoveries. We understand how gravity works, how the speed things fall, etc. We understand air pressure, and we understand a lot about the operation of the world. However, the origin of the world may not be understood by scientific discoveries. What we see is gravity working. Who made gravity? We can't tell that, okay? We don't know where it came from. We don't even know what it is. To call it an attraction of masses is one thing, but that does, give me a jar of gravity and paint it red. What on earth is that stuff anyway? So I think we know the operation of the world, but that would not answer the origin. We know the operation of ERVs, as he mentioned. We don't know the origin of ERVs, or the origin of life, or the origin of matter, or the origin of time or space. Those things are outside the realm of science. But Tom wants to include his religion of evolution, believing it all just happened by chance with no designer. He wants to include that in the category of science. I'm sorry, science is what we know. We do not know that dogs came from an amoeba. We know dogs produce dogs. That's been observed plenty of times. You can even take a creature with a very short generation time, like an amoeba. I think they grow up, get married, have kids in 20, 30 minutes. It's not, maybe not amoeba, but they divide in half. But there's those that do by conjugal replication. They have very short generation time, and we in one human lifetime you can see thousands or hundreds of thousands of generations, and we never see a bacteria produce a non-bacteria, a virus produce a non-virus. We just don't see that. It's not science. And the purpose of this debate tonight is for him to present evidence that evolution is a reasonable scientific theory. I would love to see that. The operation of a computer can be understood by science. We know how it operates. We don't understand the origin of the computer. That may not be understood without appealing to a designer. No computer in the world ever made itself. None. No wristwatch ever made itself. No ink pen ever made itself. We understand the operation. We don't know the origin. You don't know the origin of life. You don't know the origin of the earth. You don't know the origin of species. Darwin's book never did talk about the origin of species in his book, The Origin of Species. Religion is a set of beliefs concerning the cause, nature, and purpose of the universe. That's what Tom has. He has a religion, but he will never admit that, I promise you. He thinks it's part of science. The creationist worldview says God created everything about 6,000 years ago. That's what we believe. We're not asking that to be taught in the school system, though, so the burden of proof is not on us. They believe 18 or 20 or 16 or 17.22, whatever it is, number billion years ago, the earth, the whole universe came into existence from a dot of nothing exploding, or dot of near nothing. That is not only not science, that is stupid. The whole Big Bang Theory is the dumbest idea in the history of humanity. I'm amazed that a grown man would believe such a thing. Then they believe the earth cooled down 4.6 billion years ago, or 4.54, I guess they're down to now, and developed a hard rocky crust and rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. That's all part of the evolution theory. It is nonsense. It is not science. The Bible says in 6 days, God made the heaven and the earth and everything in them. Well, based on that, I can make some predictions, scientific predictions. I predict the universe will show evidence of intelligent design. I think we see it everywhere. This ink pen shows evidence of design for a purpose. It can't make itself. Every cell in your body, Tom, is more complex than the space shuttle, and you got 100 trillion cells, each one with 100 trillion atoms. It's designed. Get over it. Just common sense would tell you that. I predict there will be thousands of symbiotic relationships in nature, where the plants breathe in the CO2 and give off oxygen. The animals breathe in the oxygen and give off CO2. They reciprocate the gases. That's a cool symbiotic relationship. If you wish to believe that happened by chance, you're welcome. I believe it was designed, and I think it was designed very well. You have all the systems in your body. That symbiotic relationship, your digestive system, your muscular system, your skeletal system, your nervous system, all that working in symbiosis with each other, I think is pretty cool. All the animals seem to have that evidence of design. I predict there will be limits to the variations that things can produce. Certainly dogs can produce different kinds of dogs. Chihuahuas, Great Danes, Dobermans, no question. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs by the American Kennel Association. I would say they probably had a common ancestor called a dog. But you guys want to take this evidence of variation within the dog kind and imagine, SpongeBob style, that it goes forever, clear back to an amoeba. Your family trees do show, the family trees do show an amoeba turning into everything. That's not science. Based on the prediction that God made the world, there are some scientific predictions. I predict there's going to be a purpose to life because somebody designed it for a reason. I predict there will be non-material things in this world, not just material matter, things like love, justice, mercy, innate knowledge of right and wrong, conscience, absolute truth. Where do those things come from? Where does love come from in an evolutionary, materialistic world? If you're nothing but animated meat, pure matter, well then, how do you get these imaginary things? And if your brain is nothing but chemicals that got together by chance, how could you trust your own thinking? How can you trust your thoughts and your reasoning process? And how on earth do you tell right from wrong if evolution is true? I predict there'll be a way to find the will of the Creator, like maybe messengers speaking for him, or maybe even a book telling us how he created it and why. To me, it's common sense. If somebody designed this world, he would tell us what he wants. He owns it, and he makes the rules. And if your city passes a law that says the speed limit's 40, and they're going to give you a ticket for breaking that, well, then it's up to the city to publish the law and to post it, put up a sign, speed limit 40. And if somebody knocks it down, they preserve it. They put up another one right away. I think if God's going to be the judge one day, it's his responsibility to publish what is his law, what's he want, and to post it and to preserve it. I think I'm holding a copy of it right here. I think I know God told us pretty clearly what he wants, and we've all fallen short of the glory of God. And therefore, God himself came down, became a man, and said, I'll do it for you. Now, if you'll accept my payment, my death on the cross, I'll forgive you. And I did that 53 years ago. I gave my heart to the Lord. He's now my Savior. I'm going to heaven, not at all because I'm good. I'm forgiven. I predict there'll be a life after this life. where we face the Creator and give an accounting. I predict, Tom, your knee's going to bow before that Creator one day. You can be proud and haughty and cocky now, but we'll see how it holds up for you on Judgment Day. Now, if I'm wrong, I haven't lost a thing, Pascal's wager. If you're wrong, you've lost it all. So I predict there will be an order to this world. Everywhere we look, through the microscope or the telescope, we see incredible order. Not chaos coming from a Big Bang explosion. We see the galaxies moving around, the dancing around of the stars, and the planets in perfect orbits around the Earth at just the right distance in the Goldilocks zone, spinning at just the right speed, just the right amount of gravity. What if we were on a heavier planet? Too much gravity, we couldn't even stand up. Everything is designed. I don't know how you guys can't see it, other than what the Bible says, 2 Peter, willingly ignorant. You mentioned ERVs. I've got quite a bit of stuff prepared on that. We'll bring it up more if you'd like. Long regarded as junk DNA or genomic dark matter, endogenous retroviruses, ERV, have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. These remnants of once infectious retroviruses not only regulate cellular immune activity, they may even directly target invading viral pathogens. So if the ERVs are in the same position on all the genes, that could very well be an intelligent design. I think you'll find a whole lot of cars for many years had the engines in the front. Yeah, that's a good design. And they had round wheels. That's a good design, better than the square ones. So I think you're taking the things that we see that, wow, look at this similarities, and saying, well, the chances are 1 billion to 1 or quadrillion to 1 that it happened by chance. Not if there's a designer. I predict if we go to the Ford Motor Company and look at the pickup trucks they're building, you'll find all the engines in the front. That's a good design. That's all. So you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing and completely misinterpreting what it means. ERVs are evidence of design. They're part of the development before the embryo is even implanted in the uterus. In this gem, we summarize mechanisms by which retroviral fossils protect us from viral infections. One focus will be on recent advances in the role of ERVs as regulators of antiviral gene expression. Scientists
30 seconds.
Identify new beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses. They have a beneficial function in the body's immune defense against common bacterial and viral pathogens. You can read all about it. You guys are so desperate for any evidence for your theory. You're now jumping on ERVs. You gave up on the rest of them, homology and gill slits and all that stuff. Bring those up. I'd love to talk about that. Anyway, I think there's no evidence for evolution. It's the dumbest idea in the world. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, for your opening statement. I appreciate the opening statements from the both of you. Great chat already. We are close to 300 people, and I see questions flying in, so I appreciate it. As always, we're going to have a solid audience Q&A. Just make sure you're tagging me again at Standing for Truth. Okay, so we are now in the rebuttal portion of the debate. We're going to hand it back to Tom Jump. Tom, you have 6 minutes on the clock. Whenever you're ready, floor is yours.
Sure. So Kent said science can't know things. I don't think Kent knows what knowledge is. Knowledge is a justified true belief. So if you can have a belief that evolution happened, and you have a justification, which is the evidence evolution happened, and the novel testable predictions, which have been confirmed, the tens of thousands of them, that is a justified true belief. That's knowledge. So yes, we can have knowledge that dogs came from amoebas because we have a justification, which is all the evidence. We have a belief, and the belief is true. That's what knowledge is. So yes, we do have knowledge. I don't know. Maybe Kent has some different definition of knowledge than all of the philosophy textbooks. He said the origin of space, time, and matter. That's the Big Bang. We can know that. That also makes novel testable predictions, which have been confirmed through the Large Hadron Collider, through the LIGO experiment, to observations in the cosmic microwave background. Yeah, those are all predicted by science and not religion. So science has all the evidence to explain those things. It's only reasonable to believe the thing that has the evidence, and it's unreasonable to believe the thing that doesn't have evidence and is just making stuff up. So yes, that one we can know that one too. He said religion is a hypothesis of the causes, nature, and origin of the universe. That's not the definition I'm aware of. That's cosmology. I don't know what he's talking about here. Religion, as defined by the dictionary, is a belief in worship of a supernatural controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. I must have missed this part in the evolution. I don't see any supernatural, no controlling power, no god or gods. I have missed it. I don't see this. I don't see it. I want to make an atheist church. I want to make an atheist religion. I plan to do this. Evolution isn't one though. I don't get it. I think maybe there's some different special creationist dictionary I must gotta buy from some place to find out all these new words that Kent is teaching me. Next, Big Bang is the dumbest idea. Well, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't think it really compares to a talking snake, a talking donkey, and a god who sent bears to maul 40 children for making fun of a bald guy. I don't know. That seems a little more ridiculous, but maybe that's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Ken's predictions are quite interesting because they're not really predictions. He said that there's evidence of design, but he didn't present any evidence of design. He presented an argument from ignorance. He can't understand how complex things form. Therefore, complexity equals design. That's called an argument from ignorance fallacy. That's literally the opposite of evidence. That's a fallacious argument. He said he predicts symbiotic relationships. Well, Kent, that's not a prediction if you literally see it. To predict it, you have to not know something, and then you have to make a prediction, and then you have to see the thing. If you already see the thing, and then you just say, I predict I see that thing, that's called a post hoc, not a prediction, a post-diction. So that's not a prediction. You're just explaining things we already see. Anybody can do that. It's called post-diction. That's why it's not actually evidence. That's why doesn't support your position. He said there's limits to variation. That's great. That's good. What are these limits? Which part of the DNA thing can't be changed? Because as far as I know, every part of the 3 billion long base pair can be changed just fine, and it happens all the time. Doesn't seem like there's any limits to mutation here. Like I'm missing the limits here. Which parts of the DNA can't be changed? He said that there are non-material things. That would be great. Like evidence of non-material things, phenomenal evidence. I don't see any. Purpose of life? Do you have any evidence? Can we give any novel predictions of the purpose of life? No. Consciousness? Yes, that exists. It's material. It's the consensus in neurology, psychology, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, all physical. So not non-physical. Love? All evolution explains love. Absolute truth, that just means sentences correspond to reality. There's no non-physical thing in absolute truth. It just means A equals A. Does that describe reality? Yes. Okay. We have absolute truth. No non-physical things required. Innate knowledge, like the cuckoo bird has innate knowledge that it doesn't like eggs, and so when it hatches, it immediately pushes out all the eggs. That's from biology, because biology gives your brain certain tendencies of things it likes and doesn't like. No non-physical things required there. How do you trust your reasoning process? Well, because our reasoning process is a product of reality. So our reasoning process can't do things that aren't in reality. So like I can't imagine a round square. I can't believe I exist and be wrong. So there are things, since our brains and reasoning process is a product of reality, it can't do things that don't correspond to reality completely. They can't do logical contradictions. You can't imagine a round square. So we can trust our reasoning process because there are many facets of our reasoning process that can't be wrong. God's morality. That's funny because God drowned millions of babies in a global flood. And again, I love 2 Kings 2:24, favorite quote. Some kids made fun of a bald guy and God sent 2 bears to go maul the 40 kids. Perfect morality. Love it. Just the greatest model of morality ever I've heard in my entire life. He predicted that there's life after this life. Again, fantastic prediction. I would love it. Do we have any evidence of this? No. So, I mean, it's just, you got to confirm. The prediction has to be confirmed to be evidence. You can't just make a prediction like, I can predict I'm going to win the lottery in 1,000,000 years, but until it happens, it's not actually evidence. You got to confirm the prediction. That would be a good one. He mentioned Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager does not work because even if there is no God, just nature, there could still be an afterlife. And in the afterlife, the laws of physics determine that the only people who get the reward are the atheists, the rational ones who don't believe nonsense. Therefore, all of the religious people who do believe in a God will go to the hell, and all of the atheist, rational people will go to the heaven. Therefore, the probabilities for Pascal wager are exactly the same, whether your belief is for a God or for no God. So Pascal's wager doesn't actually indicate anything, doesn't support anything. For ERVs, he mentioned ERVs. For ERVs to be evidence of design, it needs to be a prediction. You need to predict it before we know about it, which you didn't do. Evolution did that. You didn't do that. You just looked at it and then said, oh, here's some information. We're going to post hoc explain that information, which is a post-diction. So it's not evidence of creationism. You're just making stuff up to explain the data and fit it into your hypothesis, which literally anyone can do. Any hypothesis can do this. Scientists known this for 1,000,000 years. It's called post hoc rationalization, which is why it's not evidence. Anybody can just make up how their explanation explains the data. Why is the world round? Because a magic leprechaun made it round. Like, okay, is that evidence? No, but can you post hoc explain it? Sure, anybody can do that. So that's not evidence. So nothing can presented with evidence. You just post hoc rationalization, and evolution crushes that in every conceivable way. I will conclude there.
Okay, Tom, thank you for that rebuttal. That was about 6.5 minutes. So to be fair, we will give Kent equal time. Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. You have roughly 6.5 minutes.
All right. I don't know if anybody else feels like Tom's talking 10 times too fast to understand a single word he's saying. Anybody else feel that way? I got a couple words out of that. Tom, this debate tonight is supposed to be, where's the evidence for evolution? I still like to see you offer that. What is the just simple? We're not here to attack the Bible and some bald guy, saying he wants the lions to attack, bears to attack the kids. That's got nothing to do with it. Where's the evidence for evolution? Your religion is on trial tonight. You believe these charts like this, that an amoeba, a protozoa, or a single-celled creature turned to a human. This is the textbook example of what they're teaching, that a single-celled creature became everything. Here on this chart, they've got the humans, the bears, the elephants, the dinosaurs, the grass, the tomatoes. Everything came from a single-celled creature. This is what is being taught. This is my objection. This isn't science. This is a bunch of lines on paper connecting very different creatures. They have a shark and an octopus and a squid and a snail, all and grass and roses and flowers and wheat and everything going back to a common ancestor. My question would be simple. Tom, do you believe these charts represent reality and science? Is this something we can know? Nobody's ever seen a shark produce a non-shark baby. Never have seen that. If you wish to believe they came from an amoeba, congratulations, you can believe whatever you want. But that's not science. Science is what we can observe and study and test. Show me which animal or plant you think has produced offspring that are different than its kind that would lead to the conclusion that everything has a common ancestor. They draw these lines on paper, the phylogenetic tree, and say, look at this, animals, fungi, plants, all have a common ancestor. That is religious belief. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog. It's not observable science. We can see a variety of bats. I think there are now 1,100 varieties of bats that have been classified. We can see a varieties of elephants, two appear to be extinct, but the African, the Asian, the mammoth, the mastodon, they might have had a common ancestor. But everything inside this circle they drew with all the lines is religion. Nobody's ever seen an elephant produce a non-elephant, but they got the elephant connected back to, wow, the dolphin. Tom, do you believe an elephant and a mosquito have a common ancestor? I'll answer for you, yes, you do. And where is the evidence for that? That's not science. They say all the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor, which was a primitive unicellular organism. My objection is this is what the kids are taught every day, and this is a religious belief. You have successfully invaded the school system and forced your religion down the throats of every kid who has to go, and everybody else has got to pay for this to be taught. You guys who believe that all life forms, including the elephant and mosquito, had a primitive unicellular organism as common ancestor. This is what you believe, this is what you teach, this is your privilege, but it's not science. The debate tonight is, where is the scientific evidence for evolution? What is it a reasonable theory? You can draw lines and say the mammals, which include the humans, and the birds have a common ancestor, and they do draw these lines all over the place. Heath biology textbook sitting right there. And the crocodiles also. Oh, wow, came from a common ancestor. This is religious belief. My point is, it's not science. All these charts you guys make claiming common ancestor, wow, they've all got common ERVs. So we don't observe the animal producing anything other than its kind. Bobcats produce bobcats, birds produce birds, but they got birds and turtles going back to a common ancestor. Do you believe birds and turtles are related to a common ancestor? I would agree that probably a variety of birds are related to a common ancestor called a bird, but that's as far as it goes. My whole point is evolution is a religious belief. The evidence indicates, fossil evidence, stop. No fossil is going to count as evidence for evolution. When you find a fossil in the dirt, all you could prove is it died. Here's a fossilized clam. I could not prove this had any children at all. I certainly could not prove it had children that lived, and neither could you. And nobody in the world could prove it had children that lived that were different. All we see today is clams produce baby clams. That's all anybody's seen. So if you wish to believe and imagine, SpongeBob style, something else, Go ahead, but stop calling it science. I think it's nonsense. I think it's stupid. I think it's criminal to call that science and teach it to kids. They draw the lines on paper and say, look at this, everything's connected. Oh, there we got the dolphin going and the whale or the elephant. Wow, look at that. The manatee and the elephant and the dolphin have a common ancestor. That's not science. It's a bunch of lines on paper, and the kids are taught this stuff. So the Bible says clearly they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever observed. I've chosen to believe that. I can't prove that, but I know this. You won't find a farmer in the world that'll tell you that mosquitoes ever produced a non-mosquito on their property, or the cows produced a non-cow. We just had a sheep had a baby a couple of days ago. It turned out to be a sheep. Whoa, who'd have thunk it? Our mule had a baby. Our donkey turned out to be a baby donkey. Our chickens have babies all the time. They always are chickens. My point is, it's the burden of proof is on you to offer evidence for why on earth you would think a family tree like this is science. We don't observe it. We don't test it. I tell you what, test it. Put an amoeba in the laboratory. Get as many as you want, billions of them, and try to make them produce a non-amoeba. Where is the evidence of an amoeba ever producing a non-amoeba? I would like to see that. Over to you, Tom.
Okay, perfect timing, Kent. I appreciate that. Let me shut the timer off. And gentlemen, that concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. Great debate so far. Lots of great points to discuss here in the dialogue portion of the debate. Let's discuss one topic at a time as we do our best to remain on topic. Oh, just a second, a little bit of an echo. Okay, we're good now. Topic being, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Okay, let's jump right into it. Dr. Dino just ended with his rebuttal. So Tom, let's allow you to start with the first point or first question. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Sure. So Kent said that I've never seen a non-cow come from a cow. Now, I've never seen a non-Kent come from a Kent, like his son specifically, but I can still show that his son is his son because I can look for patterns in the DNA. So even though I've never seen, I didn't see Eric being born. I didn't see Kent impregnate his wife. I have no idea these things happen. I've never directly observed them, but I can still prove his son is related to him by looking at patterns in his DNA because there are specific mutations that only exist in Kent's DNA, and we can find those patterns in his offspring because the way offspring are formed is by the mutation of those cells reproducing and creating the same patterns in his offspring as in him. Now, luckily, the same process has happened throughout all life, and so we can see the same mutation patterns in different species and know they're related in the exact same way we can know Kent has a son. Even though we've never seen a non-Kent come from a Kent, we can still conclude that they're related because of evidence, novel testable predictions. It's the ERVs, the mutations in the DNA. So those things are the evidence, Kent. I don't need to directly see a non-cow come from a cow. I just need to look at its DNA. Just like if I want to know if Eric is your son, I don't need to see a non-Kent come from a Kent. I just need to see his DNA.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent. Equal time. Go ahead.
Okay. Tom, are there any limits to how far this DNA can change? Is a man producing a boy child that grows up to be a man, is that evidence that an amoeba can turn to a whale? I think all we've ever seen is humans produce humans and whales produce whales. You wish to believe because we see changes in the DNA and the son is not exactly like the father. Sure, all the cows are not exactly like the mother, but they're still cows. All the birds are not exactly like the mother, but they're still birds. You are imagining and muddying the water here to make it where people say, oh, wow, maybe that's true. Sure, humans produce humans. Some have red hair, some have white hair, blonde hair, some have brown hair, some have black hair. They're still human. Where is the evidence of anything beyond a man producing a boy that turns up to be a man is not a change that's going to support your theory. So where's the evidence that is my son? Do you think the difference is between me and my son and then his son, and if I get a grandson or great grandson out of them, do you think there'll ever be a time when they're non-human?
Yes.
You think there will be?
Yes.
Is that scientifically observable, or is that just a belief system you have?
The evidence for that is scientifically observable. Yes.
Explain what you mean. What evidence would make let's just take a simpler organism like an amoeba. Because they've got a short generation time. What evidence would you have that an amoeba will ever eventually produce a non-amoeba? Do it in the lab. Where's the evidence?
Well, so I can answer that the same way. What evidence do we have that a non-Kent or that a Kent will produce a non-Kent? Well, we look at the offspring of Kent and see, oh, look, there's a difference. There's a difference in the pattern in the DNA. It's a non-Kent was produced by a Kent. So there's not an exact copy. Like you haven't produced Kent's DNA exactly 100%. There are differences. So a non-Kent can come from a Kent, even though I haven't observed this directly, because I can see differences in the DNA. So if I want to conclude that one species will produce a different species, I would say, well, if this was the case, we could look back at different species and we'd see that there are the same patterns in this species and in this species DNA that make them related, just like that we can determine that a non-Kent, Eric, is related to Kent because it has similar patterns in the DNA. So if we see the same patterns in DNA change across species in the same way as they do between father and son, then we can determine, hey, they share a common ancestor, just like your children share a common ancestor. The DNA patterns work the same in both.
Tom, you are muddying the water by saying a parent produces a kid. Let's say an adult human produces a miniature human.
Sure.
That's still a human. And
Yep.
that sure there's changes. He's different than me, and I'm different than my dad and my granddad. But by deliberately trying, man has produced a whole variety of dogs. They select for the smallest one until they get the useless ones like the pug and the chihuahua, okay? They're still dog, barely, okay? Is there any chance all this selective breeding, okay, they've gotten dogs now as small as a toy chihuahua. Is there any possibility in a billion years they will ever get a dog as small as a flea?
Sure, it's possible.
Or are there limits to the dog size?
Yes, like it couldn't be smaller than an atom, obviously, because they're made of atoms. So there's definitely a size limit.
Okay. If there's a size limit, we've now got the Great Dane, which is a pretty big dog. Do you think you'll ever crossbreed dogs and get a dog as big as an elephant? There are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant.
Yes, there are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. Yes, I agree.
Oh, can they get a dog as big as an elephant through selective breeding?
Probably yes.
You think so? Okay.
Yes.
This is imagination. All experiments and observation says, hey, there's a limit. You might get a big dog, but the further you get away from just a normal dog, and the more you got to babysit them. Most of these would not survive in the wild.
What's the limit?
Turn the chihuahuas loose out there. The squirrels would eat them, okay?
Well, what's the limit? You said there's a limit. Like, where is the limit? Like, I would say the limit of the size would be determined by how thick the bone mass can be before it collapses in on itself. So I'd say that since elephants can do it, then yes, we could probably produce bone structures that are similarly strong in dogs.
Right. What man has observed in all of human history is everything we try to selectively breed for, whether it's sweeter apples or bigger apples or, apples that grow in cold climate or warm climate, they've got 1,100 varieties of apples that man has successfully created. They're all still apple, and most of them would not, if you like take the dogs, if you turn all the dogs loose in the world into the woods, most would not survive. Natural selection would select the general, it would go back to the general average ordinary mutt. So my point is, you guys imagine these family trees, and it's not science. We see dogs produce varieties of dogs, and we see dead ends. We see big ones and little ones, can't go any further. Ask anybody who breeds dogs, like my wife has several members of her family and people, relatives, that do this for a living. They will tell you, yeah, there's a limit. It could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor, but you believe a dog and a banana have a common ancestor, don't you, Tom?
Well, what's the limit? So yes, I believe dogs and bananas have a common ancestor, but you keep saying there's a limit. What's the limit? Because I don't see a limit. Dogs are still getting bigger. Where's the limit?
Well, I guess we'd have to go by what we observe, which is called science. We observe there's a limit. You run into a stone wall. You can't get bigger than a Great Dane. You can't get smaller than a toy chihuahua. So maybe we've reached the limit. That's science.
They do get bigger. They're getting bigger. What do you mean we can't get bigger? They are getting bigger.
Oh, get one as big as an elephant then. Come on.
Well, they get bigger in small amounts, but they are getting bigger. So we're getting there. Give us enough years, we'll get one that big.
Through selective breeding, they've gotten as big as a Great Dane. Okay.
Which can still get bigger, so we can get them bigger
You think they can get bigger?
They are getting bigger.
Where's
every
the
every
observation?
generation we get bigger ones. Like every
Right.
year there's a new bigger one.
You think they're still getting bigger? Every year
Yes.
they're getting bigger?
Yes, like that's why the
You believe that?
yes, that's what we have.
And
We
you
have
believe that? Okay.
competitions for like the largest animal or the tallest animal, and every year they get beaten by a different one because they keep getting bred to be bigger and stronger and faster. Like we have cows now that are just like 100% muscle to the point where they can't reproduce. So yeah, we've made them so big that they literally can't reproduce on their own anymore. Yes, they're still getting bigger.
Stop and think what you just said. We reached a limit, didn't we? They can't reproduce anymore. Hello.
But they're still getting bigger. They're continuing to get bigger.
Not if they're not reproducing anymore, they're going to die.
They
They
can't.
have to reproduce babies. They don't live forever.
They can't naturally.
You're proving my point. Evolution doesn't work.
So they can't naturally reproduce. We artificially reproduce them. Artificial insemination. They're still getting bigger. We're making them even bigger than they are now.
Through artificial insemination.
Yep.
Isn't that going to kill the mommy cow if they get the sperm from the giant bull? There is a limit. You think they'll ever get a cow as big as an elephant?
Yes, that's also possible.
You think they'll ever get a cow as big as Texas?
No.
So there is a limit somewhere in there, right?
Yeah, the laws of physics mean that atoms can't hold themselves together, but that's has
the
nothing
laws
to
of
do
physics
with
and all of genetics and all of observation says there's limits. 339 breeds of dogs.
That's not the limit. That's not Texas. 339 breeds is not the size of Texas. So all of evolution is, yes, we agree in evolution there are limits. Like obviously you can't break the laws of physics. You can't make a dog that can travel faster than the speed of light. Okay. But we can have like amoebas go to dogs. That's simpler than creating a dog the size of Texas. So yes, we agree evolution. No, you can't make a dog the size of Texas because literally the atoms would not be able to hold themselves together. But you can make an amoeba into a dog because the only difference there is the pattern in the ATCG and the DNA, which is very easy to change, happens all the time.
Okay, now wait a minute. You just said, 415, Alt-DV, 415. You just said we can get an amoeba into a dog, I believe is what you said. We could go back and play.
We have. It's literally happened and we have proof. Yes.
Wait. You're saying we have turned an amoeba into a dog? Is that your statement?
Evolution did. Yes, we can prove it. Yes.
You can prove that?
Yes.
All we've ever seen is amoeba produce amoeba.
I've never seen a non-Kent be produced by a Kent, but I can still prove it happened.
I'd like to see how many science laboratories are there. Tell you what, I will give you $500 if you can get an amoeba to produce a non-amoeba.
Well, if I could do that in a lab on my own, I'd win a Nobel Prize, which would give me $1 million. So that'd be I could get a lot more than $500 for that. But again, I only need one lab here. Like I can show a non-Kent was produced by a Kent with one lab with just doing DNA testing. And I can show an amoeba went into a dog with the same DNA testing. It only takes one lab to do this. It's just basic evidence.
They take a lot of labs. Okay, get all the labs in the world. They have these family trees like it's part of science. Let me go back up here. And they call this science. It's not science. To say an amoeba turned to a human or a protozoa turned to a human, all we've ever observed is protozoa produce protozoa, amoeba produce amoeba, humans produce humans. You're choosing to call it an adult and a kid muddying the water. It's still a human. Has any human ever produced a non-human? How many babies have been born in the history of the world, and how many have turned out to be human? 100% human.
I don't understand what you're saying here. So I've never observed a Kent produce a non-Kent. I've never observed this happen, but I can still prove it happened. You don't need to directly observe one species evolving to another one. You don't need to observe that. You can prove it happened without observing it. It's called evidence. DNA.
You can prove an amoeba turned to a dog. Please, what evidence do you have for that? This is your debate. You're supposed to show the evidence for evolution. Why would you believe such a dumb thing, that an amoeba can turn to a dog? Why do you believe that?
Because that hypothesis has made successful novel predictions that have told us many things about the world that we didn't know yet. It was able to predict the future and give us insight into how the world worked before we knew it. And it's the only theory that did that. So it's the only one that any rational person can believe and be justified.
Whoa. The theory that God said they're always going to bring forth after their kind, when that's what we observe, that's a rational theory. All we've ever seen is amoeba produce amoeba and dogs produce dogs, and they don't ever change.
Well, that's again post hoc rationalization. That's not a prediction. That's people that are goat herders 2,000 years ago looking around them and saying what happens, and then they wrote it down in a book. That's not a prediction. That's a post-diction. So that's not evidence. That's goat herders writing down what they observe.
Yeah. And some moron walking around the islands because you can't get a real job named Charlie Darwin sees a bunch of birds, produce a bunch of birds, and says, wow, this proves everything's created. You want to make fun of the goat herders manual, I can make fun of your stupid religious leader, Charlie Darwin, too. Okay.
Well, that's I agree with you there. So what Darwin said wasn't evidence. What Darwin said was a theory, and then the evidence was when his theory was confirmed. He predicted things and he got it right, and that was the evidence. So his predictions aren't anything, but at least he made predictions about things we didn't know yet, and then once he got those right, they were proven correct. That's the evidence, which didn't happen for the Bible. They didn't. Never has that happened.
I will predict something that we don't know yet. I will predict that if you start with a colony of amoeba in a laboratory and let them grow and develop and reproduce for 1,000 generations, I will predict it'll still be an amoeba. How's that for a prediction, Tom?
We do already know that. That's something that's literally been done in a lab. We have like things going on for 50.
Sorry, I cannot understand what you are saying. Talk more clearly and enunciate and slow down. What did you say?
I said we have done that. We've literally done that in a lab.
Right. I agree.
1,000 generations isn't enough to produce a new species. So you're again, that's not a prediction. I just don't think you understand what a prediction is.
I understand what a prediction is and a postdiction. Now listen. So they.
Well, then why do you not give any predictions? You keep like if you give me a prediction because you don't.
Okay.
I don't think you do know what it is.
In the laboratory, you're saying they did 1,000 generations of an amoeba and it was still an amoeba because that's not enough time. Yep. I will predict if you give it 10 trillion generations, it'll still be an amoeba.
Okay, that's a good prediction, but now we would need to confirm it. Until you confirm it, it's not evidence for your position. So,
okay,
if you do if you do the experiment and you prove that after 10 trillion things, no new species is formed, then that would be evidence of your position. But since you haven't done that experiment, it's not evidence of your position.
That's why I said every farmer on the planet that has ever raised anything from corn to potatoes to cows to anything will tell you they always produce the same kind. That's what everybody's ever seen. Since they first started planting wheat and developing it, they've got wheat that grows in dry soil and moist climates, and they got wheat that'll handle the cold weather, and they've got a whole variety of wheat, but they still got wheat, 100 different varieties. They can't get out of wheat. It's still wheat. Same thing. Let's take the dogs as a classic example. All they ever get are dogs. I predict they'll always get a dog, no exceptions. That's what every farmer in the history of the world will tell you. But you wish to imagine, religious imagination, that if it went long enough, these amoeba would produce a non-amoeba. The charts show the kids in school an amoeba turning into a human. Where's the scientific evidence for that? How many generations did that take, Tom, to turn that amoeba to a human?
Billions, I think.
Billions of generations.
Yep.
So the instead of turning a frog to a prince with a kiss, you're going to turn the frog to a prince with billions of years. Your magic ingredient is time.
But
I got
DNA,
your formula. Let's see.
Mutation in DNA, which we can again prove. So I don't understand the problem here.
There you go. I'll send you one if you'd like. If you add millions of years, that'll work. If that doesn't work, try billions of years. Tom, it doesn't work with trillions or quadrillions or quintillions or sextillions of years. It won't work.
Yeah,
it's not science. You believe it would happen. You imagine it might happen, but that's not science. Where's the scientific evidence that an amoeba turned to a human? Well, the kids are being taught that. Where's the science?
I've already answered that many times, and I was correct with all my answers before. But as you mentioned, the 1,000 experiments that we've done, the 1,000 generations of bacteria, we can measure the rate of genetic change in those things, and then we can plot out the rate and show, oh, look, if this rate continues over billions of years, yes, we can get dogs from amoebas. So yeah, we've literally proven that we can do that in exactly the time frame predicted by evolution. We don't need like billions. The planet's only 4.5 billion years old.
I predict that cows can be trained to jump higher and higher if you work them out, put them in the gym and make them lift weights, etc. And a cow can jump. Therefore, if we work hard enough, a cow can jump over the moon. That's what you are saying, Tom.
No, it's not.
Yes, you are.
No.
All we ever see is amoeba produce amoeba.
Which I've already explained. I never see a Kent produce a non-Kent, but I can still prove it. Again, you keep being confused because you think you need to directly observe this. I mean, we can directly observe macro evolution in lab. We have done this, but you don't accept that. So it's not really, I can prove that too, but we don't need to. Like you keep saying, we haven't observed a non-cow come from a cow. Well, I haven't observed a non-Kent come from a Kent. I don't need to. Like we can prove it's true without directly observing it. So you saying we haven't directly observed it doesn't disprove anything. I can still prove it's true. I don't need to directly observe it.
Science is what we observe, study,
Yes,
test,
like what I just said. Yes.
Okay. In the lab, they've been raising amoeba and bacteria and all kinds of things for, let's say the history of really modern science goes back a few hundred years, when they had microscopes the last 300 or 400 years to be able to do this kind of, even see these kind of things. So we've observed for a couple hundred years these bacteria or amoeba or protozoa in the laboratory, and they've done cultures on them, and they've raised who knows how many quadrillions of them. Have they ever gotten a protozoa, or let's take an amoeba, have they ever gotten an amoeba to produce a non-amoeba?
An amoeba to prove, again, I don't need to prove that. I can just show that does the DNA change? Yes, I've proven it. So I don't need to observe this. I can prove it through looking at the patterns in the DNA, just like I can prove a non-Kent came from a Kent without ever seeing it. Has a lab ever taken a non-Kent and produced a Kent, or a Kent and produced a non-Kent? No, it's never happened in a lab. Can I prove it true, though? Yes, I can still look at your DNA and prove Kent produced a non-Kent, just like I can prove other animals.
You cannot prove any such thing. You can imagine. All we've ever seen is kids produce kids.
Kids produce kids?
Well, humans produce humans. So you're muddying the water with kids and adults. Humans produce humans. That we can observe. I got 3 myself, okay? And they've got something. I got a bunch of grandkids. So I'd be willing to predict when my grandkids get married and have babies, they will be human. I'll predict that. I'll bet you $100 on that one.
Great. And I've already disproven that point, and you haven't addressed it. So I can prove a Kent can produce a non-Kent, and I don't need to observe it. So that's your argument. You've never observed. You never observed.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Are you saying a Kent, K-E-N-T, or a kid, K-I-D?
Kent, Kent Hovind, Kent. A Kent produces a non-Kent. Kent produces Eric. Eric is not Kent. Kent produces a non-Kent.
And that is your evidence that an amoeba turned to a human?
No,
Tom, what planet are you living on anyway, son?
No, that's not my argument here. Is that your argument is silly, and I can prove your argument is silly. So your argument is that we've never seen.
I don't think you will find a sane person in the world who will believe what you just said.
Let me try to explain here. So your argument is that we've never seen a cow produce a non-cow. Now let me take that argument. I'm going to reframe the structure here and use the exact same structure of your argument, and let's see how silly your argument is. I've never observed a Kent produce a non-Kent, just like I've never observed a cow produce a non-cow. But I can still prove both in the exact same way by looking at the DNA. I can look at the DNA of your kids and compare it to yours and be like, oh, look, a Kent has produced a non-Kent. There's evidence of this. So I can believe that a Kent, has produced a non-Kent by looking at the evidence, just like I can prove that a cow or an amoeba has produced a non-amoeba by looking at the DNA evidence. So I can be justified in both without ever having to see a Kent produce a non-Kent, because I can look at the DNA, which is the evidence. So I don't need to see a Kent produce a non-Kent. I just need to see the DNA.
Right. I think we are watching visible evidence that our public school produces morons.
Well, I mean, I didn't go to public school, so I think you've lost.
Okay. You can believe whatever you wish to believe, okay? This is not science. It's true. Kent produced a non-Kent. Therefore, amoebas and mosquitoes and whales are related. What kind of logic is that?
So if a Kent can produce
I am a human being. I have the same number of chromosomes as my son. There are differences. I have more blonde hair. He has more red hair. Okay? So we're still human. This is not evidence that cows and bananas are related. You guys want all the kids to be taught that everything is related. That's not science. It's an imagination. And you didn't offer evidence. Well, a Kent produced a non-Kent. Tom, that argument is stupid.
Yes,
I'm a human. I produced a human.
It's very stupid because it's your argument, and I'm just mirroring it to show how stupid your argument is. Yes, I agree it's a stupid argument because it's yours.
Show me a human that produced a non-human. And let's use the word human and talk slowly so I can understand you.
Like, again, again, the whole point here is I'm mirroring your argument. I'm trying to show you that your own argument is stupid by taking your argument and replacing the nouns. Like, I've never seen a Kent produce a non-Kent, but can I still have evidence? Even though I've never seen it, can I still have evidence it's true? Yes. So the fact that I've seen it, what this proves is that whether or not I've actually seen a Kent produce a non-Kent doesn't matter to the argument, because there's other things that count as evidence here. So whether or not I've seen an amoeba evolve into a cow doesn't matter. For the same reason, it doesn't matter if I've seen a Kent produce a non-Kent, because there's this other thing that works as evidence. It's called DNA. I don't need to see it if I have the other evidence.
Okay, so you saw a Kent produce a non-Kent, and therefore, because we have probably differences in our DNA, therefore, mosquitoes and whales are related. That's your logical conclusion from that?
No.
Kent produced a non-Kent. Well, the purpose of the debate is for you to provide evidence for evolution. Where is, I finally found the slides, slide number 1415, Alt-DV, 1415. Okay. There are 50 varieties of what? Put my slides up. Put my slides up. Hey, wake up over there. There are 50 varieties of watermelons. I predict they had a common ancestor. I predict they will always produce watermelons. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. There are 500 to maybe 1,000 varieties of mangoes. They probably had a common ancestor. They produced after their kind. 2,500 varieties of apples. They are always going to produce an apple. Okay? Always. How many wasps are there? 17,000 species of wasps. Wow. 3,000 varieties of tomatoes. All we've ever seen is they produce the same kind. Where's the evidence of anything other than that? A Kent produced a non-Kent. Is that going to be your argument?
No, that's your argument. I'm trying to show why your argument easily fails, and we can prove your argument fails. So, like, you're saying the fact that we've never seen a non-cow produce a cow is evidence that it's never happened. That's your argument. And so I could use the same argument and say the fact I've never seen a Kent produce a non-Kent is evidence it's never happened. Now you could say, well, that's silly. See, you don't need to have seen my child being born to know he's my child. There's a different way. You don't need to see it. There's a different way to show this has happened. And that's with this thing called DNA. We can do ancestry tests and be like, oh, look, his DNA has the same mutations as your DNA, and so you're related. And since we can do the same thing with animals, we don't need to see it happen because it's happened over a long time frame. We can't literally see long time frames, but we can still know it happened in the exact same way we know that Eric is your son by comparing the DNA. So the whole point of the Kent and non-Kent thing is that we don't need to see it, Kent. I've disproven your argument. I don't know why you keep repeating that.
Okay. Focus, Daniel-san. Listen carefully. There are 7,500 varieties of apples. I bet they have very similar DNA. There may be some differences in the DNA of the apples. I don't know. Actually, I don't care. But I'd be willing to bet they're always going to be an apple. So because there's differences in the DNA between the different kinds of apples, therefore, apples are related to pigs. That's your logic.
No. So I'm saying that there are patterns in both the apples and the pigs that are the same, just like there's patterns between Eric and you that are the same. So the patterns in the separate species, both the pigs and the apples, is the same. They have the same ERV, same endogenous retroviruses in the exact same location, same DNA. So we can know they're related in the same way we know all of your kids are related. So we know Eric and I don't know the other kid's name. They're both related to you because they have the same patterns at the same location, the same pattern in the DNA structure. So we know they came from the same parents. And we do the same thing with pigs and apples and amoebas. Okay.
I will confess that my son and I had a common ancestor, grandpa and great-grandpa. And I'm embarrassed to say it, but you and I probably have a common ancestor also, if we go back far enough. We're still human. The apples that we see have a common ancestor called an apple. Sure, there's variations of the DNA. You might get red ones or green ones or yellow ones or big ones or little ones or sour ones or sweet ones, but they're always apple. There are 17,000 species of wasps. Might have had a common ancestor. That doesn't prove wasps are related to tomatoes. There might be DNA similarities. That could prove a common designer. That's a different argument. I don't know. All I know is all science has ever observed is tomatoes produce tomatoes. Farmers, they do it, and you get a new crop every year. Now, with Kent producing Eric, that took, well, it didn't take very long to produce him, but raising him took a long time. So that's a different story. So I think that we get a new generation time for tomatoes every year. Wow. So in one human lifetime, we could observe, 70 different generations. You couldn't do that with humans. So let's take something with a shorter time frame, like amoebas. Do you believe there's evidence that amoebas produced a non-amoeba? I know you do. You think an amoeba turned to a human, and you think they should put those charts in the school because they drew a line between the human going back to an amoeba. Amoebas have a real short generation time. One scientist in the laboratory could probably, in a 30-year lifespan, watch thousands of generations of amoeba. Where is the evidence that an amoeba ever produced a non-amoeba? Google it. Has an amoeba ever produced a non-amoeba? So
Yes.
far, no, but we're going to keep trying. Someday it'll happen. Okay, well, until then, it's not science.
No, again, so I've already proved that wrong, like to the point where any child, like it's like at least above 5, can understand this. You don't need to directly observe it to prove it happened. You can prove it happened in other ways. And so I've debunked your argument there, Ken. You've lost that point.
Wait. It could happen another way. What other way is it? Where's the evidence of a watermelon producing a non-watermelon? They got itty-bitty ones the size of a grape.
No, okay. I'll say it slower for you. So try to listen.
No, not only slower, but use some common sense this time. Go ahead.
Well, the problem is you didn't understand the words I said. I don't think you comprehended the sentence and the argument there. So the argument is that we don't need to directly observe it happening. There are other ways to prove it happened other than directly observing it. This is a thing in science called indirect observation, which is a kind of observation, so we can prove that Eric is your son in a different way other than seeing it happen. We don't need to see it happen to prove it happened. We can prove it happened in a different way. So you keep saying we've never seen evolution happen. We have, right, but that's a different topic. But that doesn't matter because we can prove it in other ways. We can look at the patterns in the DNA. So if we look at
only two people who saw Eric get created, we close the door, okay?
Right. Yes. Which means I've never seen it. So I've never seen Eric being created. Right. But can I prove it? Can I prove it still happened?
Sure. Okay. So
how do I do that?
The Bible says they bring forth after their kind. What way?
Wait. I had a question. How would I prove that Eric was your son?
We are both human. We both fit the category of mankind. How would you, I'd rather divert it to something more common sense. How would you prove wasps and tomatoes are related?
I had a question here. So this is a specific question. I'm asking you. Don't try to diverge. Don't try to avoid the crushing argument that's going to destroy your entire position. How would I prove that Eric is your son?
Well, there could be DNA testing to prove Eric is my son.
So, but I never saw it happen. I never saw a Kent produce a non-Kent. It's never been done in a lab. No one in the lab has ever produced a Kent from a non-Kent. Therefore, it's a lie. Completely not evidence because it doesn't matter because I've never seen a Kent come from a non-Kent.
Calm down, Tom. In any court of law, there are different types of evidence. There is direct evidence. There is indirect evidence. There is inference. And they have different weights that they carry in law. We could see probably the DNA code of all these different tomatoes have enough similarities that we could say maybe all the tomatoes had a common ancestor. That does not prove tomatoes and wasps have a common ancestor. You are wildly jumping to conclusions, trying to include your religious belief that everything had a common ancestor. Nobody designed it. You're wildly jumping to the conclusion to try to avoid the obvious that God said they bring forth after their kind. You don't like that. Okay, lump it. He said they bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. Kent Hovind, a human being, produced Eric Hovind, a human being, and he produced his kids, a human being. That's it. That's not proof we're related to apples. There is no direct or indirect, certainly no indirect or direct evidence. You can imply this if you want. Wow, look at this. They're both eukaryotes. Wow. You know, apples and humans are both attracted by gravity. Oh, that proves they're related. That's the kind of dumb logic you evolutionists follow. This is insane. Where's the scientific evidence that everything is related, Tom? You're the one who believes this stuff. Do you believe you're related to an apple?
Yes, I am related to apples.
I believe it too.
Congratulations, you've accepted evolution. I win the debate.
Okay, let me jump in, guys. This has been a great debate. We've got over 420 people in the chat. Many calling this historical. So it's definitely been a ton of fun. The timer for the discussion went off about 5 minutes ago. So we had about a 35-minute discussion. I really just didn't know where to jump in. Great discussion and dialogue, guys. Let's move into some closing statements. Tom started off the discussion, so we'll let Dr. can end it. Tom, we're going to hand it over to you for a 5-minute concluding statement. Then Kent will give you a 5-minute concluding statement. Then we'll get into some audience questions. So, Tom, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I demonstrated why Kent's argument doesn't work with his own words there. He's like, oh, you've never observed it happen in a lab. And I said, well, there's other ways to show evidence, and it's the DNA pattern. And then when I flipped his argument on him, so I've never seen in a lab a Kent produce a non-Kent. He admitted that there's this other kind of evidence, that you don't literally need to see it happen if you have this other kind of evidence called DNA testing. So he admitted that we can discover this in other ways. We don't need to see it in a lab. So it kind of undermined his entire point, and he admitted it. And then, just to put a cherry on top, he admitted that I'm related to apples, which proves evolution. So thank you.
All right. I appreciate the closing statement there, Tom. Short and sweet. We also did just set a new record. We got 425 people live. The previous record was another debate with Kent on end times theology, where we had about 420 live. So great job keeping this a fun debate. So, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you, brother. 5-minute concluding statement whenever you are ready.
All right, so by Tom's logic, if I observe him being a careless driver for 10 seconds, that proves he created every accident in the world. There are about 60 different kinds of oak trees in the United States. They might have had a common ancestor. 195 varieties of chickens, 8 kinds of bears, 50 varieties of watermelons, 7,500 varieties of apples. Okay, I accept the fact that there are variations of all these things. I think it's evidence they had a common creator, not a common ancestor. Okay, 45 varieties of pumpkins, I accept that. 111 varieties of pine trees. Okay, 12,000 varieties of grass. Whoa, okay. 150 species of roses and a bunch of hybrids. 60 species of rats. 1,000 species of sharks and rays. New species discovered every year. I agree with that. 60 species of eagles. I accept all that. That is science. Anything inside that circle is religion. It is not observable that eagles have a common ancestor with sharks. You can believe that if you want. I don't see how you can't see the idiocy of your logic. I accept the fact that cows can jump. They can be trained to jump higher if you work them out. Therefore, cows can jump over the moon if we wait long enough. This is your logic. I think evolution, as I stand my ground, evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. You can believe you're related to an apple if you want. Do you eat them? Are you eating your relatives? Whoa. You believe you came from a rock, which is what evolution teaches. The earth cooled down, had a hard rocky crust. It rained on the rocks for millions of years, turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Tom, do you drive on the highway and run over your ancestors? I think evolution has got to be the dumbest and most dangerous idea mankind has ever come up with. It's a desperate attempt to get away from the obvious fact God created the world. There's no other explanation. There's no other explanation than to say some human mind, some man created this ink pen. There isn't a good natural explanation to leave man out of the equation. There's no natural explanation to explain the salt shaker. Even though it's made of clay, which is right here in my gravel pit, you can't say this thing made itself. There is no naturalistic explanation within the clay to create the salt shaker. There's no natural explanation within the dirt to create man. Now, God can take the dirt and make man. Man can take the dirt and make pottery out of the clay. Man can take iron ore and make a car, but the iron ore can't make a car by itself. You guys want so badly to leave God out of the equation. Okay, we'll see how that works for you Judgment Day. I did my best. I tried. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. Dr. Dino, that concludes the closing statements. Again, fantastic debate, tons of fun. Time flies by. So let's get in about 15 to 20 minutes worth of audience questions. We have a ton here. So what we'll do, as we usually do, is whoever the question is for, we'll make sure they get the last word. Tom, let's say the question's for you. We'll let you respond. Kent can add in a few points. Then we give Tom the last word. Okay, so let's pick the first question that came in all the way at the beginning. And also, I want to thank everybody for their super chats and comments. Okay, here we go. So this first one comes in from Rebel Nazarene, and it looks like this question is for you, Tom. So Rebel asks, ask Tom, how can the law of entropy and evolution both be true? They are opposite phenomenon. Go ahead.
They are not opposite phenomenon. Entropy is just a state that usable energy decreases over time. Evolution is an added set of organization, which does take energy, but as long as there's some other source emitting more energy than it takes to build the organization and evolution, then entropy is conserved because there's more energy being lost than gained. So the fact that we have this big thing called the sun, which emits tons and tons of energy, there's excess energy sent off by the sun then is required to produce the organization and evolution. Therefore, the net system of the solar system is still losing more energy than it's gaining, even though in certain pockets of it where heat and chemical interactions happen, there is some organization being gained. The overall amount of entropy is still decreasing or increasing because the amount of energy is being lost because the amount the sun is emitting is far more than the amount required to do evolution. It's very simple.
All right, I appreciate it there, Tom. We'll hand it over to Kent. If there's anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
Well, yeah, he has demonstrated great faith to believe that the sun's energy is going to somehow make these changes. What we've seen is the law of entropy. Everything seems to be falling apart. Everything degrades. The more the gene code is multiplied and the DNA, we're gathering a genetic load. Mankind today has a genetic load much greater than 1,000 years ago. There's all kinds of defects in our genes. They're slowly, if you took a piece of paper with anything written on it and ran it through the copier, then you took the copy and ran it through the copier, and you made a copy of the copy of the copy. You go about 20 or 30 generations, you won't be able to read it. We're about probably 300 or 400 generations from Adam, and our DNA code is degrading. It's not improving. And so the law of entropy is true. Adding more sunlight is going to make it worse. You're going to get a sunburn. So to add energy doesn't help. Dropping a hand grenade into a pile of sticks will not build a house. Adding energy, it takes intelligence to take the sticks and turn them into something useful. It takes intelligence to get the clay out of the ground and turn it into a salt shaker. It takes intelligence, okay? It does not take intelligence to graduate from school these days, but it does take intelligence to build things, okay? So I rest my case. Go ahead.
Thank you there, Dr. Dino. And Tom, question was for you. If you want a final word, go ahead.
Oh yeah, we can obviously see things are growing in complexity. Like all life grows. You start from a kid form, and then you grow and add complexity to your life form. Crystals add complexity from the beginning. Things organize all the time. If you add energy to the system, it can organize. If there's excess energy in the system, so it's pretty obvious how this is possible. Life can organize in the system if excess energy is being added to it by, like, I don't know, the sun.
Okay, thanks for that final word there, Tom. Moving on to the next question. This one comes in from Born 100 Years Late. I've got it up on screen here. And again, the question is for you, T-Jump. So he asks, 1,000 generations isn't enough time for one change. How many changes are necessary for a completely new kind? And he just says, do the math. How does this fit in your timeline?
Yeah, so it depends. Like, there's no such thing as a kind. That's just a made-up definition by creationists. There are different kinds of species, and different kinds of species have been produced in a lab. Like, there's been the longest experiment on evolution. I think it's gone on since I was born, 33 years or so, where they've done continuous different generational changes to E. coli and some of the fastest reproducing bacteria in order to test evolution. And they have produced many different species of bacteria. So yes, we've literally seen it happen. 1,000. I mean, each generation has changes. Like, there are tens of thousands of changes and mutations in every generation. But to create a new species takes more, depending on your definition of species. And science has proven this in a lab. We know what causes different species, and it happens all the time. There's not like a specific number. It's just based on when do the changes happen enough to produce a new functionality that makes it a different kind of a thing, like going from a single-celled organism to a multicellular organism, which we have also observed happen in the lab. So, I mean, it's not like a specific number. There's just like on average, this is the amount it takes given the environmental factors. But it definitely happens. I don't know the exact number, but we've seen it happen many times.
Okay, over to Kent for your response.
Another clear demonstration of his faith, his religion. He believes it could happen if we give it enough time. This isn't science. I think in science class we should teach science. I think in math class, they should teach math. History class, teach history. Evolution is not science. It's a religious belief that if we gave it more generations, the question is very legitimate. 1,000 generations isn't enough time. How many would it take? I covered a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to find my slides now. I got about 80,000 slides. There's no good definition of species. There are 21 different definitions of species now. What exactly is a species? Is a dog and a wolf a different species? Yes. Can they still interbreed? Yeah. Well, so he said that creation has made up the word kind. No, God made up that. He said 10 times in the first chapter they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen is dogs produce dogs. Cows produce cows. Anybody wishes to believe something other than that is welcome to believe it, but it's not science. There we go, 537. Almost found it. 537. Enter. Mankind has played around with the gene code and selectively bred different kinds of corn, different kinds of dogs, 12,000 species of grass in the family, in the world. They're still grass. They're still a plant. You think they'll ever, with enough generations, if we give it 20 trillion generations, will they turn grass into an elephant? You believe they would, but that's not science. That's a religion. I wish you guys could admit you have a religious belief and stop pretending it is science.
Thank you for the response there, Kent. And T-Jump, again, question was for you. Go ahead, final word.
My faith in evolution is equal to my faith that a Kent produced a non-Kent. And so if he thinks that's faith, then I guess so.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the engagement on that. Good question. So next one comes in short and sweet. This comes in from Bubblegum Gun. I appreciate the super chat and the support. So question again is for you, T-Jump. So he asks, can a Chihuahua evolve into a wolf? If so, do it. So there you go. He's challenging you.
Yes, it can. Can you donate all of your money to my bank account? If so, do it.
All right, thank you. There you go. There's a challenge out there for you. Bubblegum Gun. So over to you, Dr. Dino. Anything you'd like to add?
I suspect that the original dog kind, let's call it a wolf, maybe it was something like a wolf, has been selectively bred down to the Chihuahua, and they might have lost now a lot of their original genetic code. They didn't gain anything. They lost to where you probably could take all the Chihuahuas and crossbreed them and get, a little closer back, but I don't think you're ever going to go all the way back to a wolf. If it happened, it'd still be a dog kind. Didn't prove nothing. Except they wasted a lot of money making the stupid Chihuahua.
Thank you, Kent. T-Jump, final word?
I'm good.
Okay, here we go. Next question comes in from Endo. $5 super chat. Again, I appreciate the support. Endo asks, Kent. So question for you there, Kent. How similar does DNA need to be to show that we have a common relative? He says, are chimps' DNA similar enough? Neanderthals, for example, or it only works for your son?
Well, I know it worked for my son. I think in a court of law, they would try to look at DNA and say, there are limits to this. How much can you prove? I think we could prove that probably, humans from Asia and humans from Africa and humans from North America have a common ancestor if you go back far enough. I think his name was Adam. I even know his wife's name, Eve, and I know where they lived. Yeah, Garden of Eden. So that's as far as we can take it. Humans produce humans. One of my people said, Kent produced a non-Kent. Well, did you expect an exact clone? What do you expect out of this? Good observation. So yes, I think that the DNA, there's a lot of variety within the DNA. You can take the English letters, the 26 English letters, and rearrange them and produce thousands of words. But you're never going to get Chinese out of there. It's not available. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ken.
I don't think he answered the question. Like the question was, what is the limitation here? How would, in a court of law, if they look at your DNA and your son's DNA and say, yes, you're related, and they look at a chimpanzee DNA and a dolphin DNA, why would they not also say they're related? What point of the similarity in the DNA are they is the court of law going to be like, nah, not related, even though they have the same patterns?
Well, I'm in the middle of my library here with thousands of books. I think we could prove all of them have the same 26 letters of the alphabet for their code to write the book. Therefore, all these books have the same author. That's your logic. Look, they got the same 26 letters. Aha, proof of the same author. Of course, there are limits. Yes, you can rearrange the words of the 26 letters and get a lot of different words. That's the code everybody in English writes with, the same 26 letters. I bet we could find similar sentences in some of these books. So it's not proving a common ancestor. That's the code with which you write it. The fact that chimpanzees have a few similarities with humans doesn't prove common ancestry. Microsoft Word has a lot of identical lines of code to Microsoft PowerPoint. That doesn't prove they came from Morse code. That proves the same guys are reusing some of the code. So God used some of the code to make fingers in humans. And guess what? Chimpanzees have fingers. Wow. Let's use the same code to tell the body to develop a finger. It doesn't prove ancestry. Same designer wrote the code. Chevy puts round tires on their trucks and on their cars. That's proof they came from a skateboard.
All right, I appreciate the answers there and responses on a good question. Also, disclaimer to the audience, we got a lot of great super chats, and I appreciate that. But any super chat that comes with either an ad hom towards the debaters or even an off-topic question, I can't ask those. So I appreciate the support, but we're not going to ask those types of questions. So here's the next question. This one comes in from Redefine Living. This question is for... looks like it's for you there, Tom. So he asks, question, did evolution predict that endogenous retroviruses would have function before these specific functions were found?
Yes. So function as defined by the ENCODE project is just any binding kind of thing. And so, yes, we predicted that the ERVs and pretty much every pattern in DNA would have a function in that it would bind to other molecules in DNA. They don't have any coding function. They don't code for anything, but they do have a function in the fact that they do bind with other molecules. So yes, that was predicted by evolution a long time ago.
Okay. Thank you, Tom, for the response. Kent, anything you wanted to add?
I disagree completely. The evolution of religion was invented way before they ever heard of an ERV. Now, everything that is discovered since Darwin came up with this dumb idea somehow has to be shoehorned into this dumb religion. So anything they find will be forced to fit that theory. So no, he is not correct. ERVs weren't even heard of, weren't even thought, never discovered until way after Darwin's religion was invented. So he is mistaken.
Thank you. And T-Jump, question was for you. Final word.
Apparently, if Darwin didn't do it, it's not a prediction by evolution. I have never heard of this. I've never heard that all predictions must have been made by the first writing and the first version of the first theory by the guy who wrote it, or else it doesn't count. This is a new thing. Again, this must be in this creationist document of new definitions I haven't heard of. I got to find this creationist book of new definitions. It's got some really interesting stuff in there.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Let's get to the next question here, man. This chat is flying. So let me see if I can find it again. Actually, no, I got it up on screen here. So $10 super chat comes in from William Jacksonville, Jackson Y. I appreciate it. So question is for, I guess it's for you, T-Jump. So he says, Kent is a name of a human. So yes, he produces humans, but yes, he could name him Kent. So I don't know, I guess Kent producing.
He's saying a Kent could produce a Kent rather than a non-Kent, which would be fine. I mean, because the whole point of my argument was that has a Kent ever produced a non-Kent, and do we have reason to believe it other than the fact we have never seen it? So even if Kent did produce a Kent, like an exact copy, or just named his kid Kent, that would still be evidence to my argument, because the argument is do we have evidence that Kent produced a non-Kent even though we haven't seen it? And the answer is yes, which means we also have evidence that an amoeba can produce a fish even though we haven't seen it.
Okay.
All right. Actually, yes, I did produce a Kent. My first son is named Kent. Okay. Then I produced a non-Kent named Eric. Then I produced a daughter. Whoa. Now what are we going to do? Gee whiz. They're very different. They're all human, Tom. Human. That doesn't prove we're related to mosquitoes.
I still don't think you were following the argument there.
I follow it. I think it's retarded. Go ahead.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. You guys are making for a good debate. So here we go. I appreciate good question and good super chat. And thank you for the answer there, Dr. Hovind. So next one that comes in, now we got one for you, Tom. So good mix of questions, it looks like at this point. So this one is from Landon Freeman. So he asks, venom has allegedly evolved roughly 30 times independently. I think he's pointing to convergent evolution. How can a goalless, mindless process like evolution be so consistent, repeatedly reintroducing biological features?
Because it's determined by the laws of physics, so they come up with similar patterns. And so if the environment is beneficial in the environment, then it will more likely evolve in something that's detrimental in the environment. And so because it's determined by physical patterns and structures, some things will more likely evolve than others. And so we'll see patterns like legs and lungs and eyes. Yes, the things that are beneficial will evolve more often.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Dr. Hovind.
Wishful thinking. I think the venom and the method to inject it, like let's take a rattlesnake, for example. The whole system of injecting the venom that a rattlesnake puts in is a really complicated system. It has heat sensing organs that can sense the heat in the dark to find the prey, bite it, inject the venom. And it has to constantly reproducing this new venom. So I think the venom production system, whether it's a mosquito or a wasp or a rattlesnake or a black widow spider, is mind-boggling in its complexity. You'd almost think there was a designer if you hadn't gone to public school.
And I think it was for you, Tom. You can have a quick final word.
That's fine.
Okay, let's move on. We got a ton of super chats coming in here, guys. So we're going to get through these last three and call it there. Time is flying by. So this next one comes in from SWE, and okay, we got it up on screen. Chat is wild, so I appreciate the lively chat. Okay, $10 super chat. I appreciate it from SWE. This one is for you, Dr. Hovind. So she asks, what does Kent think about the fact that studies have shown the single-celled ancestor of animals likely already had some of the mechanisms that animal cells use to develop into different tissue types?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, the single-celled organism, let's take it and call it an amoeba, already had the mechanisms to make an arm and an eye and a brain and a nervous system and a skeletal system and a muscular system. I completely disagree. I don't know where they went to school, but whoever taught them that lied to them. They should get their money back. Amoeba are incredibly complicated. One amoeba is more complicated than the space shuttle. One amoeba. And all they've ever produced is a baby amoeba. So if an amoeba has the DNA code that happens to match some of the DNA code of a different animal, so that's the same designer. Neither one is actually provable in a court of law, so why do we all pay for one religion to be taught? Let's just ignore the subject, teach biology in biology class, and forget evolution is not part of science, it's certainly not part of biology.
Thank you there, Dr. Dino. And Tom, if you want anything to add, go ahead. Oh, Tom, I think you're on mute. Sorry.
You muted me, goddammit. But I think that I don't think Kent answered the question like last time. Like I think he hasn't really answered the questions that people are asking. He's just kind of like avoiding them. I don't know. I don't get it.
Okay, over to you, Kent, for your last word on that.
No, that's fine. I think let's see, 7, 9. There. No, we've never seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. That's just, it's nonsense. It's non-science. It's religious belief. It's imagination. It's SpongeBob to believe it can happen. That's fine. And even if it did happen, even if it's true, we couldn't prove it scientifically. So it's outside the realm of science. And the topic of the debate, if you go back and read it, Tom, is where's the scientific evidence for evolution? There isn't any. None. I win. Let's go home.
Okay, thank you, guys. Last two super chats here. And anybody who brings in any more super chats, I apologize. We do got to wrap this up at some point. So Canadian Catholic, $5 super chat. I appreciate it. This is a question for both. So we'll get both your input in on this one. Canadian Catholic asks, do you think old earth creationism is a good bridge between evolution and creation? Tom, we can start with you if you'd like, since Kent started with the last one.
Sure. I'd say no. I'd say it's mostly post hoc reasoning. We're after the young earth creationist view, which is the predominant view in Christianity for a long time, got debunked by evolution and proven wrong. The Christian worldview shifted to try and make it fit the scientific data, which happens a lot. God of the gaps. After many of the Christian things that have been proven wrong over and over and over again, they change their view to try and make it fit science, which shows that science is better than the Bible and it tells us more about reality. And religion just has to fit the science, not the other way around. So it's better in the fact that it more corresponds to the things we know in reality, but it's not a better hypothesis because, again, it's just post hoc fitting the data that science discovered.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Dino, for your response.
Well, he is dreaming when he says it got debunked, so they tried to change a new theory. I've never changed mine God never changed it from the very beginning. He said he made it all in 6 days. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Bible says nothing died till man sinned. God made a perfect world and man messed it up. And someday God's going to fix it back like it used to be, and I'm looking forward to that. But no, it's never been debunked. So there's no reason to try to compromise this dumb evolution theory with the common sense, obvious evidence. Somebody had to create this. Well, adding billions of years is not going to help. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Catholics are teaching there might be a gap. It might be millions of years in there. Well, then they're calling Jesus a liar. He said that was the beginning. The 10 Commandments, Exodus 20. God wrote it on a rock with his finger. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. They're calling God a liar. I completely disagree. There's no reason to try to compromise at all. 6,000 years is a long time. Plenty to put everything in that happened in the world, and especially when you include a big flood to make all the fossils and all the layers and all the canyons, one giant flood. The Bible says the scoffers in the last days would be ignorant of the creation and the flood. We got demonstrated here tonight, live on screen. Go ahead.
Thank you for the response, Kent and Tom. Last super chat for the night that I can get to here comes in from Logan Missiak, $10. I appreciate the support. And this one is for you, T-Jump. So I've got it up on screen and we can read it together here. So he asks, if I kill a deer, am I killing my family member because we have some similar DNA? Are humans bananas? What is your state? Well, I guess there's a few questions in there. Take your time. Choose whatever you'd like to respond to there, Tom.
Sure. Deers are related to humans in that they came from a common ancestor. They are just very distantly related. Humans are related to bananas. They're not literally bananas, except if you ask Ray Comfort. What is your standard of truth? My standard of truth is justified true belief, and novel testable predictions is how I know right from wrong. I assume he means correct true facts from false facts, or if it means moral facts, I believe there is an objective morality. I think it's the best of all possible worlds, and it's defined as a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. And that is a morally better world than anything in any religious text, especially the drowning babies and the sending bears to kill kids for making fun of a bald guy. Like, clearly, my model's better than the God of the Old Testament.
Okay, over to you, Kent, if there's anything you'd like to add to it.
I caught about a third of that. I have to go back and listen carefully. If I kill a deer, am I killing my family member? Absolutely not. It's okay. Up on our deer feeder, we've got a sign. This corn is for squirrels. Any deer caught eating this corn will be shot. Yeah. We do have some similar DNA. We got a common ancestor. Are humans bananas? No. Okay, not at all. What's your standard of truth? I have a standard. I have a tape measure to measure when I'm going to do carpentry work. I have a standard of inches. I can measure things, or feet. I've got a standard for right and wrong. There are standards of weight. There are standards of speed. There are all kinds of standards we use in science. Evolution doesn't have a standard. How do you tell right from wrong? Great question. I think the creator who created this world gave us the standard to judge things by. Is it wrong to kill another human? Absolutely. Is it wrong to, it depends on the situation. I mean, if they're attacking you or they're trying to kill you or for certain crimes, but generally it's wrong. Is it wrong to kill a deer and eat it? No, they taste great. Go for it.
Okay, thank you for the response, Kent. And quick final word from you at all, T-Jump?
I'm good.
All right, well, there we go. I appreciate all the great questions and super chats that have come in. Time flies by. This was definitely a debate to remember. It was a much anticipated debate and it was worth the wait. So Logical, Plausible, Probable sends in a super chat. He says late night after show. I guess he could not resist. He was supposed to take the night off, but this debate was too much fun. So he is having an after show. He says, look for link in the chat. Tom, Dr. Hovind, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight. Let's have some final words, final thoughts before we shut it down. T-Jump, again, thank you so much. Final words.
Thanks, Donnie, for hosting. Appreciate it always. Thank you, Kent, for showing up. Appreciate the conversation. It was really entertaining talking to both you guys as always. Thanks for hosting the show. I appreciate always the engaging conversations and debates between creationists and evolutionists. It's a good thing to have dialogue, even if we disagree. And so I appreciate it as always.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Tom. And Kent, thank you as well for doing this and engaging in so many debates lately as we have this Evolution Debate Challenge. Final thoughts, final words?
Well, thank you. I enjoy doing it. Bring them on. I'll take them all on at the same time, okay? I believe in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. I believe that's the only logical answer we can come up with. Somebody had to design it. If I'm walking through the woods and find an arrowhead, I have to conclude somebody made it. I might not know who, but I think somebody made it. That doesn't happen naturally. I think the evidence is overwhelming. There's a God. Some people don't want to see it. They so badly don't want to see it, they will instead believe wild ideas like they're related to an apple. Okay. I don't think that'll go well for you Judgment Day. We'll see. Tom, come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll give you the tour.
Yeah, we should do a live debate at your place sometime. That'd be awesome. In-person debate.
I didn't understand a word of that.
Like on stage. We should do it on
Oh,
stage
okay,
debate.
sure. Yep, come on. You're invited.
The next debate can be live and in person and even more fun than tonight. So again, Kent, T-Jump, thanks for a wild debate, a fun debate. We'll let you guys get out of here. Blessings to the chat. Thank you for tuning in, and Standing for Truth is out.
Am I good again?
You're good, and we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and we are here for another chapter in our 2022 Evolution Debate Series. And tonight I have Ken Rock, who is the evolutionist interlocutor for tonight. Ken is taking the challenge. Ken, I appreciate that. And of course, we have Dr. Ken Hovind himself as well. And the title of the debate for tonight is there scientific evidence for evolution? Gentlemen, Ken and Kent, thank you both for being here for tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Hello.
Awesome. Looking forward to this one. And for the audience sake, I want to just briefly go over the format. We are, as always, going to keep this professional and formal. Ken Rock being in the affirmative, he is going to be kicking us off with his opening statement. Whatever time he takes, we'll allow Dr. Dino to take equal time. Then we'll have a roughly 6-minute rebuttal and then an open discussion where we will focus on one topic at a time. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A, so make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, like we typically do, let's kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit before the fun begins. Ken Rock, this is your first time here on the platform, so why don't we start with you? How you doing? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
So I'm doing fine. I generally do more power scaling debates versus story analysis and stuff like that. So this is going to be a different type of topic for me, obviously. Break out a little bit more. That's my channel, basically. So I don't know what to say about myself.
No worries. It looked like you had a little bit of static coming in there on your end on the audio. Let me see if I'm going to adjust your mic a bit, and hopefully that deals with it. So over to Dr. Dino. Kent, how you been? What's going on? And a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back with you. My name's Kent Hovind. I was raised in Illinois, right where Ken is from. Well, not right where, but now in Lenox, Alabama. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. And 7 years ago, somebody gave us this property here in Lenox to build Dinosaur Adventureland, 140 acres with 16 lakes and ponds and boats and fishing and all kinds of fun stuff. We have a science center, 12,000 square feet. That is really amazing, on all kinds of cool stuff about science in the Bible. I defend the position that the Bible is true. God made everything in 6 days, just like he said in the 10 Commandments. And dinosaurs lived with man, and evolution's the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the history of the world. Dumb. Those are the nice things we say about it.
I don't want to hear the mean things you got to say about it then,
Okay.
Ken, if those are the nice things. I appreciate the introduction from you, Dr. Hovind and Ken Rock. Ken, I did adjust your mic, so why don't you give us another audio test there real quick before we get into your opening statement.
Do I sound better?
You do. Yeah, currently you do. So
Okay.
we'll keep it like that. And why don't we get right into it then? We've got opening statements here. Ken, we'll give you the floor. And whatever time you take, we'll give Dr. Dino equal time. So whenever you're ready, Ken, the floor is yours.
Okay. So my position is obviously, I believe evolution to be true. If we look at most definitions of evolution, we generally get stuff that say that evolution is a change within living organisms, such as a change of color would count, a change of height would count, shortening of something like antlers, growing of antlers, and all that as well. So realistically, it's really hard to argue that evolution wouldn't be true within that criteria. It's something that we can see as far as just animals needing to survive. There are frogs that have adapted and even grew the poison that they've been eating on in order to better survive within the wild areas. There's also something we just demonstrate within plants as well. So generally, when you think of a plant, you would think something that gets its energy via photosynthesis, and most plants generally do. However, there are select breed of types of plants that have decided that they can't get enough energy that way. So instead, they've adapted qualities which allow them to trap and eat meat, anything from insects to even like medium-sized birds. And it's done in multiple different ways as well, like from the phoenix fly trap, which just clamps down and digests stuff like that, and it tricks its prey via its nectar, I guess you would call it, to, I can't remember the name of the plant, but there's one that specifically just sits and it holds its liquids in it, and any animal that falls in digests like that. Another way you could also prove evolution, and I know Kent doesn't necessarily agree with it, is the fossil record itself. So when you look at it, you see stuff like whales slowly sorry, 1 second. The skeleton of the whale's ancestors slowly becoming more whale-like. It can be proven with some of the bones that aren't necessarily needed. One being one that Kent's very familiar with, being the one that's been claimed to be its hind legs, which is used to control its reproductive system. Well, it can do that now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's only what it's done. Even on humans, if you look at them where we are now, where our hips are, they would necessarily be able to control that function as well. Not necessarily as well, but you could use it to wiffle that around if you truly wanted. But it's also used to connect and move the muscles of the legs. We can also see that necessarily would be what it is via within relatives that would be closer to whales. Dolphins are known to every once in a while grow hind flippers as well, which dolphins don't necessarily do, which is evidence that they might have had legs in past ancestries. That's about all I can go into now. I'd like to pass it to Kent.
Okay, short and sweet there, Ken. Let me just see how much time you took. So 3 minutes for an opening statement, and typically we go a little longer than that. So of course, if Dr. Hovind wants to take, a couple more minutes or whatever he feels comfortable taking, he can do so. And Kent, we'll hand it over to you, brother, an opening statement.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Ken, for doing this. You said you believe evolution is true. I think we need to first, I guess, get to the right slides here. What do you mean by that word evolution? Because I cover this. I think this is critical for the debate. What do we mean by this word? Let me get up there. There. Textbooks teach that man evolved from a single-celled creature like a bacteria, And I think that is purely a religious belief. Nobody's ever seen a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. But they put these charts in the textbook and say, oh yeah, a bacteria or some single-celled creature evolved into the sharks and the whales and everything else. Evolution is a gradual process that takes over many generations. No, it doesn't take place at all. They imagine this. It's SpongeBob imagination from the beginning. Evolution is defined as a net directional change or any cumulative change in the characteristics of organism. This is what Ken implied tonight when he said change within living organisms. Well, certainly there are changes. I think every farmer in the world will tell you there are varieties of anything can be produced, varieties of pigs or cows or sheep or ducks or anything, but they're still the same kind. God said they would bring forth after their kind, and that's all we've ever seen. Now, if somebody wishes to believe or imagine other than that, that's now a religion. That's all I've been saying. Variant forms of a gene, certainly. The genes are incredibly complex and they can produce varieties. New alleles can be formed as a result of mutations, okay? A mutation, all mutations observed have been neutral, fatal, or harmful. Nobody's ever seen a good one. They imagine them. It would take trillions and trillions and quadrillions of mutations to change a bacteria to a human being. This is pure imagination, okay? Genetic drift and the founder effect they talk about. Let's see. Founders carry some, but not all, of the alleles of the gene pool to the new place. Here's a red ladybug got blown off the land and landed up on an island, and now we got a whole island full of red ladybugs. Okay, that probably could happen, but they're still a ladybug, and they're still red. It didn't create a new color that didn't exist before. It didn't turn it into a whale or an elephant. It's a ladybug. So my objection is the textbooks, and I collect them, the textbooks teach the kids this evolution theory, and it's purely religion. They say life has evolved on Earth. Well, what do you mean by that? That word evolved is too slippery. So for the sake of this debate tonight, there's what's called chemical or cosmic evolution. They have to have the origin of time, space, matter. You can Google it, cosmic evolution. Where did the planets, where did time, space, and matter come from? There is no scientific evidence that time, space, or matter can create themselves out of nothing. This is a religion. You have to believe in it. And some people do. Great. I admire their faith. I don't admire their science, but I admire their faith. Then you'd have to have chemical evolution. If there was a big bang that magically produced time, space, and matter, it would only produce hydrogen and maybe a little bit of helium or lithium. Well, then how do you get all the elements? Origin of the elements. Hydrogen and helium and lithium produced in the hot, extremely hot, dense region of the Big Bang. Okay, you can believe that if you want, but let's say it's true. But 73% of the universe is in the form of hydrogen. How do you get all these other elements? I cover this in my video series, but he didn't take long, so I won't take long. You cannot fuse past iron. Nobody's figured out a way to do that. So how do you get gold, silver, and platinum out of hydrogen gas? I'd like to learn how to do that. Make some money. Man, we got plenty of hydrogen gas around here. We'd turn it into gold. That'd be great, okay? Iron cannot be fused into anything heavier because of the insane amounts of energy and force required to fuse iron atoms. I agree. So it's a religion to believe that. The whole idea of chemicals evolving from hydrogen is a religion. There's no scientific evidence that the 92 elements can create themselves out of nothing, or that they can create themselves into higher elements. It just is not science. It's a religious belief. Then you have to have the stars evolving. You have to get all these elements to make all the stars. Nobody's ever seen a star form. Stellar evolution, a process by which a star changes over time. Well, certainly, the stars are burning out. That's not forming. That's the opposite. Stars are blowing up, nova, supernova. That's the opposite of evolution. We've never seen a star form. Never. The silent embarrassment of astrophysics, we don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. And this was 35 years ago, and they still don't know how a star could form. Why do stars evolve from Western Michigan? They don't. All evolution in the stars is negative, down. They're burning up, they're burning out. They imagine that they can start over again, but that's a dream. That's imagination. Origin of stars is the most fundamental unsolved problem of astrophysics. I agree. So we can check it out. Nobody's seen a star form. No one really understands how star formation proceeds. Everything Ken described tonight was variations within something that's already alive. You have to have, let me get over to the next one here. You have to have, there we go. He mentioned about the whales, evidence for evolution. Ken, the whales have bones near their, what we would call there's no pelvis on a whale, but they have bones back there. This textbook says the whale retains pelvic and leg bones as useless vestiges. Jeannie Scott in Berkeley, California, at the National Center for Science Indoctrination, said they have pictures of the whale up there, and this is their evidence for evolution. No, it's not. Those bones back there are part of the whale's reproductive system. But the textbooks tell the kids the whale hind limb bones have no function. Tell that to the whale. They got to have those to make baby whales. Just imagine whales walking around. It's true. These are the bones they're talking about right here, Los Angeles Museum. The whale's pelvis? No. Those bones are anchor points for special muscles. You have a bone in your throat called the hyoid that's not connected to any other bones, but it anchors muscles that allow you to talk and swallow and stuff like that. It's essential. These bones are special bones that allow the whale to make babies. The whales have to mate in the dark, underwater, and they can't talk and say, "Screw it over, honey." This is essential part of the whale's reproductive system. Google it. National Pornographic for Kids said millions of years ago, dolphins had legs. This is pure baloney. This is propaganda. And apparently Ken swallowed it in his education. We're here to help you, Ken. We'll get you straightened out. We've got some of the bones here in our museum. By the way, if you work in Alaska and killing whales or something for butchering, we'd like to get some more. Whale pelvic bone. That's not a pelvic bone. It's a bone that's got blood supply, nerve supply. It anchors the whale's penis, which can be 15 feet long, and allows them to mate in the dark underwater with no arms and can't talk. So don't quit calling it a pelvic bone. It's not a hip bone at all. It's part of their whale's reproductive system. You got a kneecap not connected to other bones. It serves a vital function. It connects muscles and ligaments and tendons. So we could talk all day about that, but I've taken more time than I should. But I'm sorry, Ken, the whale is not any evidence for evolution. There is no evidence of any animal ever producing a different kind of offspring. None. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that opening statement there, Dr. Hovind, and also to the audience, thank you so much. We have a ton of fantastic questions flying in, so we are going to have an awesome audience Q&A for tonight's debate. Okay, Ken Rock, we are going to hand it over to you now, and take whatever time you need for a rebuttal. Let's say up to 6 minutes, as in 6 minutes being the max, and then we'll go from there. So, Ken, the floor is yours.
So the definition that you gave for evolution doesn't necessarily go against what I've given for evolution. That's my big problem here. So even if we say animals can't necessarily become other types of animals, you would still necessarily be agreeing that animals do change, which would still be a form of evolution. So even if you out of the way. So even if you disagree in microevolution, it's still a form of evolution. Therefore, you still kind of agree with it. It's a nitpick and all that, but it's still something to point out. But another question with that one would be sorry, I got distracted. If little changes in an animal can happen, why couldn't those little changes add up to bigger changes? Like, let's take, and I've used this example all the time, let's take a goat. Let's say its horns shorten slowly and it grows more fur. It could slowly become more sheep-like, and maybe even become what we would classify as a sheep. Or we can go the other direction and make it bigger, and we could slowly get something that's more cowish or become more of a cow. Another thing that I'm having problems with is you said that all animals produce after their kind. Well, I got to know what a kind is as well. Like, technically, if you want, we could say there are different kinds of people. There's different kinds of hair, or we can all lump those two categories into one thing. Like, hair in general is just hair, or people in general just people. You said there's, say, fish or their own kind, but there's also different types of fish. So is a pufferfish a different kind of fish than a starfish? Is a starfish a different kind of a fish than a shark? I know sharks aren't necessarily fish, but you get the point. At what point do you draw like what the kind is? Like, you'll never have a shark that produces a goldfish. So as far as that's concerned, that's what I have to say on that. With the whale, I acknowledge that it now uses that bone to control its penis. That's as it is. I've never denied that. but I don't see you really finding any way to prove that it couldn't necessarily have been a leg in past century as well, especially when we look back at the fossil record. It is something that we see within what would be its ancestors, is that they were smaller and able to walk around. It was only once they were able to get into water that they were able to grow bigger and all of that. So take that as you will. 6 minutes. And I also would like to point out again that the plant itself, once again, kind of help prove my point a little bit as well. There's no way that a plant would just randomly grow teeth, digestive acid, and all of that. That it has to be something that's added on. Like, unless you can demonstrate that plants would have had that post flood, I guess would be the best way of putting that. If they did, I would like to see some evidence of prehistoric carnivorous plants. I'm sorry, Donnie, I can't think of too much to go on from that point on. I'd like to pass on.
Yeah, no worries. It's up to 6 minutes, so you don't have to take the full 6 minutes. No worries. Anything we don't take, we just throw into the audience Q&A. So Ken Rock, I appreciate your rebuttal. We're going to hand it over to Dr. Kent Hovind now, who has up to 6 minutes for a response. Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming on here, Ken. I know it's tough. Try to defend the idea we came from a rock. That's a tough call you made there. Okay, you want to define the word kind, okay? They always tell the people that everybody accepts evolution. No, they don't accept evolution. I accept the fact that cows can jump. They probably don't like it, but they can. They can actually be trained to jump. And you could work them out in the gym and make them jump higher. So I accept the fact that cows can jump. The evidence for this fact is overwhelming. Experiments can be performed to prove the fact cows can jump. Therefore, since I accept the fact that cows can jump, this proves beyond reasonable doubt that given enough time, a cow could jump over the moon. This is the logic of the evolutionist. We see variations within apples, therefore, everything came from a bacteria. This is dumb, okay? Cows cannot jump over the moon, all right? This is fairy tale stuff. What are the 4 processes of evolution? Things, natural selection. Well, sure, natural selection works. It selects. It doesn't create anything. Genetic drift works, but it drifts within the same kind. There's hundreds of varieties of chickens, and they probably had a common ancestor called a chicken. Mutations happen. All mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral, but even then, it's the same kind of animal. A 4-year-old will tell you it's the same kind of animal. And you want to define the word kind? Well, nobody's ever defined the word species. There's 27 different definitions of species, I believe. We covered that in one of the debates before. So there are 250 recognized breeds of cattle. I accept the fact. And I believe they all had a common ancestor called a cow. There are 6 types of corn kernels. Wow, they might have had a common ancestor called corn, right? Now, most of those were developed by man for a particular purpose. They selected a slice of the already existing gene code. They didn't turn the corn into a whale. It's still corn. 200 varieties of wheat. Most of them developed by man to grow in his particular soil or his particular climate or whatever. But they're still wheat. 200 varieties of wheat had a common ancestor called wheat. 4,000 varieties of potatoes might have had a common ancestor called a potato. 335, I think now, or 39 recognized breeds of dogs. Might have had a common ancestor called a dog. It could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor. I wouldn't argue about that. But that doesn't mean the dog and the potato have a common ancestor. There are 339 breeds of dogs, probably had a common ancestor, and a 4-year-old can tell you, if you put these 4, say, hey kid, which one is not like the others? Dog, wolf, coyote, banana. I only had one kid ever get it wrong, and all the times I use this, one kid said, the boy. Well, that's true. Good point, kid. Okay. The Bible says 10 different times in the first chapter they're going to bring forth after their kind. Can you give me an example of anybody who's ever observed a plant or animal that did not bring forth what any 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind? What is the best example you know of somebody observing, not dreaming, not imagining, observing any offspring coming from a parent or parents that the offspring would be considered a different kind? Can anybody ever see an example of that? Darwin wrote a book and called it Origin of Species. Well, as I mentioned, there's over 20 definitions of the word species. What do you mean by that? Rather than argue the semantics, I think a 4-year-old can tell you that's the same kind. Microevolution is variations within those kinds. Now, that one happens. Microevolution, changes within a species or group of animals or organisms, especially over a short period of time. I don't think we should call it microevolution because it confuses the issue. It's just a variation, but that's the word they use. But I will object, Your Honor, right up at the beginning. I don't think that's a wise word to use. It's a variation. Pesticide resistance, herbicide resistance, antibiotic resistance, examples of microevolution. Sure, it's still a bacteria. It's still the same kind of creature, life form. Mosquitoes, let's see. So our sparrow populations in the north have larger bodies than those in the south. This divergence in populations is probably at least partly a result of natural selection. I would agree. You know, up in Minnesota, it gets cold in the wintertime. The sparrows need a bigger body to have their body heat trapped because there's a surface area to volume ratio you can work out with. As an animal gets larger, it has more surface area compared to the volume. Well, sure, skinny little bitty sparrows aren't going to survive up there. No problem. Nature selected, didn't create the sparrow, it selected the bigger ones to survive. That's all that happens. Mosquito population. Let's see, from 1880 to 2000, mosquito populations at 50 degrees north of the equator evolved to wait 9 days later to go dormant. It's still a mosquito. It has to do with the weather. This is so dumb. So science deals with things we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. All of observable history of science tells us cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, sparrows produce sparrows. No exceptions. Now, if Ken or anybody else wants to imagine that sparrows are related to a mosquito, you can imagine all you want, but that's not science. It's a religion. I wish you guys would quit forcing everybody to pay for that to be taught. Go start a private school. Label it the Evolution School of Illinois, and you got to pay tuition to go there. That's fine. You can teach whatever you want. You can start a Muslim school, a Mormon school, a Catholic school. That's fine. But no, you want to put it in the public school where everybody's got to pay for it. I object to that, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hovind. Perfect timing on the rebuttal. That concludes the rebuttals and the opening statements. And also to any critics in the chat, we've got a lively chat tonight. We have an outstanding evolution debate challenge. So if you believe you're related to a banana plant, send me an email and let's set you up for a debate. So that being said, break time's over. Ken and Dr. Hovind, we are now moving into the open discussion. And as always, we are going to stick to one topic at a time. We're going to keep it professional and sophisticated. So Ken Rock, let's hand it over to you for the first point or first question that you want to start off with. Go ahead.
So now I'm going to say this in the way that seems the least rude here, but I never brought up the word species. So I find it weird that you would tell me that that word is fuzzy when all I'm asking for is a basic definition of kind. That way I can work with that. If you want a definition of species, just ask for it. But I asked for kind.
Okay, fair enough. The Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth, i.e. make babies, after their kind. So if 2 animals are able to mate and bring forth a baby, they are certainly the same kind. I'd be willing to bet you $500 you cannot get a cat and a banana to produce a baby. Those are different kinds. I'd bet you $1,000 you couldn't get a cat and a mosquito to produce a baby. Now, could you get a cat and a mountain lion? I don't know. Could you get a lion and a tiger? Yeah, makes it ligon or a tigon or liger, depending who's the male. So there are some gray areas where nobody's got a real solid line, but generally, cats produce cats, cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. So if they can produce offspring, they are certainly the same kind. Now, are there a few where eventually you get to the point where Great Danes and Chihuahuas might have a hard time? Technically, they could produce a baby, but they're getting variety. They're getting to the extreme of that kind, but they're never going to cross over to something non-dog. So I hope that answers your question.
Kind of more explained how you would figure out what a kind is. So would you say a dog, a wolf, and a fox are the same kind?
I think yes. I'm not sure about a fox. I think a fox can interbreed with a wolf and a coyote and a dog. I don't know. I didn't look up fox on that one. Somebody Google that real quick. Can a fox breed with a dog? But I think it's obvious. The fox and the corn plant are not the same. Now, that's pretty obvious.
I mean, but yeah, no, foxes cannot breed with dogs. But if I remember correctly, dogs can breed with wolves.
Oh, it could be. Now, but see, the textbook show, like a picture I've got up here, they show the dogs at the top are related to worms. They drew a line between them on the paper. Look at this. They drew a line between a pine tree and a dog. Do you believe, Ken, that if you go back billions of years, the pine tree and the dog had a common ancestor? Do you believe that?
I believe if you looked, yeah, you could probably find one. There's definitely reason to believe so.
So the dogs are peeing on their great-great-great-great-grandpa.
It's a tough world. What do you want me to say? Have you seen what cats do to animals? It's terrifying.
Have I seen what now?
Have you seen what cats will do to other animals? It is terrifying.
What cats can do? Oh, yeah. I think the whole creation we're living in is fallen, in a fallen state, and it's evil. This is not the way God made it. God made a perfect world. Man wrecked it. But he's going to fix it back one day. I'd like you to be there with me, Ken. You got to accept the Lord as your Savior, though. But my objection is they connect these animals. Here's a human. You believe a human and a snail have a common ancestor?
I think we both know how I'm going to answer that one. Yeah, I believe if you look back hard enough, you could probably find one. My big problem with the graph that you're showing is there's simplified versions of it. So obviously we got humans right there, but obviously it didn't go from human all the way down to, is that a sea sponge?
Protozoa, yeah, sponge. Oh. Okay.
Well, it's hard to see from my end. It's really tiny.
Here's a human and a chicken and a frog have a common ancestor. These drawing lines on paper, these family trees, is my objection. This isn't science. This is something somebody chooses to believe in. Nobody ever sees any of these creatures. Nobody's ever seen a chicken produce a non-chicken. There are 300 varieties of chickens in the world today. We have 35 of them in our science center here in our farm. They might have had a common ancestor called a chicken. No farmer in the history of the planet has ever seen a chicken come from a non-chicken or produce a non-chicken. But you have to imagine that it happened long ago and far away. They show the chicken and the lizard and the frog and the fish having a common ancestor. I object. That isn't science. That's a stupid religion. You're welcome to believe it, but keep it out of the schools. That's my objection. I think most other intelligent people feel the same way. Go teach that to somebody who wants to pay and come learn it. I don't want to pay for it.
I'm sorry, is it back to me?
Go ahead, sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to step on your toes by interrupting you.
Oh, thank you.
So, if somebody were to able to demonstrate something like a cat growing wings, would that bring you the other way around?
If a cat grew wings, that of course is hypothetical, has never been seen or happened. That would be new. Yeah, that would be new information that's never been seen. So again, you'd have to imagine that, just like a person growing wings or flying with his underwear on the outside of his pants like Batman. That would be imagination. It's not observed. All we observe is they bring forth after their kind. Humans make baby humans every time. Some are dark-skinned, some are light-skinned, some are tall, some are short, some are smart, some are stupid, but they're still human. So this belief system, this religion, that dogs and snails and starfish and let's see, slime molds in there. Whoa, the slime mold, and this is not science. The purpose of this debate is for you to present evidence that stuff like this that is taught, evolution, is scientific. It isn't. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We can observe dogs produce dogs. That we can observe. We can observe some wild varieties of dogs. We've never observed a non-dog. And we certainly don't know that a dog and a sponge have a common ancestor and a pine tree. You guys, you don't understand how it's not science. I think it's dumb, but you can believe it. Fine with me. Go ahead.
Well, again, if I could figure out how to screen share on here. I don't know where the button for that is.
Bottom of the screen, screen share.
Nope, I see it.
Are you looking to screen share, Ken?
Yeah.
So the bottom of the screen, there should be the fourth button, says share. When you click it, another box will pop up, and it'll say entire screen. Make sure you click the box. It'll be like a mini version of your screen in the middle, and then the share button at the bottom right hand corner. You should be able to click it.
Sorry, give me 1 second for me to pull up the correct image.
And as you're doing that, I'll let everybody know in the chat. You're doing a fantastic job tagging me with your questions. We are going to have a solid audience Q&A. We got some great questions flying in. So just make sure you are tagging me at Standing for Truth. That way I don't miss it, because we do have a pretty lively chat right now. Ken, it might be best to not share your screen just because of your Chromebook currently. It might just take too much bandwidth at that point. There might be issues. But if you wanted to verbally make your point to Kent, and then we'll allow Kent to respond.
Well, I don't know. That's fair. No, I was basically going to say I have that picture of the cat with wings. I've seen it. I've also seen snakes growing legs.
You said you've seen a cat grow wings?
A picture of a cat with wings, Ken?
Yeah. Could try this one more time. Maybe. No, too bright. Oh, too bright.
You got the picture on your screen?
Oh, whatever.
Hold it there. I'll put it. I'll put it. Is that? So that's a cat with wings, Ken?
Yeah. Also have my snake with legs. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah, so
No.
So a snake with legs and a cat with wings, Ken.
Okay. Can I
there
ask
are
my question?
examples of animals growing weird mutations.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, Ken, is this actual wings or is it 6 legs? Cats can produce extra legs. That's happened, documented thousands of times, of animals with extra fingers, extra legs, extra arms. Certainly that can happen. But the gene code of the cat does not contain anything to make a real wing. It might have made a leg that you're holding out to make it look like a wing. It could be the case where you got a 6-legged cat. I think you'll find, somebody Google that. How many 6-legged cats have been born? So I don't think it's a wing. Secondly, I'd ask, can it fly? What's the purpose of it? And thirdly, who's this going to marry? Who is this cat going to marry? And so same with the snake with legs. It might be a legless lizard. Certainly, the snake used to have legs according to the Bible. It lost them. So you may have something in the gene code of a snake that is still capable of making a leg. I wouldn't argue about that. I don't know. But if it is, it's not, who's it going to marry? You're going to get 2 of these at the same place. How many toes does a cat with extra toes have? Well, 18 toes on one cat. Man. 8. Kitten born with 9 lives, 6 legs. Okay, New York Post, 2018. Cat born with 6 legs. Okay. It's a condition. A 6-legged cat called polymelia.
Well, that's
Okay. So if your cat, I'll tell you what, Ken, if your cat really has wings, I'll pay you $1,000 for it when it dies. I want the skeleton in my museum down here. Okay? I think it has 6 legs maybe, but not in the wings.
Oh no, it has actual wing bones.
Well, wings have bones and legs have bones.
Yeah, but leg bones generally have toes.
Well, the front legs of the cat have 2 bones in the lower part, the radius and the ulna. It has a humor, a single bone here, and then 2 bones. So I think probably that has the same thing. Yes, sir.
I was doing some research on the type of cat that does actually grow quote-unquote wings. They are not registered limbs. They are extra flabs of skin that grow when you're in as a...
Get up here where they can hear that better. You Google cat with wings. There's no bones in them?
There's no bones. It's a flab of skin that grows 1 year after birth.
It's a flab of skin that grows a year after birth. You probably can't hear him talking here, but
No, I can.
okay, Ken, I'll tell you what. I'll do some research on that. We'll make some slides of that. Send that to me, and we'll produce that. But my question would be: is that evidence enough for you to make you believe that all life forms came from a bacteria?
Well, necessarily, the wings don't necessarily, like, even let's say they don't have wings and they're just flaps. Wings don't necessarily have to be used to fly right off the bat. Wings can be used to also generate extra heat to keep themselves warm and all that. If that just happens to end up like, if the animal ends up getting lighter or with stronger wings and all that, that could allow flight in the future. Also, you brought up, and sorry, I don't mean to shotgun here, but you also brought up the question of who would it marry, like who would it breed with, correct?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Can you say that slower and more clearly?
Yeah. So
I think he's asking you.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to think of a way to say it more clearly.
Are you asking Kent what the cat would breed with? Is that what you're saying, Ken Rock?
I'm asking if that's what he asked.
No, I'm completely lost.
During your part where you were asking 3 questions, you had asked, who would this cat marry? I'm assuming that
who would the cat marry?
With?
Yeah. Would you not have to get 2 of male and female in the same place at the same time in history for this?
No, not necessarily.
So the cat with wings is going to hang around for millions of years and finding. Is there going to be a whole population of cat with wings someday?
Maybe. Okay. No, but so necessarily the cat could breed with another cat, and just pass on that genes down to that cat. So you get 1 that ends up becoming 2, that ends up becoming 4. Please don't insult me, Kent.
Oh, SpongeBob. Yeah, it's imagination. So this is a brand new one to me. I've never heard about somebody claiming that cats have wings. I'd go along with a fold of skin, a flap of skin. I'd go along with the extra legs, but I'm going to have to be convinced that a cat with wings.
Well, I mean, what is a wing if not an extra flap of skin?
Well, I'm getting a few extra flaps of skin myself. I'll be 70 here this January, and but I sure can't fly with them. Okay.
I mean, wait for them to get big enough, go outside, open your eyes, and glide.
But this is enough evidence to convince you that all life forms are related. I'm baffled. They put these charts in the books like it's some kind of science, and claim that a snail and a human have a common ancestor. And a cat with flaps of skin on the side is enough to convince you that it can happen. I'm baffled.
Okay, why don't we do this now, Ken? Because what we are trying to do now for these debates is spend no more than 10 minutes per line of evidence. So we discussed that specific example, the cat with wings for a little while there. Ken, what would be another line of evidence that you would point to in terms of, evidence for evolution? And that type of evolution that would say, all life, plants and animals are related. And then we'll engage that a little bit. Ken, go ahead.
Okay, well, one of the things I had also brought up earlier, actually I did it twice, was the fact that there are plants now that are carnivorous. I don't necessarily believe that at any point in the Bible that it even says that plants necessarily eat meat, but we have them. So that would mean that they didn't have that genetic makeup beforehand. So where would that have come from, if not evolution?
Okay, so you're asking how we got carnivorous plants? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Excellent question. There are a few carnivorous plants. The Venus flytrap, I used to know the names of all of them, but I don't. Anyway, you're right. There are some plants that live off of, that are carnivorous. They eat meat. Most of the time, you'll find they grow in nitrogen-poor soil, and that's why they have to have this to supplement. They may be a degeneration of the original plant, but even then, you'd have to say, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, these plants are eating like mosquitoes or flies or something. In the Bible, I don't think you could prove that mosquitoes or insects in general are considered alive. I think we could prove that animals certainly are living, but it has to. Bible says God told Noah to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Insects don't have nostrils; they breathe through their skin. So is a plant considered alive in the biblical sense? Is an insect considered alive? That's another argument, another debate. I think somebody could make the case that in the biblical sense, they're not considered alive. They're a complex, self-replicating food source. Is a computer alive because it can do all kinds of things? No, it's not alive. So I'll do some research on that one also. That's a good one. Plants carnivorous. If a plant has degenerated to the point where it requires meat to get nitrogen, is nitrogen poor soil, is that evidence enough that humans and chickens have a common ancestor? I think all the evidence, Ken, if you look at it, the little bits, fragments of what you consider evidence are so minor in the big picture of things. It's like the cow jumping over the moon. Look, we trained that cow to jump 3 feet high. Whoa, okay. And you might work that cow out and put him in the gym and all that kind of stuff and feed him vitamins and get him to jump 4 feet high. Okay. You're not going to get him to jump over the moon. And you guys are imagining that these little changes that we see are evidence to make these charts. I mean, the textbooks are full of this stuff. It is imagination. It is lines drawn on paper. I could draw lines on paper connecting anything I want. It's not science. There is no scientific evidence of a chicken ever producing a non-chicken. There's no scientific evidence going backwards, which the only thing we can do is imagine, go back to human history. Chickens make chickens every time. So if you wish to imagine that a chicken and a frog have a line between them, well, that's okay. It's not science, that's all. The purpose of the debate is where's the real scientific evidence for evolution? I will investigate your Venus flytrap and pitcher plant, and there's one more, insect eating, maybe more than one more, but sure. There are plants that eat insects. They need them for the nitrogen, mostly nitrogen poor soil. Go ahead.
They also eat birds.
They what now?
They also eat birds.
They also fern? What?
Are you saying they eat birds?
Eat birds. Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, I think the Venus flytrap, for instance, has little triggers, little hairs on there. Anything can touch it and make it snap shut. I mean, you can touch it with a pencil. We did that in my science class. We grew some Venus flytrap. You can touch it with your finger and it'll snap shut. You have to trigger it twice or 3 times. I forget. So there's different varieties of Venus flytrap. So you could trigger it with an acorn. So it's not looking for a bird. It could digest one if the flytrap is big enough and the bird is small enough. Certainly it probably could. The acids in there could probably digest your finger. But it doesn't mean that's what normal diet, it doesn't mean that's what's required. So yeah, you're probably right. They could eat a bird.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the Venus flytrap. The pitcher plant eats birds.
Pitcher plant. If a bird fell in, yeah, the acid would dissolve it. Right.
Ken, did you want to present another one of your lines of evidence as we kind of wind down the clock here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little bit cold. Another it kind of follows the same idea as the plants and all that, as well as, and I brought this up to you before, the mud skipper as well. It's an animal that could very well go either way as far as being more of a fish or more of a reptile, depending on how that evolutionary line works. And I mean, obviously we can't tell the future. I could imagine you would agree with that, correct?
Well, I have a book that tells the future that I happen to believe in, but yes, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, outside of what that book predicts.
Right.
So,
I'll make a prediction. If you crossbreed dogs for 500 generations, which you're not going to live long enough to do, you're going to get a dog. But you could get bacteria to make babies and grow up, get married, and have babies in 20 minutes. I bet you could watch 1,000 generations of bacteria, and at the end of the experiment, it's going to be a bacteria. That I can predict.
Well, to be fair, as far as evolution is concerned, it doesn't really say that anything really leaves its category, but that's fair enough. But back to the point that I was making with the mud skipper. What would stop, like, again, you can't see the future, I can't see the future. So what would stop it from some of them going out, becoming more land-like, and others going out and becoming more fish-like?
Well, I think they've raised mud skippers. Can somebody Google what's the generation time for a mud skipper? Do they grow up, get married, and have babies in less than a year? Are mud skippers sexually mature at 1 year?
Oh, Kent, it looked like your audio has gone out suddenly. Oh, it looks like it's still out. Here, just a second. Let me see if you're muted. You're not muted, Dr. Hovind. And Ken, are you able to hear Dr. Hovind?
No.
Okay, so it's not just me. Let me see.
Come on, one of you's got to make the evolution joke.
Who wants to make it? I guess as Team Hovind's figuring that out, I want to thank everybody in the chat for their super stickers, super chats, and solid questions that are flying in. So we'll probably start kind of winding things down in terms of the discussion. Steve, if you can hear me, brother, maybe if you guys dropped out and came back in the studio, maybe that would reset the audio or the mic. Okay, so he'll do that. And as we wait for Kent, any last minute questions, feel free to tag me. But what I'll do is remind everybody that we have some upcoming shows. The Evolution Debate Challenge does continue next week on the 31st. So we actually have two main events back to back. So we have this one on the 31st. Is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? D. Brian Emery and Dr. Dino. And on the 30th, we've got the much anticipated debate on the nature of God. Or actually, more specifically, does the New Testament teach that Jesus is God? So we've had this scheduled for a few months, and I promise ya, it is going to be worth the wait. Chris Date versus Dr. Shabir Ali. So that is on the 30th. And again, on the 31st, we've got D. Brian Emery and Dr. Dino. They are going to be duking it out. And then the fun continues first week of April. So first week of April, we have the Genesis flood debate, Professor David McQueen and Jason Torn. I'm looking forward to this one. This one should be a sophisticated debate. Two scientists here discussing the science of the flood. Then also that same week, the Evolution Debate Challenge continues. We've had a ton of fun with this. This time, though, it's going to be Snake Was Right. So they're going to be debating, is there reasonable scientific evidence for evolution? Dr. Dino and Taylor, they have debated this topic before, but I think it's going on about 3 years now. So this will be the epic rematch, at least in terms of that specific topic. And I think that's pretty well it. We do have, this is not the updated thumbnail, but we do have the round two between Wade the Wizard and Dr. Dino. Is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? The title is actually going to be Evolution on Trial, but that is going to be next month. That is going to be, I believe it's on the 22nd. So just make sure you are checking out the events section and keeping yourselves up to date on all the shows that we have for you. We also just booked for the 2nd. I should have it posted in the next couple days. We're going to have Dr. Jerry Bergman here. That is going to be on, again, April 2nd. He's going to be giving a presentation on human evolution. So I'm excited for that. Dr. Jerry Bergman has done a ton of work in the in terms of young earth creation. He's published a ton, and I believe he's got like 9 degrees. So that is going to be a ton of fun as well. So that being said, though, that's pretty much it for announcements. Jeremy Wong says lots of debates coming on. Yes, I am in the midst of confirming a big debate on soteriology, because we just had this one last week with Dr. Robertson, Jenness, and Kelly Powers. We're going to be debating the same topic in a couple months, and I'm just in the last stages of confirming some details in terms of Robertson, Jenness's next opponent, and it's going to be a big debate. So once I have the details kind of nailed down for that one, then I'll announce the exact topic and who the debaters are. But until then, actually, here we go. We've got Dr. Ken Hovind. Good to have you back, brother. Let's test your audio.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Eins, zwei, drei. I got green light here. Are you okay over there?
We're good. We're good to
All right.
go. Good to have you back.
But I'm confused now. I'm in the other corner. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It was an evolutionary adaptation. So
There. Okay.
No,
That's
switch
fine.
it back. He defends evolution. I defend the Bible.
okay, why don't we do this, because we got a ton of audience questions. Ken, why don't you finish your last point? We'll allow Kent to address it, of course. Then we'll go into some closing statements, and then we'll get in some of these questions. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with them. So go ahead, Ken Rock.
Okay, I'm going to make it nice and sweet just so we can get that through then. So my basic question is, what's stopping a mud skipper from becoming more land-based or fish-based, or even both, depending on what they do?
Okay, my answer would be it would appear that genetics would stop that. What stops an elephant from learning to fly? Well, there's nothing in the gene code to make wings, and certainly they're too heavy to fly. Mud skippers are designed to be mud skippers. I think a generation time, they live to be about 5 to 8 years old. Is that right? Did you find out when can they reproduce? Well, they grow to be 30 centimeters long. It's about a foot. And at 10 centimeters, they can reproduce. So how long does it take them to get to 10 centimeters? I don't know.
I want to say a year.
About a year? Okay. So let's suppose you get a new generation of mud skippers every year. One human being living 60 or 70 years could observe 70 generations of these things. And if he could talk to dad and grandpa and great-grandpa, you probably could observe hundreds of generations of mud skippers. I'd be willing to bet you won't find anybody that's ever seen a mud skipper produce a non-mud skipper. They're an unusual fish designed to live in the mud, to breathe air or breathe underwater. They're interesting fish, but they're still a fish. If you wish to imagine it, something, halfway between, a mud skipper might be on here. Let's see. No. So it's imagination. We never see a mud skipper produce a non-mud skipper. You have to imagine it.
I guess that's it then.
Yeah. What we can do here, unless Ken, you wanted to, well, you know what we'll do, Ken, because you started us off, you're in the affirmative tonight. Let's give you up to 5 minutes for a concluding statement. So if there's something you want to respond to there, do it in your concluding statement. Then we're going to give Kent a 5-minute concluding statement. Then we're going to do some audience questions and shut it down right around the hour and a half mark. So Ken, go ahead, take up to 5 minutes. You don't have to take it all, but up to, and go ahead. Floor is yours.
So realistically, all I can say from this point is, even if we say that species don't evolve from other species, like a cow can't become a whale, or a dog can't become a cat, or a snake can't become a dragon, even within the definitions and what Kent has said here, he still says that he still believes microevolution. So still, even if we were to go off the technicalities, that's still a form of evolution, which would still prove that evolution is a real thing, even if it doesn't explain the origin of species. So everything we know about it can be completely wrong, and it would still be a valid thing. I don't have much to say outside of that, unfortunately, for now. So.
Okay, Ken Rock, thank you for your concluding words there. Over to Dr. Dino. You have up to 5 minutes for your concluding words.
Okay, I don't think the word microevolution is a good one to use. As I mentioned earlier, I think we're stuck with it. They use it, but it's really just a variation within the same kind. Dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions, none. If you wish to believe otherwise, that becomes imagination, not science. So I'll stick by my guns that I believe the Bible says they always bring forth after their kind. The origin of life is a serious problem for evolutionists. It's never been demonstrated that life can make itself. Intelligent people can take clay out of the ground. We have a lot of clay in our clay gravel pit here in Lenox, Alabama, 140 acres of it. They can shape it into millions of things like pottery. Intelligent people can take clay and make cool things. My coffee cup made out of clay. Okay? It was shaped by an intelligent mind. That does not prove the coffee cup can shape itself. This is the difference, okay? Intelligent people can take iron ore out of the earth and mine it and make a lot of stuff. We have iron ore all over our property. Ken, come on down and visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll show you around, give you the tour here. It's all free. I think intelligent people can melt down the rocks that contain iron and separate it and smelt it and make steel. I think intelligent people can take the steel and roll it into sheets or beat it into different shapes. They can stamp it into all kinds of things. Intelligent people can take this steel and shape it and make a car. I agree. That does not mean the iron ore can make the car by itself. You guys want to say the humans and all the animals are made of different elements. That's correct. But that doesn't mean they made themselves. The Bible says very clearly, the Lord God formed man of the dust of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. There's more to humans than just a body. Animals or plants have a body, and they are alive in what we call alive, but they just have a body. Animals have a body and a consciousness of life. There's something different between animals and plants. I think most folks agree with that. And then man has a body, soul, and spirit. Man is not only alive, he's aware that he's alive, and he's aware that there's a higher power. No animals appear to be aware that there's a creator. None of the pigs pray before they eat. So I think God can take the dust from the ground and fashion a man. That does not mean the dust can make itself into a man. Evolution wants to eliminate God altogether. Good luck with that one. And I don't mind if they want to believe that, but it isn't science, and it shouldn't be forced down all the kids' throats in the school system. Textbooks teach that man came from an amoeba. I resent that. I think that is ridiculous. You choose to believe that, great. Keep that at home. Don't teach that in public schools or at taxpayer expense. Okay, so I believe the Bible said they'll bring forth after their kind 20 times in the first 7 chapters. That's all we've ever observed. And I've chosen to believe that on faith. I'm not asking everybody to pay for that to be taught in schools, but I think the scientific evidence would say, you know, dogs always produce dogs. That's all we've ever seen in human history. So maybe that we can go back to might have started from an original dog. That would be a logical conclusion, that somebody created the first 2 dogs and they've been making dogs ever since. No exceptions to that. So I just resent people claiming or thinking that evolution is scientific. It's not scientific. It's dumb. It's a religious belief. So, okay, I'm anxious to see audience questions here, but I stand my ground. I think there has been tonight 0 evidence presented for the evolution theory, anything above microevolution, which is just really a variety of the same kind. Mud skippers make baby mud skippers every time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, there for your concluding words. Great back and forth, Ken and Kent. Very enjoyable, and we've had a lively chat as well. They have thoroughly enjoyed this exchange, and we've got a ton of questions from the chat as well. So what we'll do is just go all the way right back to the beginning and start with the first questions that have come in. So let's start off here with Chris Peacock. I'll put them up on screen so we can read them together. Whoever the question is for, though, gentlemen, what we usually do is make sure that they get the last word. So if the question is for Kent, we'll make sure he gets the last word. So here's the first question that comes in, and it is for you, Dr. Dino. So this one comes in from Chris Peacock. His question is, Standing for Truth, how did we go from a few thousand kinds of animals on the ark to over 8 million species now without macroevolution?
A great question and a fair question. Keep in mind, the evolution says all these 8 million animals came from a rock. That's a problem. Okay, to go from, let's pick a number. I think there's a website based on the Hebrew word kind, Baraman. It's called baraminology.com. They claim that there are probably about 8,000 kinds of animals that had to be on the ark. Now, no, we didn't have to take fish on the ark. There's plenty of fish outside, okay? And is this number 8 million, does that include fish? Because they would not have to be on the ark. Does that include insects? Insects can survive on floating log mats, and in disastrous floods, there's always floating log mats and floating debris. But Noah was told to take onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life on land, on dry land. So that would limit it to about, let's say the number 8,000 is reasonable. To go from 8,000 animals to 8 million animals, I don't know that that number is correct. If you exclude fish and insects, maybe the 8,000 animals went to 1 million different varieties today. There are 339 varieties of dogs, most of them produced by man, because some lady wants to have a little lap dog to hold in her lap, so they keep crossbreeding for small. Some want a big one, they keep crossbreeding for bigger. Some want a fast one, they keep crossbreeding for greyhound or something, but they're still dog. So, and most of the varieties man has produced would not survive in nature. Turn the chihuahuas loose out there in the woods. The squirrels would kill them, okay? They wouldn't survive. So I think to go from 8,000 to, say, 1 million in 4,500 years, which is what the Bible teaches, is reasonable, much more reasonable than to believe 8 million kinds came from a rock or came from a bacteria, which is what the books teach. So we'll have to wait and see on that, but I think any farmer can tell you, you can through artificial selection, create a bunch of varieties. There's 1,100 varieties of apples. Most of them developed by farmers for a particular purpose, sandy soil, dry soil, hot climate, cold climate, sweet apple, sour apple, I don't know. But they're apples. You can't get out of apple. That's the point I would make. They're still the same kind, like the Bible said would happen. Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Thank you for that response there, Kent. And Ken, over to you if you had a response as well. Floor is yours.
I can't think of anything that I could add on to that. It's a fair statement. It's something that I necessarily wouldn't agree with, even if we take into account what Kent had said a minute ago. Like, you have to be careful with fish because they need a very specific type of water that they can live in. I've had fish, I've seen them, they die really fast if something just like pH bounces off. So you mix salt water and non-salt water, pHs, and all that, you're just going to end up with a lot of dead fish. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And Dr. Hovind, you get the final word.
Yeah, all we've ever observed is animals stay what any reasonable person would consider the same kind. And that's so to go from 8,000 to 8, even if it was 8 million. When you think about that, compared to going from a rock to any kind of animal, that is so bizarre. If somebody chooses to reject the biblical account because they don't believe you could get 8,000 animals to produce all these varieties, but then they choose to instead believe they came from a rock, I just can't comprehend the stupidity of the person who would believe such a thing. But I'll help him. Tell him call.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your responses on that one. So this one is a super chat that comes in from Alec Cox, and this one is for you. This one's for you, Ken Rock. So Alec asks, what kind of species is a platypus, and how does it square up with evolution, but isn't a transitional form?
So a platypus would go into the mammalian species, but it clearly has features that you would see in reptilians and aquatics, such as the ability to lay eggs and stuff like that. So it's clearly it would be a transitional between our fish-like ancestors and mammalians, if that answers his question.
Sure. Yeah. Over to you, Ken, if you had anything you want to respond to.
I think the platypus probably doesn't care where we classify it. I don't think any animals care what we think about them, okay? They don't care if we put them in the bird category or the fish category. A platypus is quite obviously produces baby platypus. Platypuses are only attracted to other platypuses. There just are no exceptions. So they are unusual. There's some unusual cars man has designed, 3-wheel cars, 6-wheel cars, okay? So they're still designed. I think the platypus was designed to do what it does, and it always makes baby platypus. So it's not a transitional form. The fact that somebody decided it's transitional between A and B doesn't mean it is. So far, the platypus only produced platypus. There are 2-wheeled motorcycles and 4-wheeled cars. There's also 3-wheeled motorcycles. But it's not transitional between the two. It's created to be a 3-wheel motorcycle. And the platypus is created to be a platypus. It's not transitional between anything.
Thank you, Kent, for your response. Ken Rock, to be fair, the super chat question was originally for you. You can have the last word.
I don't know if there's much I can add to that.
No worries. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So this is a super chat that comes in from, let me see here. I missed the name. Okay, that's fine. So this one is for you, though, Dr. Hovind. So this one says, considering how often you mention them, how would you reclassify autotrophic versus heterotrophic protists under a kind model? Would you consider the, well, he's getting pretty specific here, G127 polymorphism that, let me see here. that cured Kuru, a beneficial one. Not everyone's going to know what these terms are, so I'm going to put them up on screen for the audience sake right here. A heterotroph is an organism that eats other plants or animals for energy and nutrients. Autotrophs are known as producers because they are able to make their own food from raw materials and energy. Ken, any thoughts on that?
Well, can you put the question back up? That was kind of complex.
Yeah. Let me find it here. There we go.
How would you
reclassify? How would you classify autotrophic versus heterotrophic?
Again, I don't think any plant or animal or insect or fish cares how we classify them. They don't care. They know to look for their same kind when it goes to find a mate. My dogs show no interest whatsoever in the cats or the chickens. They're looking for another dog. Okay, they know what the same kind is. Our cows show no interest in the pine trees, none. So I think that they know. Most animals know. So the fact that somebody decided to call it a new kind is that you can call it whatever you want. But I don't think there's any evidence for evolution. So I'd have to do some more study on that specific question. What exactly does he want? Does he think that is evidence that we all came from a rock, or that animals can somehow produce wildly different kinds over billions of years? It's imagination. I disagree. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hovind. Anything you wanted to add before we get to your question, Ken?
Yeah, real fast. You can't hear that, can you?
What's that?
The storm in the background. You don't hear that.
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, I just had to make sure. So can I see the question one more time?
Sure. Yeah, it just had to do with a classification of heterotrophic and autotrophic protists.
So if I remember the definition you gave up, because this is one of those things I didn't study in too much because I only had so much time, but it seems like if I were to put them in kinds, you would put one under the kind and a self-sufficient kind. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. The type kind that provides for itself, is able to take care of itself and provide its own. Well, pro don't necessarily do that, do they? Anyway, so one provides for itself, the other doesn't. If I had to put them into kinds.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And Dr. Hovind, did you want a final word on that one?
No, nothing to add to that. Go ahead.
Okay, so this next question comes in from Rutilo Calabero. So this one is for you there, Ken Rock. Given the rate the sun is burning up fuel, how can we have a Goldilocks zone billions of years ago?
Well, there's two different ways that we could explain that. One would be, you can't necessarily prove that the rate at which the sun itself is burning up fuel, that it's constantly burning up fuel at that rate. That's at some point it didn't gain a little bit of its own mass as well. You'd also say, if you wanted and you truly didn't want to believe that, you could say God himself kept it good because he doesn't want humans to obviously burn up.
Okay, thank you for that response there, Ken. And over to you, Dr. Dino, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I cover that on my video number 1 of my creation seminar series called The Age of the Earth. I don't think anybody argues the sun is burning. And it's burning about 5 million tons of fuel every second. I don't think anybody argues about that. Now, the rate of consumption of fuel on the sun would change as the sun's mass changes because the surface area is changing. But I think everybody agrees the sun is burning up fuel and it is shrinking. It's been observed to shrink about 5 feet per hour since they've been able to measure it, okay? So cover that. Okay, here's coming up in a second. So I think that the obvious assumption would be the sun is burning, it's losing mass, and it's losing diameter. Now it oscillates like a ball of gas, I understand, but obviously it's burning, it's going to lose fuel and diameter. So to say it's billions of years old is not logical. It's a religious belief. It can't possibly have been doing that for billions of years. You can go back in time, if you can imagine going back in time, the sun would be bigger and heavier. This is going to create problems. The bigger is going to create problems, but the heavier is going to really create a problem because now it changes sun's gravitational pull and it's going to suck the planets in. And the Goldilocks zone it means that the Earth is just the right distance from the sun, not too hot, not too cold, Goldilocks. If the Earth were closer, like Venus, we would burn up. If the Earth were farther away, like Mars, we would freeze. We're in what's called a Goldilocks zone. I think it was designed. I think it's just common sense to say, wow, maybe this thing was designed by an all-wise creator for life to exist here. So I've chosen to believe that. I'm not making everybody pay for that to be taught, but I think that's a logical conclusion to come to. Go ahead.
Thank you for the response, Dr. Dino. Ken Rock, a final word before we move on?
Nothing to add. Let's go to the next.
All right, next question here comes in from Gate Watchers, and this one is for you, Ken Rock. So let's see here. Question for Ken. What size was the Earth when it was formed? Were your geological layers formed in millions of years apart? Maybe the Earth squashed the animals. What are your thoughts on that?
Don't know why the Earth is squashing the animals. Realistically, I don't know how old the Earth is. I've never looked into that. I've seen millions and billions of years old. I have no reason to not believe that. So, the geological layers being formed over millions of years. It's not as ridiculous as it seems. If you have a bookcase behind you, both of you. So if you don't touch anything on there, what happens? It forms a layer of dust on top of it. Well, that dust had to come from somewhere. So clearly, stuff can still form on top of stuff. That was the weirdest way of saying that ever. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken Rock. Dr. Dino, anything you'd like to add for your response?
Logic column
Can't hear you.
is.
No.
Am I muted? Am I
No,
muted?
you're good now. You're good,
Right.
Ken. We can hear you.
Just the very concept that the layers of the Earth are different ages is stupid. Stop and think about it. They're telling the kids the top layer is younger than the one below it. Where's this layer coming from? Outer space? All the layers of the Earth, all of them are the same age. There's no such thing as a geologic column. In order for layers to be different ages, they'd have to be coming from someplace else, off the planet. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. If you shake up a jar of mud till it separates into gravel, sand, clay, which it'll do for you quickly, is the top layer younger? No. The whole evolution religion is built on that stupid idea that the layers are different ages. All the layers are the same age. Moving it from here to here doesn't make it a different age. So there is no such thing as a geologic column. Does it exist? No. So what size was the Earth? I think the Earth was about the same size, 8,000 miles, 7926 or whatever it is, depending where you're standing, in diameter. Of course, you Canadians use metric. That's why you lost the war. But I think the Earth was created about this size. It's got just the right gravity for people to live on and function. If the Earth had more gravity or less gravity, that would create problems. I think it's really, you'd almost think it was designed if you didn't know better. I think it was designed. Okay?
Thank you for that response, Kent. And since the question was for you, Ken Rock, you can have the final word.
I don't necessarily know why the material would have to come from somewhere else. So one of the things that we know about the Earth is dust, dirt, and all that does get picked up all the time with wind and all that. There are phenomenons where you can see even the wind itself picks up enough water that fish and all that will fall out of the sky in certain locations. So the layers themselves could just be that. Areas from one location being moved throughout the planet, which would definitely be explained if a flood would happen as well. And also, when they're talking about how old the layers are, they're not talking about how old the material are. It's more when the layer was formed. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken Rock. And let me see the next question here. We have a lot of them, so I'm just going to pick one at random. And this one is from Landon Freeman. So this one, again, is for you, Ken. Landon Freeman asks, there are many examples of convergent evolution. How can a random, goalless, naturalistic process reintroduce the same designs / features with such astounding consistency?
I'm going to have to take a page out of Kent's book and just point out that if it works, it generally is going to work. So if, let's say, you get an insect to protect you and all you have to do is give up some of your nutrition, like produce a special sap for it. Like there are trees. I was looking into this the other day. There's a tree in Africa, I think it was Africa. Anyway, to keep itself safe from elephants, it produces a sap and produces holes in its fruit, which ants can hide in. These allows the ants free food and shelter, and they protect the tree from the elephants. This happens multiple times. Ants alone do this with multiple different species of plants. There's also the fact that I do believe that there is a God, so I do believe that he would guide this a little bit more as well. So I don't think it's necessarily guideless. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ken, and over to you, Kent, for your response.
I think a good question. The idea that convergent evolution, the plants evolve to produce fruit that the animals evolve to need for their diet. That's ridiculous. They were designed. This ink pen has a little cap on it here that has threads inside, female side. The pen itself has the male thread. It's designed to screw together like that. There are examples of design, different plants that require certain animals to pollinate them. They can't be pollinated without that animal or that insect. There are certain plants that a certain kind of butterfly has to land on it, has a certain length of his nose to stick down there to get the juice to change to pollinate the plant. Billions of examples can be found of symbiotic relationships that I think absolutely defy an evolutionary explanation. You can imagine it all you want. Join SpongeBob here, just imagine, but it's not science. My point has always been there is no scientific evidence of any animal or plant ever producing offspring other than what any 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind. There's just no evidence for it. It ought to be taught in private schools or in religion classes, but not in science class. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Dino. And a quick final word there, Ken Rock.
An interesting thing with the fruits I brought up. So the animals don't just get food out of that. So one of the things that fruit provides, we all know fruits have seeds in them. So when an animal eats a fruit, it generally carries that seed with it, or within its digestion, or when it goes and discards the fruit. So in some way, the seed gets to be replanted and grow more trees. So the plant gets a lot more out of it as well. That's it.
Okay, next question comes in from Org343. Org, thanks for the question. This one is for you, Kent. So short and sweet, he asks, how is an insect not alive? Question for Kent.
Well, I just pointed out that God told Noah to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils is the breath of life. Of course, our modern science, we consider insects alive, I understand. Does that mean that's the way God classifies them? Is a plant alive, okay? Is a stalactite alive? It grows. We have decided to make a list of qualifications to be considered alive. It has to do, A, B, C, D, E. Is that God's same list? I don't know. But Noah was told to bring onto the ark all those in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Insects breathe through their skin, through spiracles. They don't breathe through nostrils. There might have been insects on the ark. There probably were. But they weren't required to be brought onto the ark. They can survive on floating log mats and go to any place where there's been a flood. When the water goes down, walk out in the mud, there's a bazillion insects within a few hours. They survive floating log mats and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm just pointing out the biblical classification of life might not include insects. That's all.
Thank you for the response, Kent. Ken Rock, anything you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I could really think to add to that is there's no way to really argue that insects aren't really alive. They meet all the criteria. They grow, they adapt, they feed, they breed, they do all the stuff that living things are expected to do. So, next.
Thank you. A final word from you, Dr. Hovind?
Well, yeah, he said they meet all the criteria. Whose criteria? Modern man has decided to make a list of things. If it does A, B, C, D, E, we call it alive. Is my computer alive? No. Can it do some amazing things? Can it make a copy of a program? Yeah, it can reproduce. Whoa. Well, it's not alive. So it's a semantic thing, okay? Doesn't matter to me. Insects were not taken onto the ark is the point I made.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. As we start winding down here, let me get this question in. And this one comes in from Jacob. Jacob, thanks for the question. This one's for you, Ken. So question is, do you realize that adaptation points animals towards better versions of themselves, while evolution leads species away from themselves?
Okay, there's a few things that are being assumed here. One, better itself. What do you mean by better? You can, let's say you get really strong legs, like you'll be a better runner, not necessarily gonna be better at climbing. So what is better? And you said evolution leads species away from themselves. No. You're still that type of animal. You're just a more adapt version of that animal. Like Kent says, I don't think the animals care what we call them. I don't think they care how we categorize them. So realistically, that's all just up to human error. So that's technically, if you really want, you could say they're still the same kind of animal, just a better version of that animal. Again, by whatever you mean by better. So next.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And over to you, Kent, for your response.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to add to that. I think all we've ever seen is variations of the same kind.
Okay, gentlemen, well, let's do this as I want to try and end this around the 90-minute mark in order to respect the time of the debaters. There's also an after show that is going to take place on Logical, Plausible, Probables channel. It is going to kick off right after this debate. Again, Kent and Ken, thank you for making this an easy debate to moderate. Let's have some final words, final thoughts before we shut it down for tonight. Let's start with you, Ken Rock. Some final thoughts, final words, and thanks for doing this.
I don't really have a whole lot of final thoughts that I can put here. I am curious, and I know this isn't generally how it's done, but I'm going to ask out of the blue anyway if Kent would be willing to go for a part 2 at some point in the near future.
Oh, anytime. I'll debate anybody anytime.
Sweet. We can get that set up then, and that's all I have. I don't really have any final words then if we can go for a part 2 then.
Sounds good. Ken Rock, I appreciate that. Thanks for doing this debate. And one day I'm sure we will get the big rematch between Ken and Kent. So over to you, Dr. Dino. Final words, final thoughts, and thank you for doing this.
Well, I would ask Ken about Pascal's wager. If you are right and there is no God, there's no creator, and we got it by blind chance, I haven't lost a thing. I've lived a wonderful life. I enjoy life. If I'm right and you're wrong, you're in trouble. So Pascal's wager is a very legitimate wager. I can't lose. You can lose. If there's a God and he created the world, would it be logical that he would write a book and tell us how he did it and why he did it? I think God spoke through 40 different men, told them things to write down, made sure that book was preserved. I think I've got a copy of it right here on my desk. I think the Bible has been preserved through the centuries. This is God's word to his creatures, to his creation. He tells how he did it. I think it's not possible for all the plants and animals to evolve separately. They all depend upon each other. A lug nut is no good without a lug to screw it on. And a tire is no good without a rim. There are trillions of symbiotic relationships that just require a designer. So, Ken, I'd like you to really stop and examine, why on earth do you believe what you've been taught about evolution? Have you stopped? Are you allowed to reconsider that? I'd like you to come down, visit Dinosaur Adventureland, and come. I'll give you the tour. You can call me 855-BIG-DINO, extension 3, and say, Brother Hovind, or Mr. Hovind, or Dr. Hovind, whatever you want to call me. Say, could you tell me about how to become a Christian? I'll explain it to you. You don't have to do it, but I'll explain what God wants. God created the world. He owns it. He makes the rules. And not even knowing you can, I'd be willing to bet you have broken some of God's rules in his book. Just read the 10 Commandments. I'd be willing to bet you broke some of those. So have I, by the way. But see, I'm forgiven. I gave my heart to the Lord. I'm forgiven. I'd like you to have the same thing. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Kent, for those final words. Again, fantastic debate. I appreciate you gentlemen doing it. The 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge continues. Dr. Hovind, you are a busy man. I don't know what the secret is. Maybe lots of ice cream and coffee, but you're going to be back here next week. The series continues. I'm trying to find the graphic here. You and here we go. D. Brian Emery and Dr. Ken Hovind. So that'll be on the 31st. The Evolution Debate Challenge continues. Looks like we got SpongeBob and SpongeBob's best buddy, Patrick, there. So should be a fun one. Again, Kent and Ken Rock, thank you so much for doing this debate. And we'll see everybody at the after show. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. And Standing for Truth is out. All right, there we go. Another one in the books. That was a ton of fun and so many good audience questions, guys. I really appreciate, how lively you guys are and how engaged you are in the chat. That was a lot of fun, that audience Q&A. As you know, the Evolution Debate Challenge continues. Pretty soon, what's going to conclude is the first quarter of 2022. So I think we've done close to about 20 debates in this Evolution Debate Challenge series. We knew that it would be fun. We knew that it would be a blast, but I don't think we anticipated that it would be this much fun. We've been doing, I think, about 2 debates a week in terms of this challenge. So for the second quarter of 2022, anybody who is interested in taking the Evolution Debate Challenge, any critic, any skeptic, shoot me an email and we will start booking you for the next 3 months of 2022. As you know, we keep these debates professional. We keep them formal, equally timed, sophisticated, and respectful. Sister Cheryl, I appreciate that. And fantastic job moderating. I look forward to Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson's new book, Traced, to come in the mail, and I'll stick it right there next to Replacing Darwin. So thank you for the kind words. Also, I did mention this earlier, but for anybody who's kind of just getting here, make sure you watch the rest of the debate. But we do have on the 30th, I am pumped for this one. Does the New Testament teach that Jesus is God? This is all confirmed. It's good to go. It is happening. Chris State versus Dr. Shabir Ali. We want to give you guys a solid diversity of important topics, okay? And that's why last week we had, this one's been getting a lot of great feedback. This was a fantastic debate. 2 powerhouses in the debate world. Kelly Powers and Dr. Robert Sangenis, they debated, does the Bible teach salvation is by faith alone? That was last week. And guys, that one was a lot of fun. So lots to look forward to. And John Maddox, logical, plausible, probable himself, he is having an after show. So everybody head on over there. Again, another one in the books. I think we're pretty close to now hosting 170 debates. So if you're new to this channel, check the debates hosted by Standing for Truth playlist section. And there's roughly 170 debates there on all sorts of topics. Theology related topics, creation, evolution, of course, age of the earth, philosophy, the nature of God, soteriology, morality, just 170 debates for the debate addict to choose from and spend endless time watching. So I think that's about it. That's about it. Okay, guys. Well, thank you for tuning in. This one was a ton of fun. Again, thank you so much for the engagement in the chat. Thank you to the mods, and the Evolution Debate Challenge continues next week. As you know, we're also working on a number of presentations. I should be doing my Y chromosome presentation soon. I think either tomorrow or we'll try and do it Monday. We do have a lot going on, so just stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. So we'll see you over on John Maddox's channel. And guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This one was a ton of fun. So God bless. Standing for Truth is out.